Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Shield. What Sue did this? Nick Fury stood up from his seat in shock, staring intently at Natasha Romanoff opposite. Of course, it was right next to you. Natasha Romanoff nodded. From a moment, Sue M.O. took her directly to the island. She knew that the other party intended to show it to Shield, so she didn't hide it from the director. Stop kidding, Natasha Romanoff. This isn't funny. Agent Hill on the side put one hand on his hip and clicked a few times on the screen in front of him, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The signal you sent half an hour before the incident was still in Florida. How could it possibly reach the Sentry Secret Service in New York in a few minutes? I don't know the specific situation. Sue just reached out and drew a circle in front of him, and a passage appeared in front of him. Saying that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out her hand and imitated Sue Mo's movements and made two gestures. I know it sounds magical, but it's true. After talking about it, Natasha Romanoff felt that her words were not convincing. I believe what you said. At this time, Nick Fury, who sat back in the chair, spoke. I once saw records about this kind of magic in a secret file. That's right. Natasha Romanoff had an excited smile on her face. At that time, the other party claimed that this was a kind of magic. It seems that I made the right choice again this time. A smile appeared on Nick Fury's face. The more powerful Sue M.O. showed, the more SHIELD would undoubtedly receive huge amounts of returns on their previous investment. In the single dormitory assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D., after reporting her work, Natasha Romanoff couldn't wait to come back here. He took out the booklet with the thunder knife, written on it from his pocket, and studied it carefully. The more she studied, the more excited she became. More than half an hour later, she came to the training room downstairs of the dormitory. Fighting training since childhood has made her control of her body almost perfect. Come to the sandbag where you usually train. Natasha Romanoff recalled the first recorded power method of thunder knife. He slowly made a fist with his right hand and hit the sandbag hard. Wrong. The moment she punched, she knew that her way of exerting force was not right. After withdrawing her fist, she kept trying according to her feeling. Until 3 hours later. After throwing hundreds of punches, Natasha Romanoff almost gave up. In anger, he punched the sandbag casually. Subconsciously, he exerted force according to the method in the secret book. The two forces overlapped almost instantly. Boom! An explosion echoed in the training room. The sandbag in front of him burst apart under the huge amounts of force. Natasha Romanoff looked at her hands in disbelief. It's really done. She excitedly took out her cell phone and wanted to call Sue M.O. to thank him, but then she realized that she didn't seem to have Sue Mo's phone number. I secretly made up my mind to thank him in person in a few days. Thinking of Sue Mo's previous instructions, she recited the contents of the pamphlet, then destroy it directly. Island of the Dead. Sue M.O. was sitting in the training room of the Star Tower. After Annie stayed on the island for one night, she was sent home by Sue M.O. She has decided to stay on the island in the future, but before that, she has to return home to spend some time with her parents. There were not many people who died in Sue Mo's hands yesterday, but they were just ordinary people, and the total points they obtained did not exceed 50,000. These points are just a drop in the bucket for him now. However, this time the breakthrough reached the planet-level master, the god's telekinesis. He felt that the dream-walking technique should be able to be successfully used. He had already told Emma not to disturb him during this period. At that moment, the Book of Darkness appeared in front of him and slowly turned to the page of dream-walking. Sue M.O. closed his eyes. The dream-walking technique that had troubled him for a long time was actually performed extremely smoothly. The moment the spell is completed, Sue M.O. only felt his soul flying out of his body, and then the dark book in front of him turned into a black stream of light, entering the center of his soul's eyebrows and forming a magic mark on the center of his eyebrows. Then, the soul was sucked into a vortex. When he woke up, he was already standing in an inexplicable space. Look in front of you. The spectacular scene in the distance made him couldn't help but exclaim. At the end of the void in front of him, there was a huge amount of a sphere, and a thick, glowing line extended from the sphere. After the line extends for a certain distance, a bifurcation occurs. After these two branches extended for a certain distance, they split again. By the end, the original ray of light had split into countless lines. These lines are thick and thin, like branches split from a giant tree, gradually spreading. Suemo learned from the records in the Dark God book that each of these lines represents a parallel world, and the stronger the extraordinary power of the world, the thicker the lines. And those thinnest lines represent a world without extraordinary power. Look towards the lines of your own world in the branches. Like the trunk of a tree, it is particularly strong. It seems that the world I am in is the ceiling of combat power in these parallel worlds. Suemo sighed. From the records of dream walking, as long as you touch those lines, you can enter the parallel world corresponding to the lines. As for yourself in the parallel world, as a person who is 100% compatible with your own soul, you will naturally become the best carrier of your soul. The first time he used dream walking, Suemo planned to practice his skills in a world without extraordinary beings. At that moment, his illusory body flew towards the thinnest line. The moment he got close to the line, he felt a suction. The suction force was not strong, and he felt that he could easily break free at any time, but he did not resist the suction force. Instead, he followed the suction and plunged into this world. A feeling of dizziness came. When I wake up again, Suemo found himself lying in a room. Beside him lay a blonde girl with big waves. The special smell in the room and the wads of toilet paper on the floor indicated that a war had just occurred here. At this time, the blonde girl standing next to her stood up from the bed, showing off her figure in front of Suemo without caring. I have to leave quickly. Jim has asked me to go see a movie with him tonight. Who is Jim? Suemo muttered subconsciously. This dream walking technique is equivalent to occupying a magpie's nest and will not absorb the other party's soul. Of course, he has no memory of this body in his mind. But judging from the name, this should be a man, going to the movies with another man. But since the other party sat in front of him, there should be no problem between the two of them. When the blonde girl heard his question, an inexplicable smile flashed in her blurred eyes. Of course, Jim is my boyfriend. What? Hearing this, Sumo's face was full of questions, but he reacted instantly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the parallel world, he still inherited the legacy of Wei Wu, the prime minister. I saw Sumo's surprised expression after hearing this. Okay, what are you pretending to be? I said I want to break up with him, but you didn't agree. Hearing this, Sumo's pupils dilated instantly. Holy shit. After a few minutes, Suemo looked at the blonde girl who was staggering away. Quite speechless, sitting on the bed, he perceived his own strength. During the exercise, I have already discovered that my body in this world is already relatively strong among ordinary people. Otherwise, the battery life would not be able to reach more than an hour. But that's all. Mental psychokinesis can still be used, but it is limited by the strength of the body. Currently, it can only display the strength of an intermediate warrior. No matter how strong it is, it's not impossible to use it, but the body may not be able to support it for long before it collapses. Black magic is not affected by anything. After all, this is borrowing power. As long as your soul is strong enough, it will have no effect when used. It seems that after using the dream walking technique, the biggest reliance is black magic. Suemo came to this conclusion. Of course, with the nourishment of mental power, the physical strength is gradually increasing. According to the current speed, if it stays in this world for a year, this body can reach the peak of the god of war. But he didn't think he would stay in this ordinary world for a year. He took the mobile phone from the cabinet on the side. I looked at the time above. September 6, 2008. The time in this world is not much different from the original world. Suemo got up and went to the computer that was playing a short movie. Suemo began to search for some news on the web, intending to learn about this strange world. After a few minutes, Suemo closed the web page. This is indeed just an ordinary world, without Iron Man or Stark Group. Everything seems to be no different from the world trajectory of his previous life. At this time, there was a rapid knock on the door. Sumo put on his clothes, came to the door suspiciously, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a somewhat fat young white man. The other person is similar in age to me, around 20 years old, with short hair and an anxious look on his face covered with freckles. "Sue, come with me quickly." Seeing Sue and Mo opening the door, the fat man couldn't help but pull him up to a pickup truck at the entrance of the yard, etc. Sue and Mo broke free from the other party's arm without leaving a trace. "You have to tell me where you're going, right?" Although he doesn't know the other person, judging from the other person's words and deeds, he is probably his good friend. "It's too late to explain. Get in the car quickly." The fat man hurriedly opened the passenger door, pushed Sue and Mo in, returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the pickup truck roared and sped off into the distance. Sue and Mo hesitated for a moment and did not resist. Not to mention that the other person is like his friend. Even if he is a bad guy, with his own strength, there is nothing to be afraid of in this world without supernatural powers. After the car drove a certain distance, Sue and Mo also discovered something was wrong. From the surrounding situation, he easily knew that the villa he lived in should be located in the suburbs. The road in front of the door is usually rarely passed by cars. But in less than a few minutes, he had already seen a dozen speeding cars passing them. What happened? He looked at the fat man aside with doubtful eyes. The speeding car seemed to give the other party some sense of security. After organizing his words, the fat man opened his mouth to explain. "Rabies virus. Now the city is full of people infected with rabies virus. These people bite everyone they see. Even the police officers can't stop them. And from the gossip I got from the internet, the entire Boston has fallen." "Rabies virus?" Sumo's eyes twitched. "Is it a zombie?" "Zombie." After the fat man heard this, a look of doubt appeared on his face. "What are zombies?" Before Sumo could answer, he saw two cars that had collided together at the corner of the road, billowing smoke. A staggering figure slowly got out of the car. Really a zombie? Seeing the other person's walking posture, Sumo's heart moved. When the car got closer, Sumo realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. This stumbling figure is the blonde girl who left her home not long ago. And the reason why the other person walks in this way is caused by herself. No wonder it looks familiar from a distance. As the car approached, the blonde girl also saw Fatty and Sumo sitting in the car. He waved hastily towards the two of them. Seeing this, the fat man controlled the car and stopped next to the blonde girl. Sumo and the two got out of the car. The blonde girl quickly stepped forward, hugged Sumo's arm, and explained, "I wasn't speeding. He took the initiative to hit me, but the other person seemed to have fainted during the collision, and I couldn't open the door to rescue him." There was a look of fear on her face. Sumo ignored the other party, but stared straight at the other party's car. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside the car through the glass, the scene in the car still clearly appeared in his mind thanks to psychokinesis. The blonde should be thankful she didn't open the car door. At this time, in the cab of the car, a middle-aged man with a ferocious face was twitching violently. Moreover, he stared at this side and let out waves of low roars. "What a zombie!" His eyes were not surprised, but happy. Zombies pose no threat to him, who can fly. And if he can get points by killing zombies, then earning points will become extremely easy. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't wait to try it. With a thought, a screw inside the car came off the body and shot into the mind of the zombie with powerful kinetic energy. It's almost common sense for zombies to hit you between the eyebrows. As the zombie's twitching body calmed down, a system prompt came from Sumo's mind. "Congratulations to the host. You killed the villain and gained 1 point. Are there really any points?" Sumo had an expression of surprise on his face. Although there's only 1 point, how many zombies can there be in a world where a zombie virus breaks out? A conservative estimate is between 2 and 3 billion. If all these zombies were killed. Of course, these are just Sumo's conjectures. With his current strength, if he wants to clean up the zombies in the entire world, he doesn't know how long it will take. During this period of time, it is impossible for zombies to be without loss. But even if he could kill 1% of the zombies, he would still have tens of millions of points. Thinking of this, Sumo's lips became harder to suppress than AK's. The blonde girl on the side noticed the corners of Sumo's raised lips and tapped his arm anxiously. "Stop laughing. Help save people quickly." The other party's voice brought Sumo back from his thoughts, and he turned to look at the blonde girl beside him. "Excuse me, what is your name?" Hearing this, the blonde girl looked stunned for a moment, and then a look of disbelief appeared on her face. His chest also heaved with anger. "You scumbag, I'm still in your shape now. And you actually asked me what my name is?" Harry, the fat man standing nearby, saw this and hurriedly came up to dissuade him. "Alyssa, don't be like this. Maybe I was just joking for you." Obviously, he and Alyssa knew each other equally. After Alyssa heard this, she did not refute, but still stared at Sumo angrily. "Listen to me. The most important thing now is to get out of here first. It's very dangerous in the city now." Harry spoke to persuade. The words just fell. From far away in the street, bursts of noisy sounds came. The sound seemed to be some kind of roar. Almost in the blink of an eye, dense figures appeared in the sight of the three people. Harry looked at these figures at the end of the road, and the expression on his face changed. This running posture was all too familiar to him. It was exactly those monsters infected with rabies virus. The two people running at the front were knocked to the ground by the zombies behind them in a moment. The rest of the zombies rushed towards the three of them. "No, leave quickly." After saying that, he rushed towards the cab. The blonde girl Alyssa looked at the scene in the distance and froze on the spot. Sumo stared at the running zombies. Different from the zombies he had seen in movies before, the group in front of him ran extremely fast, comparable to the world sprint champion. At such a speed, there's almost no hope of escaping from these zombies by relying on your legs alone. Alyssa also reacted at this time. Ignoring the driver of the colliding car, he quickly rushed towards the pickup truck. At the same time, he didn't forget to drag Sumo, who was still standing there. Seeing that the other party didn't forget to pull him in at this time, Sumo couldn't help but look at the other party. She also didn't expect that the other party would still be thinking about her at this time. Sumo pushed her gently. Alyssa fell into the portal that suddenly opened behind her. When she reacted, she found that she was sitting in the back seat of the pickup truck. "You two leave first." After saying that, Sumo walked toward the zombies at the rear like a leisurely stroll. Harry started the car, and his expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. "Sue, are you crazy?" He stuck his head out of the car and roared. But then seeing that Sumo didn't stop, Harry slapped the steering wheel suddenly. Gritting his teeth, he drove the vehicle back and intercepted Sumo, who was walking towards the zombies. But before he stepped on the accelerator, he saw a horrifying scene in front of him. Sumo stretched out his hand and waved it gently. There was a villa on the right side of the road. All the nails on the wooden fence outside were pulled out, and hundreds of them were gathered in front of him. With a flick of his fingers, these nails flew toward the zombies in the distance. Considering the material of the nails, Sumo controlled the nails to penetrate through the zombies' nostrils and eyes, destroying the opponent's brain, and then flew out again. Less than 5 seconds, there were hundreds of zombies on the road, and they all fell to the ground while running. Harry, who was sitting in the car, had his eyes wide open. Word fuck. Sumo's operation had a severe impact on his worldview. He opened the door and got out of the car, ran to Sumo's side, and looked at the zombie corpses covering a large area of ground in front of him. In his excitement, he pointed at Sumo and then at the zombies on the ground. His gaze switched back and forth between the two. Sumo turned around. "This is not a good place to talk." "Oh yes." Harry also reacted. The roar just now may have attracted more of these things nearby. "It's better to leave here now." Thinking of this, he and Sumo returned to the car again. With a roar, the car sped away. But in the following time, while Harry was driving the car, his eyes glanced at Sumo, the co-pilot, from time to time. Sumo fell into deep thought. In just a few seconds, more than 800 points were earned. Logically speaking, the speed of earning points is not slow. However, with his current physical condition, it cannot support him using psychokinesis for too long. unless you spend points to exchange for some treasures to increase the strength of this body. Not only will the points be wasted, but killing zombies will also be time-consuming and laborious, etc. Suemo suddenly thought of a way. The Book of Darkness suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. I flipped through it frantically in front of him, and finally turned to the last few pages. What is recorded in these pages is a branch of black magic, undead magic. Undead magic is almost the most evil branch of black magic. In the main universe, there are the guardians of Emperor Weishan and the Ancient One Mage. As long as the undead magic is cast, it can be easily sensed by both of them, thus ushering in huge amounts of trouble. This is also the reason why these magics have not appeared in the main world. Even Suemo had only glanced at it briefly in order to avoid getting into trouble. But this world is different. This is just an ordinary world. There is no Ancient One Mage, and it is not considered the territory of Emperor Weishan. There is no problem using undead magic. Soon, the Dark God book turned to a page with a six-pointed star. That's it. An excited smile appeared on Suemo's face. The magic written on the pages of the book is called the Scourge of the Undead. A huge amount of magic array can be arranged within a certain range. After activating the magic circle, all living creatures or dead bodies in this range can be transformed into undead creatures. He can completely arrange a magic circle that covers the entire city and transform the zombies in the entire city into an army of the undead. At that time, the undead army can completely clean up the zombies in this world on his behalf. However, the arrangement of this formation requires some special materials, and auxiliary formations are arranged at the 5 corners of the city. Next, he first needs to collect the materials needed to make the formation. Put the magic book away again. Suemo looked up at the 2 people staring at him from the car. After seeing the strange book in front of Suemo disappear, Harry finally plucked up the courage to speak. "Are you magic?" Suemo nodded. There's no need to hide this from them. Judging from Harry's past actions, he is obviously his best friend. Not to mention risking his own life to come to pick him up and leave. Just when he wanted to deal with the zombies, the other party drove a car to save him without hesitation. These 2 points alone made him know that the other party was definitely worth dealing with. Friends. The same goes for Alyssa behind her. Although the 2 were just acquaintances, the other party still did not forget to pull her when she escaped. Only then did Suemo realize that Alyssa in the back row was looking at him with excitement. "What are you doing? Do you think I am material for learning magic?" "No, you are a muggle." Suemo rejected the other party without hesitation. "If I really hand it over to the other party, I'm afraid it will harm her. Without the Book of Darkness and needing to borrow mana, she may soon become Sithorn's puppet." Wrong. He suddenly thought that since Sithorn could lend out magic, he could lend out the mana from the Dark Book. Anyway, with Sithorn, a power bank with unlimited battery life, the source of mana is not a problem. By then, those who borrowed mana should be able to get some points for the villains they killed. After all, he has done his best. No, you have to find a way to try it yourself. Suemo secretly made up his mind. Hear Suemo's words. Alyssa had a disappointed expression on her face. Suemo ignored the other party and turned to look at Harry, who was driving the vehicle. "Where are you going?" Judging from the route of the vehicle driven by the other party, it was obvious that he had planned where he wanted to go. It will get dark in an hour at most. Suemo also planned to find a place to rest first and collect materials needed to assist the formation. "Go to the beach." As he spoke, Harry clicked a few times on the car's screen and pointed to a certain location on the map. Judging from the news we received before, the safest place at present is the sea. A yacht I bought before is parked at this location. As long as we board the yacht, we will be safe for the time being. Suemo nodded after hearing this. Being able to afford a yacht, it seems that this friend of mine is still a rich second generation. Judging from the map, it's still 10 minutes drive from that location. And there happens to be a large supermarket on the road where you can collect some food. His body is still that of an ordinary person. After traveling through time, he experienced 2 battles. His physical strength was somewhat severely exhausted, and he felt a strong sense of hunger in his belly. Without Sumo's reminder, Harry drove the car and parked directly at the entrance of the large supermarket. Apparently, the other party had the same idea. At this time, the entire supermarket was in chaos. A group of people each pushed a cart with something and ran out of the supermarket. "Wait for us in the car." Sumo gave instructions to Alyssa, who was behind him, then got out of the car and rushed into the supermarket with Harry. The shelves in the supermarket have been knocked upside down by panicked people, and the items on the shelves have been scattered all over the floor. Fortunately, the scale of the supermarket is not small. After people's frantic snatching, there are still a lot of things on the shelves. The two of them each pushed a cart from the door and joined in the crazy zero-yuan shopping. A few minutes later, the two of them came outside, pushing a cart filled with food. Harry glanced at where the car was parked in the distance, and his expression changed. Something happened. Without his reminder, Sumo had already seen the scene in the distance. At this time, a man pushing a cart and holding a gun pointed the muzzle of the gun at the car window and pulled the trigger in his hand. However, the scene where the bullet shattered the car window as he expected did not occur. The gun in the man's hand exploded with a loud bang, blowing out several of the man's fingers. A scream came from his mouth. The man covered his right hand and slowly knelt down on the ground. This is, of course, Sumo's handwriting. In an instant, the two people stepped forward. Sumo kicked the man away. The two of them poured the contents of the cart into the pickup truck, including the one being pushed by the man who was kneeling on the ground. Fortunately, the back compartment of the pickup truck is large enough to hold 3 large trucks of food. The man who was kneeling on the ground wanted to resist when he saw this. Harry took out a pistol from his body and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was obvious that this was Harry's first time killing someone. After pulling the trigger, his breathing became a little rapid and his hands trembled a little. But the other party took a few deep breaths. The nervousness after the first murder was quickly suppressed. After getting in a car, Alyssa, who was sitting in the back, looked at Sumo excitedly. "Did you just do it?" After receiving Sumo's recognition, her longing for the mage became a little brighter. "It's really amazing." Soon, the car entered a yacht harbor on the seaside. Following the path in his memory, Harry quickly stopped beside a pure white luxury yacht. Sumo sighed as he looked at another car parked next to the yacht and a few figures flashing past the yacht from time to time. "It seems that someone got there before us and took your yacht as his own." Harry didn't panic at all. "Don't worry, this yacht has the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, they can't let the yacht move at all." After saying that, he took out another pistol from the storage box of the car and handed it to Sumo. Although magic is very useful, this thing might come in handy. Sumo did not refuse, but took the pistol. The 3 people got out of the car. Several people in the cabin should have noticed the movement here. A man pokes his head out from the yacht. "Guys, this is our territory. I advise you to leave as soon as possible." At the same time, several black gun muzzles stuck out from the windows of the yacht. Obviously, he was showing off his own strength, causing them to retreat in spite of difficulties. After Harry heard it, he shouted to the other party, "Listen, I am the owner of this yacht. You bandits get off my yacht right now." After hearing his words, there was a commotion in the yacht opposite. Then the man who shouted before showed his head. "How can you prove that this yacht is yours?" Harry didn't waste any time and pressed a button on the key in his hand. The 3 sides of glass on the yacht deck are directly received below the deck, revealing the scene inside. Seeing this scene, the man's eyes lit up. Then he retracted directly into the cabin. Almost instantly, a tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle of the gun protruding from the cabin. The other party actually fired directly at several people. Sumo sighed when he saw this. The bullets fired were hovering in midair. "I just told you, there is no need to show mercy when dealing with these people." After speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and all the firearms in the yacht flew out from inside and fell into his hand. Holding the gun in his hand, Sumo pointed at the hiding place of several people opposite. "Come out." The 5 people in the cabin had long been suppressed by Sumo's methods, and now their guns were taken away by him. In desperation, they raised their hands and walked out of the cabin tremblingly. Sumo and the other 3 slowly walked to the yacht with guns pointed at them. "Get off the boat." Hearing Sumo's words, these people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Depending on the situation, the other party just wanted to take back the yacht and had no intention of killing them. Thinking of this, several people looked down upon them a little bit. How can you be so merciful even after getting to this point? Alyssa watched Sumo let the other party leave the yacht, hurriedly walked to his side, and spoke quietly. We can't let them go. They just plan to kill us. However, these words were still heard by the leading man. The man quickly turned his head and waved his hand anxiously. No, we didn't mean that. The glass window suddenly slid down just now, which caused us to accidentally pull the trigger with a shaking hand. A gentle smile appeared on Sumo's face. It doesn't matter. Just be more careful in the next life. After saying that, he directly pulled the trigger in his hand, and the automatic rifle sprayed out a tongue of flame. Nearly 50 rounds of bullets were emptied in an instant, and all the people in the distance were beaten into sieves. The reason why he let several people from the other side come ashore was not to let them go, simply to avoid getting the yacht dirty. After all, I have to stay here at night. The smell of blood all over the ship was somewhat disheartening. Several people moved all the supplies in the car to the yacht. After a while, the yacht slowly left the harbor. Night, in a bedroom on the yacht, Sumo was searching on the computer. There are not many types of things needed to make an auxiliary magic circle. Mainly mithril. This thing is simple, but it is made of silver through a special secret method. But if you want to depict a magic circle that can cover the entire city, the amount required is very huge, requiring hundreds of tons of silver. It would be easier to say if they were rare in number. But such a large amount of silver requires looting several large silver storage warehouses to collect it. Obviously, there is no way to find the exact addresses of these warehouses online. You must find an expert in this field. At this time, a knock on the door came from outside. Then Alyssa walked in from outside, closed the door, and locked it directly. Dear, do you need any special services? How special? Sumo put away the note in his hand and looked at the other party's outfit. She didn't know where she found a pair of angel cost clothes of the same style as Lao Ma's ex-girlfriend. After coming in, she walked around in front of Sumo. Angel's free upgrade service can help you. The Archmage, strengthen your magic wand and directly upgrade it to purple equipment. Early the next morning, Sumo woke up to a knock on the door. Opening his eyes and taking a look at Alyssa, who was still sleeping, he got up and came to the door and opened it. Outside the door, of course, it was Harry with the dark circles under his eyes. I just received a broadcast on the radio. The other party reported a location, claiming to be the official fleet location and calling on various ships nearby to join the fleet. What do you mean? Sumo looked at the other party and asked. I don't count it in the past. Sumo nodded. The other party's ideas coincided with his. Just relying on these supplies on the ship, they can last at least more than a month. Moreover, if he wanted to, Sumo could fill the entire ship with supplies. There is no need to join the opponent's fleet. In such an apocalyptic environment, it is still unclear who controls these fleets. If you go up hastily, you may put yourself in danger. Although Sumo is not afraid of the other party based on his ability, there is no need to cause trouble. But Sumo himself planned to go to the ship to investigate. Judging from yesterday's situation, the zombie virus should have just broken out. If we talk about the current understanding of the situation in various countries and cities in the world, it is naturally these official agencies that know best. There may still be cities that have not been completely overrun by zombies. If there is such a city, you only need to find the location of the bank by following the clues from the bank store. But if there is really no other way, he can only choose the stupidest way. One by one, silver shops came to collect slowly. After saying hello to Harry, Sumo returned to the cabin, opened a space door, and walked in. On an ocean 200 nautical miles from New York, there's a huge fleet floating around, or a fleet is more appropriate. At the center of the fleet is an aircraft carrier. There were several cruisers and destroyers around, and the rest were civilian ships and yachts. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the fleet commander's room, a white man in his 40s with short hair was enjoying his breakfast. Although the end of the world has come. But Kevin's quality of life, which controls an aircraft carrier fleet, has not declined. Pop a medium-rare prime steak into your mouth. He closed his eyes and felt the sauce exploding in his taste buds. When he opened his eyes, a short-haired Huxiao man was already standing in front of him. The look on Kevin's face changed. "Who are you, and how did you get in?" As he spoke, he opened his mouth to call the soldiers. Suemo put his index finger to his mouth to signal the other party to be quiet. At the same time, a black light flashed in Kevin's eyes, and his expression instantly became dull. Spirituality, a small spell recorded in the dark book. The function is similar to hypnotic ability. After it is used, the other party will answer truthfully no matter what you ask. Suemo calmly sat down aside. What is the situation in various countries now? Where did the virus come from, and how did it spread? After a while, Suemo let out a long breath and stood up. Learn from the other person's mouth. At present, the military does not know where the virus comes from or how it spreads. Starting almost yesterday afternoon, nearly half of the cities in all countries around the world, including Boston, where Suemo is located, have fallen. And this morning, zombies also appeared in those cities that did not fall. According to this situation, by noon today, almost every city will have become a zombie paradise. After getting the news, Suemo did not hesitate. Stepped directly into the space gate. New York. On a remote street, Suemo stepped out of the space door. At the end of the street is the famous Fifth Avenue. Before coming here, Suemo checked on the internet. It is said that this street has the largest silver jewelry store in New York. As soon as Suemo walked out of the space door, he heard screams coming from Fifth Avenue. After hearing this, Suemo walked a few steps to the intersection. The streets at this time were already crowded with vehicles. On the road, countless zombies chased and bit the driver who got out of the car. He didn't hesitate, turned around, and ran to the right. The silver jewelry store is located about 100 meters to the right. After running a few steps, he was stared at by several zombies on the side. The zombies roared and rushed towards him. Seeing this, Suemo waved his right hand lightly. Countless steel nails appeared around him, shuttling around him rapidly. Before these zombies could get close, steel nails penetrated their heads and slowly fell to the ground. Not far away, a family of 4 who were running saw the steel nails flying around Suemo with surprised expressions on their faces. After realizing that Suemo Jojo was very safe, the man ran towards Suemo with his wife and children. "Save us. My daughter has asthma. As long as I can take us away, I am willing to give anything." Suemo had no intention of paying any attention to them, but after scanning their faces with his peripheral vision, he looked stunned for a moment. These people looked familiar, especially the man with medium-long hair, whose face was 90% similar to Brad Pitt. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in Sumo's mind. Zombies, aircraft carriers, Pete, a daughter with asthma. The title of a movie came to his mind. World War Z. It took more than 20 years. I have almost forgotten the memory of this movie. All I know is that in the end, the protagonist's family of 4 were taken to the aircraft carrier and then sent to various places to find ways to solve the zombie virus. In the end, the male protagonist discovered that zombies do not bite patients with various diseases. As a result, a vaccine that disguises the disease was developed. After being injected, ordinary people will not be attacked by zombies. As for the specific process, he could no longer recall it. But it doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether he knows the plot or not. Seeing the protagonist's family standing in front of him, Suemo hesitated before speaking. "It's safe to follow me, but it's up to you whether you can keep up." After saying that, Suemo ignored them and entered the nearby silver jewelry store after a running start. At this time, the silver jewelry store was already in chaos. Several zombies were lying on the body of a female clerk and biting each other. The clerk beneath them looked like she would not survive. Psychokinesis spreads around like a tide. With his current mental psychokinesis, he can only cover a distance of 50 meters around him. However, although this bank store is not small, it obviously does not exceed the scope of his psychokinesis. In an instant, Sumo discovered 2 women wearing work clothes in a bathroom near the corner. One of them is obviously different from the others. I think this is the owner. Suit-Mo stretched out his hand and waved a few steel nails through the zombie's eyebrows. Then the entire store, including the silver jewelry in the small warehouse behind, flew towards Suit-Mo. With a gentle wave of his hand, he put it into the storage ring on his finger. I'm still not sure if I can find the place where the silver is stored. Now that they're all in the store, I naturally have to put them all away. This ring was redeemed by him in the morning. The same as his original file size, it also has a full 1,000 cubic meters of space. According to the density of silver, the volume of 1 ton is less than 0.01 cubic meters. This storage ring is naturally more than enough to hold several hundred tons. The Rin family who were following Suit-Mo were stunned when they saw this scene. It's amazing. Where did those things go? There were exclamations from his wife and daughter's mouths. Rin made a silent gesture. As a federal investigator, he had long discovered that these monsters seemed to have very developed hearing, and the slightest movement could attract those monsters. Although those monsters were like ants in the hands of this magical Asian young man in front of him, they could be easily crushed to death. But they rely on each other to survive. If they can't help, they can't cause trouble to each other. Suit-Mo ignored the people behind him and walked straight to the bathroom door. The door opens automatically. When the two people hiding in the room saw the door being opened, they held their heads and screamed. "Shut up," Suit-Mo scolded. The two people who closed their eyes realized that the person who opened the door and came in was not that kind of monster. Seeing Suit-Mo standing outside the door, they both let out a sigh of relief. Sumo's eyes fell on the Asian woman with ponytails among the two. The woman is about 1.6 meters tall, and her skin is so fair that it seems to shine. "Are you the owner of this store?" The woman nodded with a confused look on her face. "That's right." Then the woman remembered to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Kim Tae-hee. Nambang people?" Suit-Mo was only slightly surprised. But this is obviously not a good place to talk. "Follow me." He turned and walked towards the wall behind him. At the same time, a space door slowly opened on the wall. When Kim Tae-hee saw this scene, she exclaimed, but immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Through the space door, you can see that the other side seems to be in a mountain forest. She stepped forward cautiously, stretched out her fingers slowly towards the space door, and after confirming that it was the real world over there, she took a step and walked in. Seeing that she had successfully passed through, the remaining Lane family and another female clerk walked in. After everyone passed through, the space door slowly closed. Suit-Mo looked at everyone except Jean Taishi. "It's safe here for the time being. It's up to you whether the rest of us can survive." After hearing this, Rin quickly stepped forward and thanked him. "Thanks." At this time, his phone rang. After an apologetic look, he went to the side and answered the phone. Suit-Mo looked at Jean Taishi and asked straight to the point. "Do you know where there's a lot of silver?" "Silver? Of course I know. Our family is in the silver jewelry business." She didn't hide anything from the person who rescued her from a desperate situation. "But can you first explain what those monsters that rushed into the store and the circle you just opened are?" When Suit-Mo heard this, he told the other party that the entire world had become a zombie paradise. What impossible! Upon hearing the news, not only Kim Tae-hee, but also another clerk and Lane's wife also looked in disbelief. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Suit-Mo had an indifferent expression on his face. Seeing this, several people hurriedly took out their mobile phones. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus is still very short, the network and signals have not been interrupted at this time. They dialed the phone one after another. Only one other clerk's number went through. But before she could be happy, the sound of roars and chewing coming from the other party made her expression change drastically. No. The expression on the clerk's face changed drastically. Apparently, there was a very close friend of his on the other side of the phone. When Jean Taishi saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. Just at this time, Ren also came back after answering the phone. At this time, his face was solemn. "He's right. My friend who just served in the White House has confirmed this." After speaking, he set his sights on Suit-Mo. "My friend will send a helicopter over at night to take us to the aircraft carrier. That is the only place where safety can be guaranteed now. Do you want to go with us? No. Su-mo simply rejected the other party's kindness. Then he looked again at Kim Tae, he who was making anxious calls. Where is the silver hoard? There is a silver jewelry company right in Newark, which supplies almost 1/3 of the American silver jewelry market. Kim Tae, he stared at the number broadcast on her phone and replied casually. Although she was very anxious now, she still had to answer questions about Su-mo, her savior. Then she gave an address again. Looking at the call on her mobile phone that could not be dialed for a long time, she had a depressed look on her face. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Su-mo expectantly. Can you take me away? Kim Tae, his father died when she was a child. My mother also died of illness a few years ago. Her only relative now is her younger sister who is attending college in Nanbang. And just now she called her sister's phone countless times, but she still couldn't get through. She only has one belief in her heart now: survive and then go back to save your sister. Although after seeing the horror of those monsters, she felt that the chance of her sister surviving was not high, but she was not willing to give up. Even if she turned into a zombie, she would still go see her sister. She had seen the horror of that kind of monster before. If she had to rely on herself, it would be difficult to even get out of the city, let alone return to Nanbang to find her sister. However, she had just seen Su-mo's magical method. Being attached to the other person is the best choice for her. She is very aware of her beauty. Judging from her childhood experience, she is still somewhat attractive to men. But he didn't expect that Su-mo shook his head after hearing this. I saved your life, and you told me the location of the bank. We don't owe each other anything. After saying that, a space door opened next to him, and he raised his feet to step into the space door. Seeing that Su-mo was unmoved, Jean Taishi hurriedly spoke again. As long as you help me survive, I will give everything for it. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wren on the side did not show any surprise on their faces. In their view, there is nothing wrong with making this choice in order to survive. After Su-mo heard this, the steps he took also stopped. A look of thought flashed across his face, and then he looked at the other person up and down. Are you really willing to give everything, including your soul? Jean Taishi saw the serious look in Su-mo's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded fiercely. That's right. She has already seen all kinds of magic in the other party, so naturally she will not think that the other party's words are just talk. Su-mo nodded after hearing this. The mark of the dark divine book between the eyebrows emits streaks of gray light. Then a contract generated by light appeared in front of Kim Tae-hee. If you agree, sign this contract. You just need to physically touch the contract and silently agree in your mind. After Kim Tae-hee heard this, without any hesitation, he directly touched the contract in front of him with his hand. In an instant, a ray of light flew out from the center of her eyebrows and entered the contract. The contract turned into a stream of light and shot into the dark divine book in Su-mo's soul. Su-mo closed his eyes and felt it. He had a feeling that he could easily extract the soul of the other party. In other words, the other party's life and death is already in his hands. This so-called devil's contract is indeed somewhat magical. Yesterday, he was thinking about how to develop offline and lend out mana. The magic in the Dark Gods book requires communication with the underworld before practicing, which is equivalent to applying to the underworld for permission to borrow mana. Almost most people who practice magic adopt this method, including the ancient One Mage. They also borrowed their power with the permission of Emperor Weishan. Besides this way, there is another way. Just like those demons like Mephisto, they form a contract to lend their power to humans. And there happens to be this way of concluding a contract in the Dark Gods book. Just now, he just had the attitude of giving a try. I didn't expect it to really succeed. Now Kim Tae-hee's life is in his own hands. In return, the other party will be eligible to borrow mana from him. Of course, it actually borrows the energy from the Dark God book. As long as she practices in the future, she will be able to successfully cast dark magic. The moment he touched the devil's contract, Kim Tae, he successfully felt the content of the contract. Unexpectedly, There was an excited smile on her face. Is this true? Can I be like you in the future? Her original plan was to sell her body and find an opportunity to let the other party send her back to Nambang. He didn't ask the other party to help him save his sister. After all, if she puts herself in his shoes, she doesn't think that the other party would risk his life to go to Nambang to save people for the sake of a woman. But she didn't think about how to save her sister after returning to Nambang. We can only take one step at a time. I didn't expect that the contract the other party asked me to sign was so magical. Judging from the content of the contract, he will be qualified to practice magic in the future. In this way, after returning to Nambang, she might be able to rescue her sister, of course, if her sister is still alive. While she was secretly ecstatic, the other party's voice appeared in her ears. Follow me. Su Mo gave instructions to Jin Taishi and walked directly through the space door. Now that the contract has been successfully signed, the other party is considered one of our own. As for the other people, they have nothing to do with him. He is not the Holy Mother, so bringing them out by the way is considered to be the most benevolent thing. And the reason why he signed a contract with Kim Tae was that he had another plan in mind. Even with the undead army, cleaning up the zombies in this world is not something that could be completed in a short time. It is impossible for him to stay in this world forever, so he needs a trustworthy person to lead the undead army here. Kim Tae-hee, who has signed a contract now, is perfect for him. Upon hearing this, Jin Taishi quickly followed Su Mo through the space door. Seeing the space door slowly disappearing in front of their eyes, Ren and others showed envious expressions in their eyes. There is this teleportation ability. Even in this apocalyptic world where monsters are everywhere, I'm afraid I can still live a very nourishing life. Newark, in a suburban warehouse. Su Mo walked out of the space door with Jin Taishi. Even though it was the second time he saw this scene, Kim Tae, he still had a trace of curiosity on his face. He even planned to reach out and touch the sparks around the space door. If you don't want to become a disabled person, I advise you to put away that damn curiosity. Sumo's voice came from in front of her. Upon hearing this, Kim Tae, he quickly took back her outstretched hand. He looked around at the somewhat familiar surroundings. She was surprised to find that this was outside the factory of the silver jewelry company she was talking about. She had been here several times before, so she could recognize it at a glance. How amazing! A sigh came out of her mouth. I wonder if the other party can be teleported directly to Nambang? Seeing Su Mo walking towards the factory, she quickly followed him. At this time, apart from pools of blood, there was not a single zombie on the ground in the factory. However, as they walked towards the factory area, the two heard roars coming from a factory in the distance. After turning a corner, the door of the factory appeared in their sight. The door is closed. Su Mo directly used psychokinesis to open the door. Looking inside through the door, there's zombies everywhere inside. Inside the door, in front of the two of them, a female zombie wearing blue overalls was lying on a corpse on the ground and biting it. The corpse had become mutilated under her bite. Hearing footsteps coming from beside him, the female zombie turned her head. Su Mo glanced at the other party. If the blood on the other party's face was ignored, the other party could be considered a beauty. The beautiful zombie didn't care about her image at all and rushed towards Su Mo with her mouth wide open. Located in a warehouse far away from the factory building, two strong black men watched Su Mo open the factory door. The look on John's face changed. Shit. Damn asterisk 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 D. He managed to lure all the zombies into the factory, and now he's going to let them out again. He pulled his head back from the crack in the warehouse door. He's looking for death, and don't worry about it. The food collected from the restaurant is enough for us to live for a long time. Maybe the army will come to rescue us before it is exhausted, Jim said with a sneer on his face. It's just a pity for that woman. He glanced at Jin Taishi, who was following Su Mo again with a lewd look. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly because of the distance, his figure and fair skin made him look ready to make a move. Now, they're hiding in the warehouse, and there is no shortage of food. But there were only two grown men. I don't know how long I have to hide here. It's a bit boring. If there is a woman to accompany me, It will undoubtedly increase a lot of fun, but it's a pity that it's too late. Judging from a number of zombies in the factory, the two of them had no chance of surviving. In the factory, Jean Taishi, who was standing behind Su Imo, looked at the zombies rushing over, and his expression changed. Although in her opinion, Su Imo should be able to deal with these zombies, her instinct made her still feel a little scared. Su Imo waved his hand calmly. A steel nail quickly shot into the female zombie's eyebrow. The female zombie made a pop and fell to the ground softly. Jean Taishi didn't notice the flying steel nails at all. He only saw Su Imo wave his hand, and the female zombie fell to the ground and lost her voice. The movement here quickly attracted all the zombies in the factory. The area of this factory is very large, covering several thousand square meters. There are rows of equipment neatly arranged inside. The space between these instruments was almost filled with zombies covered in blood. It was conservatively estimated that there were thousands of them. In this regard, Su Imo did not show any surprise. Before he even opens the door, he learns what's inside through psychokinesis. Looking at the zombies swarming over, countless steel nails appeared in front of him, and then quickly flew toward the zombies not far away. Under the rapid shuttle of these steel nails, zombies fell in groups. Less than a minute. Not a single standing zombie could be seen in the entire factory. Behind him, Kim Tae-hee's eyes were wide open and her lips were slightly opened. Su Imo ignored her and walked directly to the innermost machine. "Come out." After a moment, a gap appeared in the machine shell in front of him, and an eye appeared behind the gap and glanced outside. Then the shell opened directly, and a figure covered in engine oil stains crawled out from inside. The gap inside is very narrow, and if the man hadn't been relatively thin, he wouldn't have been able to get in. "Are you an employee here?" Su Imo looked at the employees who were looking at the surrounding environment and asked. The man looked at him with shock in his eyes and nodded. You must know that a few minutes ago, he secretly looked at the situation in the factory. At that time, these zombies were still alive and kicking one by one, knocking on the shell of the machine. If the shell hadn't been strong enough, I'm afraid he would have become a zombie food. But I didn't expect that all these zombies would be killed in just a few minutes. Obviously, all these zombies died in the hands of the two people in front of them. Take me to the warehouse where silver raw materials are stored. This factory produces silver products. The man works here, so it is impossible not to know where the material warehouse is. Good. The man didn't say much and nodded directly. He knew very well that he had no right to refuse a ruthless person who could kill so many zombies in a moment. Moreover, the other party is equivalent to saving his life. Even if the other party does not threaten him, he will not refuse this small request. You two go wait for me outside the factory first. Su Imo gave instructions to the two of them. Looking at the two people walking out, Su Imo walked to the center of the factory. The Dark God book appeared in front of him, and at the same time, his body slowly floated up. Streams of dark energy overflowed crazily from the Dark God's book. After the energy overflowed, it was directly converted into gray and white. Then it spread towards the zombie corpses on the ground. The gray energy directly penetrated into the corpse the moment it came into contact with it. As more and more energy penetrates, the corpses began to mutate gradually, and the flesh and blood of these zombies gradually turned into energy and was injected into the bones of the corpses. Over time, the flesh and blood on the zombie body closest to Su Imo had completely disappeared, revealing the dense bones inside. At this time, the white bones have become crystal clear, like white jade. Not only have their bodies increased by 1/3, but these skeletons also have a variety of bone weapons in their hands. Knives, guns, shields, and even bows and arrows. The gray energy gradually gathered and compressed in the skull of the skeleton, until a certain moment, the dark energy that was compressed to the extreme collapsed and contracted inward at an extremely fast speed. After shrinking to the extreme, a red flame appeared in place. The skeleton lying on the ground seemed to be given life and climbed up from the ground using both hands and feet. Call of the Dead. It is also one of the undead magic recorded in the Dark Audiobook. Casting this magic can also summon various undead creatures to fight for you. Compared with the undead natural disaster, this kind of magic can only be cast on completely dead corpses, but the advantage is that it does not require the construction of an auxiliary magic circle. There are two ways to cast this magic. One is to directly summon undead creatures from the undead continent in the underworld. The other is like Sumo, who uses it directly on the corpse. Compared with the former, the latter is relatively easier to cast, and since the undead creatures are created by the caster, there is no issue of loyalty. However, compared to the undead on the undead continent, these newly generated undead are often weaker in combat effectiveness. The two people standing at the door looked at the horrifying scene inside, and their hair stood up. Moving skeleton. This kind of thing that has appeared in movies and TV dramas before actually appears before our eyes. This is much more magical than zombies. After all, zombies can be attributed to a certain virus and can be explained by science. How can this be explained scientifically? They don't think that viruses can make a skeleton move. This is completely contrary to common sense. While the two of them were looking at each other with horror, a voice came from not far away from the two of them. "Hey, Belle, I didn't expect your kid to survive." When the two heard this, they turned around and saw two men standing dozens of meters away from them, each holding a fire axe in their hands. It was John and Jim who were hiding in the warehouse. Seeing the two of them, Belle instantly felt red and warm. "You two bastards, how dare you appear in front of me?" After saying that, he was so angry that he rushed towards the two people in the distance. But the reality is cruel. Originally, he was thinner than the two of them. In a 2-on-1 situation, the opponent still had a weapon in his hand. In less than 10 seconds, Belle was knocked to the ground by the two men. Jim stepped on Belle, whose face was covered in blood. "It seems you can't wait to see your damn dad." From where they stood, they could not see the scene in the factory. The two of them were originally staying in the warehouse, but they were all very surprised when they suddenly saw the two of them appearing outside. They're very clear about the number of zombies in the factory. No matter how hard they thought, neither of them could escape safely from inside. Until John came up with a guess. Are all the zombies already dead? In their view, this zombie is likely to be caused by a virus similar to rabies. Similar to rabies, the host is likely to die quickly within a short period of time after being infected with this virus. The more the two thought about it, the more certain they became. After confirming, the two set their sights on the fair-skinned and beautiful Kim Tae-hee. Under normal circumstances, such a beautiful woman would not be able to get the turn of ordinary workers like them too. But things are different now. Although they don't know much about the situation outside, they also know something. At the very least, the city is already full of monsters infected with the virus. Not to mention that the social order has collapsed and no one cares about these things anymore. Even if the virus breaks out only in this city, the army will soon come back to restore order in the city. As long as the two of them are done playing, they will kill each other and then blame these monsters. Then they won't have any trouble. No matter how you calculate it, neither of them will have any impact. Just thinking of these, the two ran directly from the warehouse. Belle, who fell to the ground, still had a hint of stubbornness on his face. "You two bastards, I helped you lure all the zombies here. Why do you want to kill my father?" After Jim heard this, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "What's the use of keeping that old thing? Is it consuming our limited food? Besides, knowing that you were forced to die in the factory by us, your damn father would probably hate us to death. If we hadn't been on guard all the time, I'm afraid that old guy would have stabbed each of us in the back." "You bastard." Hearing this, the anger in Belle's eyes almost burst out. Incompetent rage. John chuckled lightly and raised the fire axe in his hand. "Just go and accompany your damn dad." After saying that, the fire axe in his hand was about to chop down on the opponent. "Stop." At this time, Kim Tae-hee, who had followed, also understood the whole story. Obviously, these two men threatened Belle with the life of Belle's father to lure all the zombies in the factory into the factory in some way, and then killed the old Belle. After shouting, she mentally contacted Sumo in the factory and slowly retreated. With the help of the Devil's Contract, she and Sue-Mo can use the power of the contract to send messages. She won't rush forward stupidly. Judging from the difference in size and strength between the two parties, there is no difference between that and giving it away for free. Hearing her cry, Jim showed a sinister smile on his face. Don't worry, you can't run away either. After saying that, he will chase the other party. In the factory, Sue-Mo has reached a critical moment in casting spells. Among the thousands of skeleton soldiers that appeared, fully half of them disintegrated directly and turned into white bones. These bones flew directly into the air under some kind of force. Regroup. After a moment, the outline of a skeleton cavalry appeared. At this time, Sue-Mo, who received the news from Jin Taishi, felt something in his heart. The flames in the dozens of skulls standing near the door burned violently. Then these skeletons armed with knives and bows and arrows walked towards the door. Sue-Mo looked at the skeleton soldiers walking out, retracted his gaze, and focused again on the skeleton cavalry being assembled. There were nearly 500 skeleton soldiers, and the final cavalry consisted of only 36. Judging from the prototype formed so far, the skeleton cavalry is 3 meters tall and holds a bone sword more than 2 meters long in its hand. It looks like it gives people a sense of oppression. The soul fire in the minds of those scattered skeletons is also gradually integrating. Outside, since Kim Tae, he had kept a safe distance from the opponent from the beginning. It was obviously impossible for Jim to catch up with the opponent instantly. But he was not panicked. Judging from the running speed of the two, it is obvious that it will not take long for the other party to catch up. At this moment, a group of skeleton soldiers with weapons in hand walked out of the door of the factory. Seeing this scene, Jin Taishi showed an excited smile on his face. But the expression of Jim, who was following him, changed, and after a sudden stop, he stopped on the spot. He looked at the skeleton soldier walking towards Kim Tae, he in surprise. What the hell? After only hesitating for a moment, he turned around and ran towards the warehouse. Although I don't know what kind of monster this is, it is obvious that it is impossible for this thing to be good friends with him. In the distance, John, who was planning to kill Belle, also noticed the scene here. Seeing those walking skeletons, he was even more frightened. Shit! Throwing away the fire axe in his hand, he turned around and ran towards the warehouse. After the skeleton soldiers came out, they walked directly to Kim Tae-hee and protected her. Kim Tae-hee also gradually recovered from the shock of seeing this thing for the first time. He even stretched out his fingers and poked the skeleton soldier twice on the arm. However, the skeleton soldier didn't react, which gradually made her bolder. After seeing that the other two had been scared away, she ran directly towards Belle, who was lying on the ground. The surrounding skeleton soldiers also ran after him. Always keep her in the middle. After she stepped forward, Belle had slowly climbed up from the ground. At this time, he looked a little miserable, covered in dirt. His face was still bruised, and a few strands of blood flowed from his head to his face, making his face look a little scary at this time. Are you okay? Belle stretched out his hand to wipe the blood on his face and spoke in a low voice. I'm fine. However, the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. He picked up the fire axe that John had just thrown away from the ground and walked towards the warehouse with a calm expression. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped. The warehouse where the silver bricks are stored is in a warehouse in the southeast corner of the factory. With your ability, the door lock shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, he glanced at the skeletons around him, turned around, and continued walking towards the warehouse in the distance. Kim Tae, he saw the decisive look in the other party's eyes. It was obvious that he was determined to die and wanted to fight those 2 people. He seemed to know that after entering, he might not be a match for the 2 people and would not be able to come back alive. So he took the lead in telling them the location of the warehouse. Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Jin Taishi's expression changed. But after spotting the skeleton soldiers around her, her eyes moved, and she tried to give an order to the nearest skeleton. Squat down. After hearing her order, the skeleton soldier instantly squatted on the ground. There was a hint of surprise on Kim Tae-hee's face. Really? All squat. The dozen or so skeleton soldiers around were squatting on the ground uniformly. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hee shouted to Belle, who was walking away. "Wait a moment." After saying that, he immediately chased after these skeleton soldiers. Not to mention Belle, the person involved, even she hated those two bastards deeply in her heart. And that person just now had evil intentions against her. Now that these skeleton soldiers are taking orders from her, she will naturally want to take revenge. Soon, escorted by a group of skeleton soldiers, Kim Tae-hee arrived at the door of the warehouse. The two people who were secretly observing the outside world through the crack in the door suddenly changed their expressions at the same time. When they saw those skeleton soldiers surrounding Kim Tae-hee, they had a bad feeling. Now it seems that the appearance of these skeleton soldiers is obviously related to this woman. However, what reassured the two of them was that the warehouse stored some finished silver jewelry, and there were no windows. Even the door of the warehouse was made of metal, with a thickness of more than 150 millimeters, which was strong enough. I'm afraid it's not that easy for ordinary rocket guns to penetrate, let alone the long bone knives in the hands of these skeleton soldiers. Jean Taishi stretched out his hand and knocked on the metal door, with a trace of sadness on his face. Judging from the sound, the metal door is quite thick and it is not that easy to open. But I have come here, and I have to try it no matter what. She turned her head and said to a skeleton swordsman on the side, "Split it." Upon hearing this, the skeleton soldier stepped forward with a bone knife in his hand and slashed the metal door with the bone knife. Boom! After a loud bang, there's only a groove 2 to 3 centimeters thick on the metal door. The powerful countershock force shook the skeleton soldiers back 2 steps. When the two people hiding in the warehouse saw this scene, they let out a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Although they knew that this door was strong enough, facing this legendary creature, the two of them had no confidence in their hearts and were always in a state of apprehension. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about this. The expression on Belle's face, which was full of hope when he saw these skeleton soldiers assisting him, also changed. "Come out, you two bastards." He stepped forward and slammed the fire axe on the door crazily. But apart from making his hands numb, it had no effect. The two people inside saw this. There was a proud smile on his mouth. "Don't waste your efforts. You can't open this door from the outside." When Jean Taishi heard the laughter inside, his teeth itched with hatred. But she didn't panic. As long as she waited for Suemo to come out, it would be easy to get in. You must know that there's a lot of silver in it, and Suemo will not give up if he thinks about it. But what no one noticed was that after the repelled skeleton soldier paused for a moment, he stepped forward again. This time it didn't chop directly with a knife. Instead, he lifted the bone knife. The soul fire in the head suddenly became strong, and then a trace of flame shot out from the empty eye socket and stained the bone knife. The entire bone knife burned violently in an instant. It was only then that they noticed something strange about this skeleton soldier. Without any hesitation, the skeleton soldier directly thrust the burning bone knife into the door. As if inserted into tofu, the bone knife easily penetrated into the metal door. The two people who were in the warehouse saw the tip of the knife thrust into the door, and their hearts dropped again. In the eyes of the two people, the bone knife moved around the door for a while, drawing an oval shape as high as a person. Saw this scene. The expressions of the two people changed drastically, and they turned around and fled towards the warehouse. But he just took 2 steps. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large piece of metal that was cut off suddenly flew in, knocking Jim to the ground as he turned to run away. Outside the broken hole in the door, the raised foot of the skeleton soldier slowly fell down. Zila sound. The burning hot metal put a teppanyaki on his back. After Jim let out a scream, he fainted. Outside the door, Jean Taishi and Belle watched the skeleton soldiers throw away the burned bone knives and slowly retreated back, with a hint of shock on their faces. They didn't expect that the skeleton soldier had this skill. But Kim Tae, he reacted quickly. He waved his hand towards the skeleton soldier behind him. "Arrest the 2 people inside." A group of skeleton soldiers, more than 2 meters high, lowered their heads and got in through the open hole. After a while, Kim Tae-hee and Belle walked in. John and Jim were already held in the hands of 2 skeleton soldiers like chickens. Jim, who fainted, also woke up directly after some troubles. Looking at the skeleton soldiers surrounding them, as well as Belle and Kim Tae-hee walking in, the two of them had a look of horror on their faces. "Ma'am, let us go. I apologize," Jim shouted towards Kim Tae-hee. Apologize? If an apology is useful, what else should the police do? She was too lazy to talk nonsense to these two people and said to Belle beside her, "Leave it to you." She knew that compared to her, Belle wanted to kill these two people with his own hands. After Belle heard this, he thanked him and walked directly towards the two of them. Kim Tae, he turned around and walked out the door. The next scene will be more bloody. She has just entered the apocalypse, and she is still a little uncomfortable with this scene. A moment later, a series of shrill screams came from the warehouse. It lasted for 10 minutes. Hearing the movement inside, he stopped, and Kim Tae, he walked in. On the floor of the warehouse, there were two large pools of blood. In the center of the bloodstain lay Jim and John, who had been chopped beyond recognition. "Get rid of these two piles of things," Kim Tae-hee ordered. The rest of the skeleton soldiers did not move. Only the skeleton soldier who burned the bone knife stepped forward and inserted his left hand into the body of a corpse, and a trace of soul fire flowed to his hand. Then the flesh and blood of the corpse quickly melted under the burning of the soul fire. In the end, even the bones were no exception and turned directly into liquid and were absorbed by the skeleton soldiers. As the entire corpse disappeared, a bone knife reappeared in the skeleton soldier's right hand. Following the same pattern, another corpse was also absorbed by it. After absorbing two corpses, the skeleton soldier's size increased again. Even the bones have become thicker than before. Can this thing still evolve? Seeing this scene, Kim Tae, he was surprised, but she didn't think much about it. Wave at these skeletons. Collect all the silver items in this storehouse. Afraid that these skeleton soldiers wouldn't understand, she demonstrated it herself. Moment. The whole warehouse became lively. In the factory, the combination of the undead cavalry has also reached its final moment. With the finally integrated soul fire, it sank into the head of the undead knight. A substantial black energy spread on its surface. Finally, it turned into a substantial black armor, tightly wrapping the whole body, including the undead horse. Sumo's body slowly fell from the sky. Looking at the more than 30 undead knights and nearly 500 skeleton soldiers, he nodded with satisfaction. Drawing the auxiliary magic circle must be devoted to it wholeheartedly. With the guards of this undead army, he doesn't have to worry about being disturbed by the zombies when carving the magic circle. At this time, a cold feeling came from the body. There are no physical requirements for performing magic, but in this case, when the undead energy is too dense, his body still cannot avoid being invaded by some escaped undead energy. This can also be regarded as a characteristic of undead magic. Otherwise, those necromancers wouldn't be like evil ghosts. But thanks to his strong mental power, there wasn't much undead energy that escaped. After a little movement, he quickly recovered. He flew forward, kicked an undead knight off his horse, and then sat on it himself. These undead knights were created by him and were completely under his control. After all, the undead energy in their bodies was provided by Su-Mo. Su-Mo could restore them to a pile of dead bones with just one thought. Because of this, the moment he raised his foot, he could immobilize the opponent and separate him from the undead war horse. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he kicks his leg off, the opponent will not move at all. The undead knight lying on the ground regained control of his body in an instant and stood up from the ground in a daze. Turning around, he saw Su-Mo who had kicked him down. No nonsense. He obediently returned to the back with his big sword. Cavalry becomes infantry. However, this undead knight obviously cannot understand the truth that infantry is always more popular than cavalry. Riding on a tall war horse that was only about 2 meters long, Su-Mo took the lead and walked towards Jin Taishi and the others. Before they reached the warehouse, Jin Taishi and the others walked out. The main reason is that the movement of the cavalry is a bit loud. When they run together, the ground nearby can feel the vibration. When Kim Tae-hee came out, He looked at the row of cavalry that looked like a city wall and felt a pressure coming towards him. But when she saw Su-Mo sitting on the undead horse in the center, she breathed a sigh of relief. Su-Mo seemed to realize that bringing so many undead creatures was too much of a hindrance. The dark book between his eyebrows flashed, and these undead creatures disappeared in an instant. He was received into a space created in the Dark God Book to specifically store the undead. After he finished summoning the undead, he discovered that a space had automatically opened up in the Dark Book, which could be called an artifact. Watch these undead disappear directly. Only then did Jin Taishi and Jack feel light all over. Just facing these undead, especially the undead knights, they always felt an inexplicable pressure, as if there was a big stone pressing on their chests. Su-Mo swept towards the warehouse with his mental power. I saw a mountain of various silver jewelry piled up in the middle of the warehouse. Well done. Su-Mo praised him and walked directly into the warehouse. With a gentle wave of his hand, he collected all the silver jewelry piled up on the ground. Although it seems like a lot, in terms of weight, it is estimated to be only over 100 tons. When Jin Taishi and the two walked in, looking at the disappeared silver jewelry, a strange color flashed in their eyes. However, after seeing Su-Mo's various incredible methods, the two of them didn't say much. Under the leadership of Jack, Su-Mo quickly arrived at the warehouse behind the factory where the raw materials were located. After easily unlocking the door, the three of them walked in. Look around. There are piles of special boxes neatly stacked in the warehouse. The boxes are made of metal. In addition to the frame, each side has a mesh structure with large coin holes. Through the small hole, you can see that there are silver bricks nearly 40 centimeters long stored in the box. The weight of each silver brick is marked on it, 15 kilograms. A rough estimate showed that the silver bricks in the room exceeded 1,000 tons. It was enough for Su-Mo to arrange the magic circle. After putting away the silver bricks in the room, Su-Mo turned to look at Jack beside him. My goal has been achieved. Seeing that you're still cooperative, I will give you a ride. A space door opened at Jack's feet, and before he could react, he screamed and fell in. Los Angeles, the second most populous city in the United States. After the doomsday comes, it will naturally be one of the cities with the most zombies. Since the area was the same, Su-Mo naturally chose the city with the most zombies. Normally speaking, New York, which has the largest population, is the most suitable location for arranging the formation. But considering the geographical factors, Su-Mo discarded it. Although New York has the largest population, first of all, the city's shape is too irregular. The magic circle is a circular area, and it is not easy to cover it at all. Of course, this is only a secondary reason. The most important thing is that there are too many bodies of water in New York, which can easily lead to a waste of space. Su-Mo plans to use the space gate to transport more zombies into the formation. In this case, Los Angeles, which is a regular circle with almost all land inside, is the most suitable candidate. Kimmery Park in southwest Los Angeles. Su-Mo and Jin Taishi walked out of the space door. Where did you throw him? Jin Taishi walked out of the portal and asked doubtfully. An uninhabited island in the Pacific has abundant resources and is a very suitable place for survival in the wilderness. Kim Tae-hee was speechless after hearing this. But at this time, the safest places are indeed those uninhabited islands. Of course, Su-Mo didn't intend to let the other party start from scratch, and even threw a bone knife to the other party. With this weapon, he should be able to live a comfortable life on the island. The only drawback is that it's a little lonely. At worst, I'll send him a partner later. While the two were talking, dozens of zombies wandering around, smelling the scent of strangers, roared and rushed towards this direction. Su-Mo's eyebrows flashed, and a gray vortex appeared in front of him. It was a rumbling sound. A group of undead knights rushed out from inside and spread out in all directions, crushing all the surrounding zombies. The zombies had no intention of resisting when faced with these undead creatures. Even the chicken racks have a trace of meat, but these skeleton racks have nothing but white bones on them. The zombies couldn't arouse any interest at all. Immediately afterwards, nearly 500 skeleton warriors of various types also rushed out. Su-Imo waved around. "Clear the place." Received Su-Mo's order. These skeleton warriors and undead knights swept in all directions. This was the first place Su-Imo chose on the map to arrange the auxiliary array. Judging from the scale covering the entire Los Angeles, the diameter of each auxiliary circle is no less than 300 meters. If you want to use Mithril to draw a magic circle within this range, there must be no obstacles on the ground. Under the command of Su-Mo, these undead creatures began crazy demolition work. All obstacles in the entire park, including trees, have been cleared away by them. Su-Mo looked at the undead creatures that were frantically sweeping around. He raised his right hand and reached into a space door that opened next to him. When he came out, he already held a 4 to 5 centimeter thick book in his hand. The mark of the dark divine book between his eyebrows flashed. A burst of black energy shot into the book in his hand, wrapping the book directly. Under the wrap of energy, the appearance of the book began to slowly change. All the original contents on it had been erased, replaced by magical spells and release methods. After a while, the surrounding energy seeped into the inside of the book. At this time, the appearance of the book is 80% similar to the Book of Darkness. Kim Tae-hee threw the book aside. What's recorded above is part of black magic. Try practicing it. Oh, by the way, if you have something you don't understand, don't bother me. After saying that, regardless of the other party's reaction, Su-Imo walked to the side and sat down in the open space, planning to use the secret method to prepare these silver bricks into mithril. After hearing this, Jin Taishi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took the books that Su-Imo threw over. Can't wait to open the book. Looking at the name of magic on the first page, space teleportation. A look of surprise instantly appeared on her face. After you learn this, you can't just go back to Nanbang to save your sister. Kim Tae-hee muttered excitedly. Thinking of this, she quickly calmed down her excitement and began to study it seriously. On the other side, Su-Imo waved his hand gently, and a large pile of silver jewelry appeared on the ground in front of him. A stream of purple flame shot out from his hand and floated in midair. Then, under the control of telepathy, the silver ornaments on the ground slowly flew into the purple flame. Su-Imo spent the whole day refining mithril repeatedly. It's about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky gradually darkened. Su-Imo put the last liquid mithril into the space ring. Take a deep breath. Repeated movements for a long time made him mentally exhausted. He turned around and looked at Kim Tae-hee not far away. The other party seems to have been immersed in crazy magic practice. Look at it from Su-Mo's perspective. Kim Tae-hee, who had her back turned to him, seemed to be transformed into a welding girl, with bursts of light flashing in front of him. From time to time, a few purple bright spots like Mars flew out. He was mumbling something from time to time. Su-Imo did not disturb the other party, but turned his head and looked around. The surrounding area within a few hundred meters has been completely cleared by those undead creatures. Fortunately, this place is located in the suburbs, and there are not many zombies around. The only few that were attracted by the movement here were cleaned up. The debris cleaned up in the park was piled up by these undead on the outside of the circle, forming a natural barrier. At this time, the undead were standing scattered inside the barrier, guarding against zombies that might rush in. Undead creatures have this advantage and do not need to rest at all. Success! An excited growl came from behind. Su-Imo turned around and looked. Jin Taishi almost jumped up with excitement. In front of her, a space door was slowly opening. Seeing this, Su-Imo hurriedly walked over and pulled Jin Taishi away from the space door. At the same time, a dozen undead knights guarding the outside rushed over under his order. Having had experience, he knows very well that there may be some deviations when opening the space door without skill. God knows where her space door leads to. In case you drive directly into a zombie group, Kim Tae-hee, who is so close, is likely to become his first magical sacrifice. Fortunately, what he expected did not happen. As the space door opened to the height of one person. The two of them could clearly see the scene on the other side. It looks like the situation is in a classroom. Judging from the writing on the classroom wall, this is obviously a school in Nanbang. After a while, Kim Tae, he pointed at a certain location on the wall and shouted excitedly. Seoul National University, Suwon campus. This is my sister's school. After saying that, he will rush into the space door. However, Suemo pulled her back by the collar. What sister? What's going on? She woke up when she felt the pain in a certain part of her body. Although she has learned a magic, she is not much different from ordinary people in terms of combat effectiveness. If you want to save your sister, you still have to rely on Suemo. Thinking of this, she quickly told her sister's story. After speaking, she asked cautiously, "Can I borrow a few of those skeleton soldiers, just for one night?" She is well aware of the horror of zombies and understands that the longer it goes on, the smaller the chance of her sister surviving. Suemo nodded. "Yes, but there are conditions." "I agree to any conditions." Kim Tae, he had a determined look on her face. "Okay, the terms will be negotiated after you rescue your sister." After saying that, Suemo waved his hand, and the 50 skeleton soldiers on the periphery ran towards this side. "Stand behind the two of them." Then, 3 of the undead knights blocking the 2 men walked out, and one of them got off his horse. Finally, Jin Taishi sat on an undead horse, followed by 2 undead knights and 50 skeleton soldiers, and entered the space gate. Judging from the fact that it took less than a day to successfully cast a spell like Space Gate, the opponent's talent for practicing magic is not bad. Besides, you can also take this opportunity to train each other. After all, after he leaves, she will have to lead these undead legions to clean up the zombies. If you can't handle this matter, how will you control those undead souls? Looking at the slowly closing space door, Suemo left these undead knights here to guard and returned to the yacht. Coming out of the space door, Alyssa was lying on the bedboard. Seeing Suemo walking out of the space door, she immediately climbed out of bed excitedly. He walked forward and looked at the slowly closing space door behind Suemo with strange eyes. "This too." Suemo nodded numbly. After a busy day of running around, his body was almost unable to bear it due to his physical condition. When Alyssa saw this, she came up with a smile on her face. What are you doing?" Early the next morning, Suemo held his waist and walked out of the room. He finally knew who he was in this world and was unwilling to let Alyssa break up with her boyfriend. In addition to satisfying his special little hobby, it turns out that there is another reason. This woman is really poisonous. It's fine to treat her as a good friend and communicate with her occasionally. But if she treats her as a girlfriend, with the physical condition of the original owner, I'm afraid she won't be able to survive a year. Come to the deck of the yacht. Harry was looking at the water around him in trance. Hearing footsteps behind him, Harry turned around and saw Suemo walking up. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Who are you anyway?" As the original owner's best friend, it was obvious that from this less than a day's contact, he easily judged that the person in front of him was no longer his good friend. Sumo's expression didn't change at all when he heard this. He was not surprised that the other party would find out. Of course, this was also the reason why he didn't deliberately hide it. "It doesn't matter who I am, but you should know that I have no intention of harming you." Seeing Suemo, he did not deny it. Harry had a look of loneliness on his face. Being able to risk his life and save Suemo together showed that Harry really regarded the original owner as his best friend. "Can you help me?" Harry hesitated before speaking. "Can you send me to a deserted island with no people?" Harry guessed from Sumo's ability to disappear and reappear quietly that he should have this ability. The amount of fuel in this yacht can, at most, travel a few hundred nautical miles. As far as he knew, there was no suitable island nearby. "Sure," Suemo nodded. At this time, living on an uninhabited island is indeed the safest option. After saying that, Suemo snapped his fingers, and the space door slowly opened beside them. On the other side, Bell, who was cutting down a tree with a white bone knife, turned his head when he heard the noise. Seeing Suemo on the other side, a smile appeared on his face. "Hi." Bell said hello. It can be seen that the other party seems to be very satisfied with life on the island. Half an hour later, the space door slowly closed. I just learned from Harry that his parents passed away a year ago, and he doesn't have any relatives in the world right now, so he chose to live on an island. Sue and Mo had already left all the useful materials on the ship with them. The food alone is enough for the two of them to consume for several months. Maybe the zombies will be cleared away before they are all consumed. After sending Harry away, he had some problems. What to do with Alyssa on this ship? Just leave it alone. Obviously, it wasn't appropriate. Sue and Mo couldn't do such a ruthless thing. After hesitating for a moment, Sue and Mo made a decision. I might as well sign a devil's contract. Staying here can be of some use. Thinking of this, Sue and Mo returned to the bedroom again. The sound of opening the door woke the other party up, and Alyssa looked at Sue and Mo standing at the door, put on a voluptuous figure on the bed. "Honey, do you want to do some morning exercise?" Sue and Mo stroked his forehead. Looking at the other person, he didn't look like a magic material, but more like a succubus. "Sit tight. I have something serious to talk to you about." Next, Sue and Mo recounted the devil's contract to the other party. "Sign the contract at the front. The choice is yours." After listening to this, Alyssa showed an excited look on her face. "Yes, of course. Honey, hurry up. I can't wait any longer." As the devil's contract sank into Sue Mo's eyebrows, the contract officially came into effect. Waited for more than 10 seconds. Alyssa looked at herself doubtfully. "Is this the end? What else do you want? At least let's have some clothes explosion or something." Sue and Mo speechlessly threw a book containing black magic to the other party. "You can study it slowly by yourself. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Sue and Mo opened the space door and left directly. Seeing Sue and Mo leaving, Alyssa didn't take it seriously and directly opened the book in her hand and started reading. After seeing the space teleportation skill, she licked her lips. "Wow, this is a wonderful skill for entertaining yourself." Ken-Marie Park, the undead who had stood all night, showed no signs of fatigue and still strictly followed Sue Mo's orders. The dark book appeared in front of him. Quickly turned to the page of the auxiliary magic circle needed for the undead disaster. Looking at the complex lines on it, Sue and Mo first drew an outline on the ground that was magnified tens of thousands of times, and then controlled the liquid mithril he had refined earlier to draw along these outlines. If you want to successfully draw the magic circle, you don't allow any mistakes in your hands. For a whole morning, Sue and Mo concentrated on sculpting the formation. Until near noon, the last line was integrated with the previous one. The entire auxiliary array is finally completed. The moment the magic circle was completed, a ray of purple light began to flow along the lines of the magic circle, until the entire magic circle lit up, and then the light disappeared again. A smile appeared on Sue Mo's face. This means that this magic circle has been completely completed. Judging from this speed, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to complete all the magic circles. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sue and Mo planned to take a rest and took a look at Jean Taishi's situation. "Close your eyes." He immediately felt 2 spots of light in his consciousness. This is another function of the devil's contract. You can observe the scene around the other party of the contract at any time. It was obvious that these 2 spots of light were Kim Tae-hee and Alyssa, who had signed a contract with him. The attempted link was a light point farther away, and a picture appeared in his mind. Nambang is more than 100 kilometers west of Suwon City. Kim Tae-hee rode on a skeleton horse more than 2 meters high, followed by 50 skeleton soldiers. At this time, the size of these skeleton soldiers has almost increased by 1/3, and the white bones on their bodies have become like white jade, shining with crystal light. Carefully control the skeleton horse under you. Try not to make any noise. After arriving here last night, she directly controlled these skeleton soldiers to clear out the zombies in the entire university. Fortunately, the university was not located in the urban area of Suwon City, so the noise did not attract a large number of zombies. After cleaning up, she rummaged through the zombie corpses. Fortunately, her sister Jenny was not found inside. After that, she searched around the university. Judging from the bloodstains drawn by a car at the gate of the campus, It is inferred that someone drove a vehicle towards the west from the campus after the zombie virus broke out. You can reach the seaside by driving in this direction for 2 or 3 hours. She also speculated that these people should be planning to go to sea. There was no trace of Jenny around, so she could only pray, and Jenny followed her in the car and left here. Then she didn't have time to rest and chased him directly. Fortunately, there is only one road that bypasses the city and leads to the seaside, so there is no need to worry about taking a side road. But until now, less than 30 kilometers away from the seaside, there is still no trace of the car. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in her heart. At this time, the suburbs of Cheonan City are less than 10 kilometers away from the seaside. A bus broke down on the roadside. At this time, a man who was not tall, but extremely strong stood in front of the rear tire of the car and kicked the flat tire. Shiba, the damn car broke down at this time. At this time, several college students in school uniforms got out of the car. Teacher Jija, how are you doing? The car is broken down. We need to walk the rest of the distance. This place is located in the wild, and it is obviously impossible to find a new car. Jija frowned and checked on his phone. We are less than 10 kilometers away from the seaside. Only by boarding a ship on the seaside can we be safe. These students have a deep understanding of this. Those zombies have extremely sensitive hearing and sense of smell. The slightest movement may attract them. When we were resting in the car last night, no one could sleep well. Everyone was always in a state of anxiety, fearing that zombies would follow the smell and catch up. Fortunately, the night was spent peacefully. If they live in this kind of nervous mood all day long, they may collapse first without the zombies eating them. At this time, a male student in the crowd looked at the worried look on the face of another girl on the side. Jenny, don't worry, I will protect you. After Jenny heard this, she looked at the other person's body shape, which was as thin as a grasshopper, and rolled her eyes speechlessly. You'd better protect yourself first. Also, please call me Jenny Jean from now on. After saying that, Jenny ignored the other party's ugly expression and went directly back to the car to put her backpack on her back. People around him also returned to the car and packed up. Zhao Dongshu looked at Jenny in the car with a gloomy face, a trace of imperceptible cruelty flashing in his eyes. He has been pursuing her for 2.5 years. But until now, the other party has never looked at her. B****ch. You forced me to do this. An idea flashed through his mind. At this time, Jija walked out of the car, carrying a backpack. Hey, brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and carry the things you need on your back. No one will share the hard-earned food with you. On the drive here, the car once passed a gas station. After cleaning up the only dozen zombies with their cars, they collected a large amount of food and water from the supermarket at the gas station. The car is almost fully loaded, but it is obviously impossible to take them all away at the moment. It can only depend on each person's physical strength and how much they can carry. After Zhao Dongshu heard this, he quickly nodded with a smile on his face. Okay, teacher Jija. After speaking, he quickly turned around and walked toward the car door. But after getting out of Jija's sight, the coldness in his eyes flashed away. If you want to implement your plan, you must first get rid of this troublesome guy. He and Jija are the only 2 men in this team. As long as there is no other party, he can do whatever he wants. But if he wanted to get rid of the opponent, he had to find a way. He had seen the opponent kill 3 zombies with his bare hands before. After a few minutes, 7 or 8 students followed Jija and walked towards the seaside. A journey of 10 kilometers is not far, but if you rely on walking, it will take at least nearly 2 hours. What's more, these people each carry a large bag of food. Just over half an hour. Each of these students was exhausted and panting, and Zhao Dongshu was almost out of breath due to a long-term lack of exercise. At this time, several people saw the shadow of a small town appearing in the distance. There's a car over there. A girl's voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone followed her gaze. Sure enough, a pickup truck was parked on the road outside the town, and the zombies nearby were somehow attracted away or something, and not a single zombie could be seen. The car door was open, but the distance was too far, and there was no way to see clearly what was inside the car. Teacher Jija, why don't we go over and take a look? If the car can start, it will save us a lot of time. The girl continued to speak. Zha hesitated for a moment. No, that location is too close to the town. If zombies suddenly rush out of it, none of us can escape. Hearing this, these people nodded one after another. Indeed, with the coast less than 2 hours away, there was no need to take the risk. After figuring it out, they continued to grit their teeth and rush towards the seaside. Only Zhao Dongxiu, who was deliberately walking behind, moved his eyes and gradually slowed down. While no one was paying attention, he left the team and quietly walked towards the car outside the town. A few minutes later, he came to the car. Looking inside the car, a smile appeared on his face. There were no zombies in the car, and the car key was clearly inserted into the keyhole. Zhao Dongxiu did not hesitate, put his backpack on the car, and then tried to start the car. After all, only one day had passed in the apocalypse, and the car started smoothly once. He turned the front of the car and did not drive away directly. Instead, he took a deep breath and pressed the horn on the steering wheel. Dip! The harsh sound echoed in the quiet town. Almost instantly, the town began to boil. The roars of zombies sounded one after another, and in less than 10 seconds, a zombie appeared at the end of the road behind the car and ran towards the direction of the car. And while running, the size of the zombie swarm is gradually expanding. After seeing that the distance was almost there, Zhao Dongxiu drove the car directly in the direction of everyone. The moment the car horn sounds, the people who were walking with difficulty also stopped and looked in the direction where the horn sounded. In this quiet environment, this sound was unusually obvious. It was only then that a girl screamed in surprise. Teacher Zha, Zhao Dongxiu is missing. After Zha heard this, his expression changed. Not good. He instantly realized that Zhao Dongxiu should be driving the car, and the direction from which the whistle had just sounded confirmed this. You guys go quickly, I'll go over and take a look. After Zha gave the order, he planned to check it out from a distance. If there was a chance, he would naturally not want to give up on everyone. But before he could start, he saw the pickup truck appearing at the end of the road. Not far behind the car were a group of chasing zombies. The pickup truck quickly caught up with everyone and stopped directly next to Jenny. Get in the car quickly. Zhao Dongxiu pretended to be anxious. After Zha saw it, he glared at him fiercely. I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, although he was not panicked, he walked directly to the girls and helped them climb into the compartment behind the car. After everyone went up, Zha decided to go up. At this time, the zombies were still 60 or 70 meters away from them. It's totally in time. However, Zhao Dongxiu, who had been staring at the rearview mirror for a long time, did not give him this chance. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car let out an angry roar before flying out, knocking Zha to the ground as he tried to get in the car. Hole. Zha, who fell to the ground, let out an angry roar. It was obvious that the other party wanted him to die deliberately. He got up from the ground and chased madly in the direction of the car. Jenny, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, saw this and looked at Zhao Dongxiu angrily. What are you doing? Teacher Zha hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Really? I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention. Zhao Dongxiu had a wild smile on his face. Seeing his expression, Jenny understood immediately. Did you do it on purpose? There was an expression of disbelief on her face. They, including Zhao Dongxiu in front of them, were able to escape from the school thanks to Teacher Zha, but they didn't expect that Zhao Dongxiu in front of them was so bad. He will even harm the person who saved his life. Behind the car, it was obviously impossible for Zha to catch up with the speeding car. Soon the car disappeared from his sight. Siba, Zha cursed, then threw away his backpack and started running at full speed. He turned around and glanced at the distance between him and the zombies behind him, but he was not happy at all. Although the distance has increased, it is impossible for him to maintain this speed for too long, while the zombies behind him can keep running to death like this. He turned around and looked around. On both sides of the empty road, only a willow tree more than 10 meters high was located less than 100 meters away from him. Without any hesitation, he ran directly towards the willow tree. After arriving under the tree, with a few quick moves, He climbed along the main trunk to the top of the tree. Soon the zombies also chased after them, swarming towards the tree. Jija forcefully broke off a dry branch from the tree and kept stabbing down the zombies that were near him. But depending on the situation, it won't take a few minutes for these zombies to reach his height just by relying on this stack. Jija had no choice. His strength was almost exhausted. If he kept running, he would probably be caught up by these zombies in less than a minute. By then, there would be no chance of survival for him. Looking at the zombie group that was gradually rising in height, Jija showed a trace of despair on his face. This time, in the distance, a group of white figures approached here. Finally, it stopped 100 meters away from the trees. The leader is Kim Tae, he who is riding a skeleton horse. Jin Taishi looked at the scene in the distance. A man squatted on the top of the tree like a gorilla, and from time to time he used the wooden stick in his hand to push down the zombies approaching him. Although the scene is somewhat funny, depending on the situation, the other party will soon be unable to support it. She waved gently. The skeleton soldiers behind him rushed towards the zombies. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, within a few minutes, all the hundreds of zombies surrounding the tree were chopped down. Jija, who was squatting on the tree, changed his expression when he saw the skeleton for the first time. What the hell is this? Not only can Dead Man run, but now he can even stab someone with a knife? However, when I noticed Kim Tae, he's sitting on a horse in the distance, it was obvious that these skeletons were controlled by someone. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Humans are better than these monsters who can't communicate. After a while, Kim Tae, he rode a skeleton horse to the foot of the big tree and looked up at Jija, who was squatting on the top of the tree. "Did you run away from college?" She asked straight to the point, with a look of expectation on her face. On the way here, she saw the broken-down bus. This place is not too far from the bus location, so she made this guess. Hearing this, Jija's eyes lit up, and he quickly slid down from the tree using his hands and feet. "Yes, I am a teacher at Seoul National University. Who are you?" "Among the people you escaped with, was there a girl named Jenny?" Jin Taishi asked hurriedly, and then added something after that. "I'm Jenny's sister." Jija finally understood and nodded. He recounted what happened before and then pointed in a direction. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D took them away from this direction. Kim Tae, he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news that Jenny was safe, but he learned from the other party's words that Zhao Dongshu's boy obviously didn't have any good intentions. There was no hesitation at the moment. He waved directly to another undead knight on the side. The undead knight stepped forward on his horse, lifted Jija from the ground with one hand, and placed him behind him. Then, under the leadership of Jin Taishi, they chased in the direction of the car at high speed. Seaside. The pickup truck suddenly stopped outside the dock. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground of the dock, but there were no zombies. Judging from the situation, they were all attracted to leave for some reason. Everyone got out of the car. Several girls sitting in the back car criticized Zhao Dongshu, who got off the cab. "How could you leave teacher Jija behind?" "That's right. Obviously, there's still enough time. I think he did it on purpose." Listening to the crowd's voices, Zhao Dongshu showed a crazy expression on his face. "Shut up." After saying that, he stepped forward and kicked the two girls who were the loudest to the ground. "If you dare to talk any more, believe it or not, I will throw you out of here." Seeing his ferocious expression, the other girls were too frightened to speak. Seeing that everyone was shocked by him, Zhao Dongshu showed a satisfied smile on his face and then turned to show off his cards to Jenny. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a baseball bat with blood stains coming towards him. It hit him on the head with a thud. Zhao Dongshu suffered a heavy blow to the head and fell to the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, he was slow to react and reached out to grab the baseball bat that attacked again, and grab it with one hand. Jenny, who was holding the wooden stick, was pulled and staggered. "Siba." Zhao Dongshu stood up holding the stick and looked at Jenny with a gloomy expression. "You be asterisk asterisk ch. You have no shame." When Jean saw this, she quickly turned around and ran away. She seemed to have overestimated her own strength, and a full blow did not knock the opponent unconscious. and all the baseball bats picked up from the ground were taken away by the opponent. The innate physical difference makes it easy for even such a weak man to handle an ordinary woman. When Zhao Dongshu saw that the other party was about to run, he suddenly hit her leg with a stick. Jenny screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The other 5 or 6 girls were frightened and fled in all directions when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Zhao Dongshu has gone crazy. Seeing several people running away behind him, Zhao Dongshu remained unmoved. His original goal was Jenny Jean. Compared with her, those women with faces like flatbreads couldn't arouse his interest at all. Looking at Jenny's young and charming face, he licked his lips. But he didn't get carried away. Although there are currently no zombies in this place, there is no telling when a group will come out from somewhere. Looking at a fishing boat not far away, he ignored Jenny's resistance and pulled the other person towards the fishing boat. Zhao Dongshu had just taken 2 steps. I heard a slight running sound in the distance. Turn around and look. Suddenly, they saw the direction they came from, a group of skeletons with only skeletons left, running towards this direction at great speed. Running at the front were 3 skeleton warhorses. Seeing this, the expressions of Zhao Dongshu and Jenny changed at the same time. Zhao Dongshu quickly quickened his pace. Fortunately, he was not too far away from the ship at this time. In a few breaths, he had already reached the ship. At this time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. His family has a small amount of assets, and he once learned how to drive a boat during vacation. Although it is different from the fishing boat in front of him, the control methods are similar. He was confident that he could get the ship started. In the distance, Jija, who was sitting on the skeleton horse, saw that the other party was walking towards the cabin, and the expression on his face changed. Oops! Now the distance between the 2 parties is still a full 300 to 400 meters. If the other party is allowed to move the ship, it may really allow the other party to escape. After all, no matter how you look at it, these skeletons do not have the ability to fight in the water. After entering the water, these skeletons will probably sink to the bottom in an instant. He was almost cheated to death by this kid, and the resentment he felt towards Zhao Dongshu was not ordinary. Now he wanted to tear that kid into pieces. When he saw that the other person was about to run away, he was naturally itching with hatred. Kim Tae-hee, who was sitting on the skeleton horse in front, naturally saw this scene. But the look on her face was very happy. Although the distance is still quite far, but she could still vaguely recognize that the girl was her sister Jenny. As long as the other party is alive, it is the greatest good news. As for her being kidnapped by the other party, she was not worried at all. With the ability to teleport through space, she can easily go to the ship and rescue Jenny. But there's no need to bother with that right now. She waved her arm towards the skeleton behind her, and a message was conveyed. This is also the precise way to control the undead troops recorded in the Dark God's book. As long as the orders are not too complicated, these undead can execute them accurately. Of course, this is for low-level undead. The IQs of some advanced undead are no less than those of humans, or even higher than ordinary humans, so there is no need for such trouble. A running skeleton archer suddenly accelerated. The 2 skeleton soldiers in front of it had their hands folded. The archer jumped up, stepped on their overlapping hands, and with the help of the power of the 2 skeleton soldiers, it flew directly into the sky dozens of meters high. After reaching the highest point, the skeleton archer knocked an arrow with his bow and shot a bone arrow into the distance. The bone arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared in a flash. In almost a moment, he crossed a distance of several hundred meters, penetrated Zhao Dongshu's belly, and pinned him to the deck. Zhao Dongshu let out a scream. Seeing this, Jenny Jean on the side quickly took the opportunity to get rid of the opponent's hand and hid in the cabin nearby. She looked at the terrifying monster approaching in the distance, sweat breaking out on her forehead. She doesn't know how to sail a boat like Zhao Dongshu, so her only way out now is to escape by diving. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly ran out of the cabin and ran to the side. But before she could jump down, she heard a familiar shout from the distance. Turning around, she suddenly discovered that among the monsters rushing over, The one riding on the skeleton horse at the front was her sister, Kim Tae-hee. Soon Kim Tae-hee had arrived. After getting off the skeleton horse, she ran forward and hugged Jean-Jenny. After a while, the two separated. Jean-Jenny looked at her sister in disbelief. Oni, aren't you in the United States? Why are you here? What's going on with these monsters behind you? After hearing this, Jean Taishi explained to the other party. On the other side, Jija came to Zhao Dongshu, who was crying in pain on the ground. He clenched his fists. You brat, if you fall into my hands, I will make you understand what will happen if you try to assassinate the teacher. After saying that, fists as big as casseroles kept falling on the opponent's head. When the two sisters Kim Tae-hee came over, the other party had already passed away. Seeing the miserable look on the other person's face, Jean showed no mercy and stepped forward and kicked him a few more times. Hole. You want to take advantage of me? Jean stuck out her tongue when she saw her sister's serious expression. Oni, I was wrong. I promised to be careful with my words in the future. Since her parents passed away, her sister has been taking care of her, and she loves and fears this sister at the same time. Later, Kim Tae-hee also thanked Ki Cheol. He also asked the skeleton soldiers to go to a nearby supermarket to help him collect a large amount of supplies and stack them in the warehouse on the ship. After all, without him, my sister might have died on campus long ago. Watching the ship slowly sailing away, Jean asked, "Where do we go next?" Kim Tae-hee gave her an inscrutable look. "Just follow my sister." After saying that, she stretched out her right hand and slid it gently. The portal slowly opened in front of the two of them. Having just gained this ability, she couldn't wait to show it off in front of Jenny. Sure enough, Jenny's eyes widened when she saw this scene. When Jean Taishi saw the other party's expression, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. Wealth and honor do not return to their hometown, just like walking in brocade at night. With this kind of ability, how can you not pretend to be in front of familiar people? But as the space door slowly opened, she looked stunned when she saw the scenery on the other side. The space door opened over the boundless ocean. Jenny naturally saw the scene over there. He looked at her suspiciously. Oni, will we be fed to fish if we go there? Jean Taishi closed the space door with his hand and pretended to be calm. I stayed up all night to find you. Maybe I was too tired, so I inevitably made some mistakes. Come again. After saying that, she calmed down, took a deep breath, and slid her right hand again. Another space door opened in front of the two of them. Looking at the icy and snowy scene on the other side, and the penguins staring blankly at them, Jenny finally couldn't help it anymore and looked at the other person questioningly. Oni, can you do it? After 2 consecutive mistakes, Kim Tae-hee finally couldn't stand it any longer, with a look of embarrassment on her face. But just then, on the Antarctic glacier inside the space door, less than 2 meters away from her opening the space door, another space door opened, leading to the square where Suemo was. Another one appears. What's going on? Jean shouted in surprise. Seeing this scene, Kim Tae-hee was just slightly stunned before reacting. This was undoubtedly Suemo helping him relieve his embarrassment. Immediately, she regained her calm expression and reached out to wipe away the sweat that had just appeared on her head due to nervousness. Of course I saw you were too hot, so I helped you cool down during the transit. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the portal. She had just stepped into the space door, wearing only single clothes, and shuddered. Suemo looked at Jean Taishi, who walked out of the space door. A smile appeared on his face. After Jean Taishi noticed it, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. After Jenny walked through, her eyes looked at the surrounding scene curiously. Looking at Suemo standing up from the ground, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the man that my sister said was the man who gave her special abilities? Suemo noticed the other person's eyes and turned to look over. Jenny, who has always been fearless, saw the other party looking over and quickly lowered her head. You know, this is the legendary devil. Regarding the contract, Kim Taishi had already told her in detail. Of course, Suemo could completely prevent her from revealing all this, but he didn't do that. Sumo's idea was very simple. Jean must also sign a contract with her. This was also the condition that he had already thought of for the other party to borrow the undead. It's not that she fancied the other person, but that he understands that Jenny's status in Kim Tae-hee's heart is even higher than her own. This is an unstable factor for Sumo. After all, Kim Tae-hee is willing to die for the other party. So when the binding force of the contract conflicts with the safety of her sister, she will undoubtedly choose Kim Jenny. There is no need to kill the opponent directly. Then Jenny's soul can only be under his control. In this way, Kim Tae-hee will execute his orders unconditionally. After he returned, the undead army here was all in the opponent's hands, and it was impossible for him to keep an eye on this side all the time. This involves hundreds of millions of points, and there is no room for any surprises. Sumo passed his conditions to Kim Tae-hee through the power of the contract. After hearing this, Jean Taishi's expression changed. She can do whatever she wants, but she doesn't want Jenny to sign such a contract with the other party. But after thinking for a moment, she nodded directly. Putting aside, even if he refuses, it will be of no use. Instead, it will anger Sumo, and neither of them will end well. Even if the other party lets them go, she still can't get over the hurdle in her heart. After all, if it hadn't been for Sumo, neither of the sisters would have survived. Jenny might even become someone else's plaything, and her life would be worse than death. In comparison, having the soul come out first and be controlled by the opponent seems a bit insignificant. After thinking for a while, she turned around and pulled Jean aside, intending to persuade the other party. Is it really okay? Unexpectedly, after she proposed it, Jenny's face showed a look of excitement, as if to the other party, this was a great thing. No, you heard me clearly. You need to sacrifice your soul. From now on, just a thought from the other party will make your life worse than death. So what? Jenny's face showed a look of taking it for granted. If you want to get something, you have to give it. If not, why would anyone lend you their power? Just because of your face. Don't be ridiculous. If someone has this kind of ability, he will care about a woman like you. As long as the other party thinks about it, all the women in the world belong to him. Even if he uses force on you, what can you do? Hearing this, Kim Tae-hee suddenly understood. My thoughts were still stuck before the end of the world, but I didn't expect that Jenny was much more thorough than I thought. Okay, I'm a little superficial. A moment later, the same contract was signed. As for magic, give him a copy of your book. Also, you two should practice the magic of space teleportation first. You should try to master this magic within a few days. As for her, it depends on her talent. After saying that, Sumo ignored the two of them and came to the zombie corpses piled outside. Summoning of the dead. He was ready to go to the next location to set up the magic circle. During this period of time, it is impossible not to leave some undead guards on the completed magic circle to avoid being destroyed by zombies or surviving humans. 10 minutes later, thousands of skeleton soldiers and more than 30 undead knights were arranged neatly in front of him. Opening the space door, he walked in with these undead soldiers. It took 3 or 4 days. Sumo wandered in all directions of the city. Until this day, as a ray of light flashed, the last auxiliary magic circle was finally completed. After leaving a group of undead to guard him, Sumo came to the Wilshire Center in central Los Angeles. It is also the tallest building in the city. In a hotel room on the top floor, the two sisters Kim Tae-hee live here temporarily. At this time, the two of them were sitting cross-legged on the balcony of the living room. Practice space teleportation in midair outside the window. In this way, even if the other end of the space door is crowded with zombies, you don't have to worry about threatening your own safety. The talents of Kim Jenny and Kim Tae-hee are almost the same. The space teleportation was successfully performed almost on the first day. Sumo was a little surprised when he learned all this. For this reason, he took the time to go back to the ship and found that Alyssa had also learned this magic. It is possible for a single person to have such a high talent, but for 3 people to have such high talent, Sumo has confirmed that this does not seem to have anything to do with talent. He guessed that it might be due to some characteristics of the contract or this different world. Instruct the two to leave the building. Sumo then flew out of the window and floated to the side of the roof. With a slight stroke of his right hand, a portal of huge amounts appeared on the roof of the building. On the other side of the portal is a cruise ship of huge amounts. Because 1/3 of the space door is opened below the water surface, this causes seawater to swarm in this direction. The cruise ship, driven by the seawater, rushed towards the space door. After a while, the cruise ship rushed out of the space door with the seawater and hit the roof of the building hard. Huge amounts of impact force caused the bottom of the cruise ship to sink into the top of the building. The cruise ship landed steadily on the roof of the building. Except for the very bottom, the rest of it extends out of the building. And due to the slope at the bottom of the ship, it is basically impossible for zombies to climb onto the deck of the cruise ship from the outside of the building. The two sisters standing on the roof of a nearby building watched this scene. They were all stunned. Can this portal be opened so wide? Jenny asked, looking at her sister. It can be done. Although they were immersed in practice all day long, the mental strength of the two of them was there after all. At most, it can only open a space door with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. It is incomparable to the one in front of me with a diameter of more than 50 meters. After finishing, Sumo ordered the two of them to come to the edge of the deck of the huge yacht. You two keep practicing. Try to open the space door in a place where zombies are densely populated. After saying that, Sumo came to the yacht where Alyssa was. After entering the room, Sumo saw the scene in the room. Even a pervert like him couldn't stand it. When Alyssa saw Sumo walking in, she closed the portal that sandwiched her. He came up to me like a child who had done something wrong. You can't blame me. Who made you not come back for several days? Sumo looked at her speechlessly. He asked her to practice space teleportation, but she obeyed. But this practice method is really explosive. Throw Alyssa into the cruise ship on the roof. Sumo came to the U.S. Department of Defense. If you want to be able to use undead creatures to clean up zombies safely, you have to deal with a threat. It's nuclear weapons. To prevent some high-level human beings from seeing the threat of the undead when transforming the undead or cleaning up the zombies, they directly use nuclear weapons to deal with the undead. These nuclear weapons must be destroyed first. Although the network in many cities has been interrupted now, but the satellite network is still available. The launch of nuclear weapons relies on the satellite networks of various countries to transmit information. Of course, a large number of weapon launch systems are not connected to the external network. This requires Sumo to destroy them one by one. To this end, he also specially exchanged an intelligence system similar to Jarvis. Within one day, Sumo visited various countries that possess nuclear weapons. At night, Sumo stood on the deck of the cruise ship on the roof. I looked at the time on my watch. It should be almost the same. As soon as he finished speaking, within sight, several white lines were seen flying towards the sky. Until reaching outer space, a burst of light came from the end of these white lines. This scene takes place in various countries that possess nuclear weapons. From this moment on, there will be no nuclear weapons on the entire Earth. Sumo looked at the three people standing behind him. Next, let's get started. As his words fell, the three of them came to the edges of the deck in all directions. Put the headphones on around your neck. Wave your hand to cast a spell. A space door with a diameter of several meters slowly opened. Sumo came to the air. With the appearance of the Dark God book, 3 huge space gates with a diameter of about 50 meters appeared in the distant sky. Sumo, who could only use one file-size space door like this, opened 3 directly with the increase of the Dark God book. And these 3 space gates all lead to the most populous cities in the world. With all the space doors opened, Sumo pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Huge amounts of whistles are heard coming from the cruise ship. The other end of the space door includes the entire city of Los Angeles, and all the zombies are running madly towards the building. The 9 space gates in the sky are large and small. It is like a flood discharge gate. Countless zombies spewed out from inside. However, since the space door was in midair, these zombies fell directly from midair after they came out. Soon, the ground has become a sea of zombies. Countless zombies crazily climbed up along the outer wall of the building. However, the outer walls of the building are all made of glass, so zombies have no way to take advantage of it. As the number of zombies increased, they piled up directly around the building. In a short time, they were stacked to a height of more than 10 meters. However, this height is insignificant for a building that reaches more than 300 meters. Suemo looked at the crazy zombies below. I couldn't help but sigh again. This is almost the most despairing zombie among all zombie worlds. Strengthened hearing and smell, and tireless. As long as you are attracted by the sound, you will never stop. There are almost no obstacles that can stop them. The only drawback may be that they cannot swim. In the United States Pacific Aircraft Carrier Fleet, Admiral Wells was sitting in the conference room with a heavy look on his face. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire conference room seemed a bit dull. Just now, all the nuclear weapons in the entire country were launched into space. Originally, this thing was used as the last force to resist zombies, but for some unknown reason, it was directly launched. At this time, a soldier walked up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. What? His expression changed, and then he waved his hand. The soldier nodded, returned to the computer aside for a while. Soon, a picture was projected onto the big screen in front of the conference room. People in the conference room looked upward. The scene on the screen was the scene outside the Wilshire Center building. Looking at the scene on the screen, exclamations of exclamation echoed throughout the conference room. God, did I read that right? How did this cruise ship get placed on the roof of the building? That's amazing. What is that portal? Unbelievable. Hearing the people's exclamations, Admiral Wells clapped his hands. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. Several other cities have also had this kind of portal appear, and based on intelligence, these portals are similar to portals, which attract all zombies from various cities to Los Angeles. As he said that, several more small pictures appeared on the screen. It was a space gate in other cities, and countless zombies were rushing in towards the space gate. Then, the picture gradually zoomed in. They also saw several people standing on the roof. However, I can only see the general outline, but I can't see the specific appearance. What do you think we should do? Admiral Wells asked. After a moment, an officer spoke. I think this is an opportunity for us. After attracting everyone's attention, he continued. Although we don't know what the other party's purpose is, judging from the current situation, it is good for us. Now, there is a large population on the ship, and food and water are not enough. It seems that one of the cities that zombies are being attracted to leave is New York. The other party has attracted the zombies in New York, so obviously this is a great opportunity for us to collect supplies. Having said this, he took a tactical drink of water. And I suggest that you don't provoke the other party. Just pretend that the other party doesn't exist. The other party has such methods. We have no way to fight against him. He only needs to open a portal to the city center on the ship, and we will all die in the mouths of zombies. After hearing his words, everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Admiral Wells agreed. Okay, send a message to all remaining fleets in the territory. No one can provoke each other without reason. The same meeting takes place in every country with satellites around the world. Surprisingly consistent. All countries made the same decision as Wells. The space door lasted for a whole day. During this process, every once in a while, they would change the location of the space passage. Suemo looked at the zombies that had been stacked under the hull and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, thanks to the combined structure of the ship and the building, these zombies can't get in at all. Almost. The number of zombies in the entire city of Los Angeles is now conservatively estimated to exceed tens of millions. It is nearly 4 to 5 times the number of zombies in this city. Because he didn't know whether magic like the undead calamity, which transforms zombies into undead creatures, would have any points, he didn't plan to continue. If the points were not counted, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? Anyway, after death, zombies and corpses can also be transformed again. An army of the undead with tens of millions of zombies transformed is enough. After all, the army of the undead is growing in number with each war. Thinking of this, Suemo turned around and sent the 3 people who were almost exhausted out of the magic circle. You must know that in this magic circle, there is no distinction between friend and foe. All living things are imbued with undead energy. Several portals opened by him slowly closed. At the same time, his body began to float slowly, hovering about 50 meters above the cruise ship. A series of difficult and incomprehensible spells came out of his mouth. The energy in the dark book in front of him began to fluctuate violently. As the last spell was exported, a tsunami-like tide of energy spewed out from the dark god's book, and a dark pillar of light penetrated the sky and the earth. At the same time, 5 magic circles located around the city were also activated. The same 5 light pillars appeared. The entire city is filled with a gray-black energy. The natural disaster of the undead is coming. With the completion of the magic circle, a huge amount of black light shield, with the auxiliary magic circle as the boundary, enveloped the entire city. Subsequently, endless gray energy centered on the dark god book and spread crazily. Soon it filled the entire city. Outside the city, the 3 women looked at the spectacular sight in front of them in shock. Looking from the outside, you can only see the gray area of the mask, and you can't see the specific situation inside at all. You could only roughly see a few zombies near the protective shield. The moment they came into contact with the gray energy, their flesh and blood melted like ice and snow. Jenny had a worried look on her face. "Boss, will he be okay in there?" After signing the contract, they originally wanted to change their name to Master, but Sue Mo refused and asked them to change their name to Boss. After all, calling him Master makes him look like a pervert. Although this fact is not far from the truth. Only Alyssa would still call him that at some point. "Don't worry." Alyssa smiled seductively, patted her talent, and promised. "Judging from my personal experience during this time, my sister, the Master, is great." Hearing this, Jenny's face turned red. Kim Tae-hee on the side glanced at her angrily, but he didn't say much. Through these few days of contact, she has also understood Alyssa's character. The word pervert is not enough to describe 1/10 of her. Compared to what she was doing on the boat these days, this is considered to be convergence enough. Inside the shield, under the gray energy, the entire city has become completely quiet. All the zombies lay on the ground as if they were completely dead, and all the flesh and blood on their bodies had disappeared. Look around. The streets were filled with piles of bones. After each zombie's flesh and blood is completely melted, an imperceptible filament will overflow from the corpse and gather into the sky. Gradually, a rolling gray sphere formed in the air. The gray energy still penetrated into the white bones without stopping. This process lasted for more than an hour. In the sky, right in the center of the city, Sue Mo felt the coldness gradually coming from his body, and his face became a little ugly. He still overestimated his mental strength. Such a huge amount of energy is no longer something he can completely control. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Dark God book, he can roughly control the trend of energy. However, without any way to control it accurately, part of the energy had already escaped, and this escaped energy began to gradually erode his body. In fact, logically speaking, this situation is inevitable. Unless the mental power is strong to a certain extent, the original can be prevented from being affected by this situation as much as possible. Otherwise, almost all necromancers' bodies would not look like dry mummies. This is all due to erosion by undead energy. But there is no turning back when the bow is fired. Suemo could only grit his teeth and persevere. At this time, the bones piled up on the street seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Balls of soul fire ignited in their heads. Nearly half of these skeletons slowly got up from the ground. They held various weapons and began to walk towards the outskirts of the city. The remaining half of the skeletons were all disintegrated. Start to reorganize and synthesize various, more powerful undead creatures. Countless bones gradually gathered in various areas. Undead Knight, Skeleton King, Bone Dragon. In fact, there are many types of undead creatures. Ghosts, corpse witches, undead. However, these undead creatures are transformed from souls. These zombies are obviously dead creatures without souls. This also leads to the transformation of some skeleton undead. But to deal with these zombies, these skeleton undead creatures with physical attacks are enough. Over time, the gray energy in the space has gradually become thinner, and most of it has been absorbed by the skeletons. Various undead creatures have also been transformed. At this time, the city was already crowded with various skeleton soldiers. Near the center, there are nearly 100,000 undead knights and hundreds of skeleton kings, nearly 30 meters high. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons with a length of more than 100 meters were circling, waving their thin bone wings. Sumo's situation seemed a bit bad. At this time, his body was as dry as skin and bones. No more consciousness. It looked like a skeleton with a layer of skin and flesh, lifeless. Only the eyes revealed a hint of brilliance. But he knew that the spell was not over yet. The remaining energy in the entire magic array began to gather crazily towards the gray energy ball rolling in the sky. As more and more energy is gathered, the energy ball gradually splits apart. Finally, 10 spheres were formed that were almost the same size as the previous file. The moment the division is completed, the shape of the sphere began to change drastically. After a while, it turned into a humanoid creature. This creature does not appear to have a physical body, but is made of pure energy. At the position of the head, 2 scarlet eyes emitted a strange light. After these 10 figures were generated, they floated independently to Sumo in the air. Owner, looking at the appearance of these figures, the name of an undead creature appeared in his mind. Lich. According to the records about Lich in the Dark God book, there are 2 types of Liches. One is that the necromancer transforms himself into an undead creature in some way. The other kind is the one in front of you, a Lich that relies entirely on resentment. This kind of Lich has a higher affinity for undead magic than the Lich transformed by the necromancer. It can be said that he was born to become a necromancer, can cast almost any necromancy magic. With these Liches, they can continuously cast undead summons on zombie corpses to strengthen these undead armies. With the birth of 10 Liches, the light of the magic circle that enveloped the entire city also gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Sumo's figure slowly fell from the sky. The moment his body touched the ground, the body turned directly into fly ash and dissipated between heaven and earth. After receiving his notice, Jin Taishi and the other 3 who returned here with the help of the space door changed their expressions when they saw this scene. Boss! 3 people stepped forward. As the body dissipated, Sumo's soul emitting blue light also appeared in place. He didn't expect that using this magic would destroy the body. But fortunately, the magic was finally completed. 3 women and 10 Liches can complete the rest. Moreover, if necessary, he can come to this world at any time. Although his counterpart in this parallel world is gone, in the future he can still use the power of the contract to enter the body of anyone using the 3 women as a medium, and thus came into this world. Of course, it is the kind of entry that takes over the other person's body. Although an incompatible body affects the performance of one's own strength, with these undead armies, there is no need to take action on one's own. He turned his head and explained to the 3 women, and then his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. In the Star Tower, Sumo's body was suspended and he slowly opened his eyes, then landed on the ground. System, open the properties panel. During the process of casting magic, he had to concentrate on controlling the energy. In addition, he had turned off the beep for points acquisition, so he was still not sure whether the undead he transformed counted as points. His thoughts just stopped. A transparent properties panel appeared in front of him. Name, Sumo. Age, 20 years old. Power, 1,495 tons. Speed, 1,410 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 1280 tons. Special ability, Space Freezing. Points, 11538,200 points. Level, Planet Level 1. Looking at the large series of numbers in the points column, Suemo almost jumped up with excitement. More than 10 million points. The total of all the points obtained before does not exceed 200,000. Not even a fraction of this. So many points gained at once now. He suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. I couldn't wait to open them all when I felt someone entering the room from outside the Star Tower. Suemo temporarily gave up his plan to exchange items and disappeared from the Star Tower in a flash. Suddenly appearing in the villa, he saw Annie sitting in the living room with a lonely look. Feel the movement behind you, and turn her head sharply. Seeing Suemo standing behind the sofa, she had a surprised smile on her face, jumped up from the sofa, ran 2 steps, and threw herself into his arms. "My dear, you are finally back." As she spoke, her voice became choked up. Suemo felt something was wrong with the other person's mood, so he stretched out his hand and caressed the other person's head. "What's wrong? What happened?" And shook her head. She broke away from his embrace and looked at his face seriously. The tears on his face turned into a smile. "No, I just miss you a little." When Suemo heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, "Isn't it just a few days? Let's see how anxious I am to you." "How many days?" And murmured in confusion. Seeing the expression on the other person's face, Suemo had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked up at the clock on the living room wall. Look at the date recorded above. October 28th, 2008. More than 2 months have passed. Suemo had a surprised look on his face. He remembered very clearly that Wanda's university started in August, and it was also August when he used the dream-walking technique. All in all, I could only stay in another world for a week. "How long have I been missing?" Suemo asked Annie in his arms. 73 days. Annie replied without hesitation. "If you put it this way, the time between the 2 worlds is about 10 to 1. Suemo thought to himself, and at the same time he was secretly glad that he didn't stay in that world too long. Otherwise, maybe by the time he comes back, several years have passed in this world. "Honey, Annie woke up Suemo from thinking. "I haven't seen you for more than 2 months. Is there nothing you want to do?" When Suemo heard this, he saw the other party's eyes that were almost twitching and put on a look of surprise on his face. Indeed, after such a long time, the flowers at home really need to be watered. Hearing Sumo's answer, Annie cast a beautiful glance. He put on a fierce expression on his face. "It's not just the flowers at home that need watering." After saying that, he pushed him down on the sofa without any explanation. By the time Suemo returned to the Star Tower again, it was already the next morning. "After all, your body is still good for you." A refreshed Suemo came outside the training room. "The fighting power of my own body is not comparable to that of peers in other worlds. According to Captain America, he can go on spending time with the other party." Just as he was about to enter the training room, Xingji appeared at the side with a smile on her face. "Master, wouldn't it be boring to be alone in the training room? Do you need some training? The kind where you can customize your clothes." As she spoke, she turned around a few times, her clothes constantly changing in the process. "What about black stockings, lowly outfits, sailor uniforms, nurse outfits? Everything you need." A dark line appeared on Sumo's face. "Don't read random stuff on the internet when you have nothing to do." After saying that, Suemo turned around and walked into the training room. Xingji looked at the closed door with a look of confusion on her face. "No, I think people on the internet really like this tune, right?" Suemo, who entered the training room, suppressed the restless emotions in his heart. Not all benefits come from being too strong. It's like he has completely lost the ability to enter the sage's time. After a while, Suemo calmed down and opened them all to search carefully. The first is items that enhance strength. Before becoming immortal, there is no need to spend time slowly accumulating energy. Each stage has corresponding treasures that enhance strength, and the number of treasures that can enhance planet-level strength is even greater. Suemo searched inside. In an instant, various treasures that can enhance planet-level strength appeared. Hidden dragon grass, red flame fruit, star leaf cold dew. Suemo was dazzled by these treasures. Finally, Sumo's eyes fell on an item called a planet-level nutrition cabin. Planet-level nutrition cabin. The cabin is equipped with special spiritual liquid, which can upgrade planet level 1st level to planet level 9th level, which takes a month. Points required for redemption, 500,000. It only takes a month to advance from planet level 1 to level 9. Among all the treasures Suemo saw, this was the shortest time consuming. After only a moment of hesitation, Suemo made up his mind. Purchase. With more than 10 million points, Sumizuri can be said to be wealthy. After redeeming the nutrition cabin, Suemo continued to browse them all. The nutrition cabin improves the physical strength, and he still needs to upgrade his mental psychokinesis to planet level 9. In the end, Suemo chose a spiritual liquid called Bibomero. Each drop of this spiritual liquid has 100,000 points. It takes 10 drops to advance from planet level 1 to level 9. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bibo Essence *10, which consumes 1 million points. After exchanging the two items, Suemo was not in a hurry to use them. Instead, he continued browsing in the system mall. Improve combat effectiveness, including many aspects. In addition to its own strength, another aspect is weapons and equipment. Soon the system prompts sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level 4 suit and the Feather God armor, which cost 2.6 million points. The Feather God armor is similar to the Black God suit and can change its appearance according to your heart. It's not that he doesn't want to exchange for a higher level suit, but with a planet level force level, he can only use 3rd level suits and weapons at most. Suddenly, a white feather-like object over 50 centimeters long appeared in Sumo's hand. Squeeze a drop of blood from your finger and drop it on it. In a moment, the huge amounts of feathers turned into a viscous liquid, absorbent on Sumo's body. Then it spread along the surface of Sumo's body. After a while, under Sumo's control, it turned into a suit that completely wrapped his body. The suit changes shape according to his thoughts. Finally, it turned into a suit and was put on him. This Feather God armor, like the Black God suit, can weaken the power by 90%. The only difference is that the Feather God armor has a higher upper limit, and even the attacks of universe-level powerhouses can still be weakened by 90%. The defense limit of the Black God suit is only a stellar attack. After getting familiar with the Feather God armor, Suemo was no longer in a hurry to exchange items. Most psychokinesis weapons have requirements for mental strength amplitude, and he plans to calm down and practice for a while. After all the points in the apocalyptic world are received, you can then consider what treasures to redeem. Anyway, judging from the situation where the undead army is attacking more and more, it will take more than a month at most to clear out all the zombies in that world. Even if there's a tenfold time gap between the two worlds, it is only about a year in this world. Pennsylvania State University. A certain teaching building. Wanda walked down the stairs with a few books in her arms. Wanda, wait a minute. Just as he was about to go downstairs, a man chased him downstairs. Hearing this voice, Wanda showed an ugly look on her face, and then she seemed to have not heard it, but speeded up her steps downstairs. Despite this, still, a figure soon caught up from behind and blocked her in front of her. The man is wearing a plaid shirt and jeans. After a pause, he took out 2 tickets from his shoulder bag. Classmate Wanda, I have 2 concert tickets here. Do you want to go and enjoy them together tonight? Looking at the man blocking the front, Wanda's eyes flashed with boredom. Student Scott, I have reiterated it many times. Please call me by my last name. We are not familiar with each other to this extent. Here in the United States, when calling others, they always use their last name. Only people who are very familiar with each other will call each other's name. Also, I'm married. I love my husband very much. It's impossible, and I have no interest in going to any concerts with you. Please don't harass me again in the future, otherwise I will choose to call the police. After saying that, Wanda ignored the other party's ugly look, directly picked up the classmate beside her, walked around the other party, and walked downstairs. Scott looked at the other person's leaving figure, took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal, and put on a smile again. Then he chased the opponent again. The first time he saw Wanda get off the red Ferrari, he had already made up his mind to catch her. After all, He believed that only in college would he have the opportunity to come into contact with such a beautiful and wealthy woman. As for the other party's so-called marriage remarks, he didn't believe it at all. He had already investigated clearly and found out that the Wanda in front of him was a freshman this year. How could a woman of this age and with such wealth enter the marriage hall at this age? All these are just excuses for the other party to reject him. He firmly believes that as long as he persists, he will be able to impress the other party sooner or later. As for the embarrassment at this moment, it didn't matter. If he really can't impress the other party by then, he can only take desperate measures. Downstairs, as soon as Wanda walked out, she noticed a familiar figure not far away. Seeing this, she showed a surprised smile on her face, ran 2 steps, and jumped directly into the other person's arms. This person is naturally Sue-Mo, who just came over. "Dear, why are you here?" Sue-Mo handed the flower in his hand to the other party. No matter whether you are a woman of any age, your mood will change in several levels after receiving flowers. This is the experience he has gained over the years. Of course, it's because I miss you. Sue-Mo reached out and caressed the other person's head and said with a smile. When Wanda heard this, she lightly pecked Sue-Mo on the face. Then she seemed to have thought of something and reached out to pull the girl beside her over. "Let me introduce to you. This is my good friend Sky." After speaking, she also introduced Sue-Mo to the other party. At this time, Sue-Mo turned to look at the girl beside him. The moment their eyes met, the expressions on their faces changed at the same time. Yes, Sky recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was the person who peeked at her bathing through a special door in her bathroom last time. "Yes, and I'm Wanda's husband." Seeing the other person's expression, Sue-Mo quickly recalled it and quickly reached out to hold the other person's outstretched fingers. At this time, Sky also reacted. Although the other party took advantage of what happened last time, she could guess from the other party's expression that it was probably not intentional. After all, the two have never met. Besides, when someone peeps, they will open the peephole as big as one person. Wanda asked with a confused look on her face when she saw Sky's expression. "What? You two know each other?" Sky came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. "No, I just look familiar to your husband." Wanda smiled awkwardly when she heard this and glanced at Sue-Mo. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. "Indeed, my husband used to be a frequent reader of Playboy magazine." Hearing Wanda's words, Sue-Mo did not defend himself. Instead, he changed the topic directly. "Okay, don't talk about these unhappy things. It's getting late. Let's go get something to eat first." Wanda and the two nodded after hearing this. At this time, a figure chased up from behind. Scott, who came closer, looked at Sue-Mo and Wanda holding flowers, and the look on his face changed. This is when Wanda saw that the other party was still entangled. A trace of anger appeared on her face. "Who he has anything to do with you? Do we know each other well?" After saying that, she hugged Sumo's arm and left together. Sumo looked at the man coldly. What just happened upstairs has been clearly reflected in his mind through psychokinesis. I originally planned to come down and send someone to take care of him, but I didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. Thinking of this, he turned to Wanda and said, "Next time you have this kind of trouble, remember to tell me, or you can call Avril. She will help you solve these troubles." After Wanda heard it, she quickly explained, "I just don't think it's necessary to trouble you, and I thought that after rejecting the other party would give up." Sumo stretched out his hand to comfort the other party, walked up to the man. When the man saw Sumo walking up, a look of panic flashed across his face. But the other party quickly calmed down. "Brother, fair play." Hearing this, Sumo was laughed out of anger. He would not let such an unstable factor stay by Wanda's side. "If you like competition so much, I'll give you a chance to compete in prison to pick up soap." After saying that, Sumo's eyes flashed with a strange purple color. Scott on the other side was stunned for a moment, then turned around and left with dull eyes. When Wanda saw each other, they turned and left. I was relieved in my heart, but she didn't expect Sumo to let him go so easily. After all, judging from previous contacts, he is not such an easy person to get along with. After saying goodbye to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari toward the outside, until the car disappears from sight. Have you and Sky known each other for a long time? While driving the vehicle, Wanda asked. No, of course I don't know him. Sumo denied it. He wasn't lying. After all, he really didn't know him. If he hadn't noticed the difference in the other person's expression, he really wouldn't have recognized the other person in his clothes. Wanda obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, in the room of the villa, Sumo took out a file-sized black glove and handed it to Wanda opposite. This is... Wanda took it with a puzzled look on her face and looked at Sumo doubtfully. Put a drop of blood on it. Hearing Sumo's words, Wanda's eyes lit up. The storage ring that required bleeding last time was still on her finger. Obviously, this is another similar treasure. Thinking of this, she took a dagger from the storage ring without any hesitation and lightly swiped it on her finger. She frowned slightly. A drop of blood dripped from the finger, fell on the black glove, and was absorbed into it. In a moment, the black gloves turned into liquid and flowed towards her body. After a while, a red windbreaker appeared on her body. Honey, this is amazing. After staying with Wanda for 2 days, Sumo left. The entrance of the villa. Sonia looked at Sumo leaving, rubbed the dark circles under his eyes, and let out a sigh of relief on his face. After Wanda's strong persuasion, she finally stayed. Later she found out that Wanda and she were students at the same university. However, during the past 2 days, she had been suffering almost all the time at night. Every night, she could not fall asleep listening to the sound from next door that lasted all night. In addition, the sheets need to be washed in the morning and classes need to be taken during the day. Fortunately, the other party only stayed for 2 days before leaving. Otherwise, she would probably collapse before long. Soon, Wanda came back from outside. The two returned to the living room. Seeing Sonia's dark circles, Wanda's face turned red and she spoke apologetically. I'm sorry. You haven't been able to rest well these past 2 days. Hearing this, Sonia waved her hands quickly. No. After all, this is your home. I'm the only one who disturbed you. After saying that, Sonia looked at Wanda's rosy complexion in the past 2 days and secretly sighed in her heart. Is it really so magical? As a pure manual player, a trace of curiosity gradually arose in her heart. Do you want to read the other party's memory and see what's going on? Sonia has always been hiding a secret. She is actually a mutant. Ability is to read and modify other people's memories. She even imitated Magneto and Mystique and gave herself a name in private. Sweet dreamer. This thought just came to mind. She quickly dismissed it. No, Wanda is kind enough to take me in. How can I prying into each other's privacy at will? While she was thinking wildly, Wanda across from her held her cell phone and let out an exclamation. Before she could ask questions, Wanda held the phone in front of her. Look at this. Hearing this, Sonia looked at a news item on her phone. A freshman at State University named Scott was arrested for robbing a bank and is expected to face 25 years in prison. Is this the person who has been pestering you before? Sonia asked with a surprised look on her face. Wanda also mentioned this matter to her when chatting. Thanks to her amazing memory, she reacted immediately when she saw the other person's name. Wanda nodded. Island of the Dead. After Sumo returned to the beach villa, he directly entered the Star Tower. Returning to the training room, he accelerated time 10 times and then took out the nutrition bin. The nutrition cabin is a silver-white cabin nearly 3 meters long. The appearance of the cabin is full of technology. After studying the instructions for a long time, Sumo finally understood how to use the nutrition cabin. Pressing a button on the side of the cabin, the door opened. The interior of the cabin is about 50 centimeters deep and filled with a light green liquid. These liquids are the key to allowing him to advance to the 9th level of planet level. Sumo took off his clothes and lay directly in. As the hatch closed, the liquid in a certain cabin seemed to be activated and poured into his body. Sumo closed his eyes. Start practicing the illustration of gods and demons. A year and a half flew by. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place on Death Island. In the very center of the island, a large number of buildings have appeared. However, the number of people on the island has been greatly reduced. As early as a year ago, the soldiers who had completed training, led by Sauron and others, went hunting in various locations around the world to help Sumo earn points. After more than a year of practice, Sauron and the other 9 have all been promoted to the warrior level. As for the soldiers under his command, the worst ones have reached the level of junior soldiers. After all, he continued to eat the meat of ferocious beasts every day. Even a teacup dog can now hit a tiger with a hammer. At this time, only the White Queen, a dozen mutants, and the researchers were left on the island. Sentry robots are responsible for all security duties. In the training room of Star Tower, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Although only 1 year has passed in the outside world, due to the acceleration of time in the Star Tower, he has already experienced a full 15 or 16 years. It took 2 months for his mental and physical strength to reach the 9th level of planet level, but it took more than 10 years. The Thunder Sword has reached the 20th level, and the illustration of gods and demons has reached the 40th level. But he is still stuck at the planet-level peak and has been unable to break through. Thinking about it, according to the devouring method, blindly relying on external forces to improve will lead to this situation. From the 9th level of each level to the next level, it will be very difficult to break through. Nowadays, it is normal to be trapped for decades. After reaching the stellar level, if there are no accidents, it may not be possible to break through to the cosmic level in a lifetime. The reason why City Lord Luo was able to quickly improve was through the nutrition cabin, thanks to the existence of Golden Horn duplication. After having Golden Horn duplication, Golden Horn is the main body, and as long as Golden Horn's internal world grows, there will be no bottleneck in the growth of his human body. Sumo had long expected that this would happen. Of course, I have already thought about using the same response method. After more than a year, all the zombies in the other world have been cleared away. Think of this. Su muttered silently. System, open the properties panel. The words just fell. The familiar attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Sumo. Age, 21 years old. Power, 300,000 tons. Speed, 100,000 meters/s. Psychokinesis, 300,000 tons. Special ability, space freezing. Points, 600, 353, 8200 points. Level, planet level 9. Look at the points column. Sumo had a shocked look on his face. 6 billion points. Much more than he imagined. According to the information obtained from that world, when the zombie virus broke out, the population of the entire world was only about 6.7 billion. In other words, after the virus broke out, 6 billion humans were infected by the virus and turned into zombies. I was originally worried that I wouldn't have enough points to redeem the ability I was already optimistic about. But now, there's no need to worry about this. Thinking of this, he opened them all. Find the ability that you have long been optimistic about. Talent ability duplication. Ignore any rules and breed 5 duplications. The level of the duplications born is the same as the original body. As long as one duplication survives, the other duplications can be quickly reshaped. Points required for redemption, 5 billion. This kind of talent ability requires 5 billion points. Almost all of these points can be exchanged for an ordinary treasure. But in Sumo's opinion, this kind of ability is much more powerful than those ordinary treasures. The most important thing is to ignore any rules. Whether it is flesh and blood, energy, or the incarnation of rules, this duplication can breed them all. Although the Golden Horn Behemoth also possesses the talent of duplication, it is not on the same level as this one. Exchange. Sumo redeemed this ability without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for getting the talent, duplication, which consumes 5 billion points. Moment. A strange wave appeared on Sumo. Almost in a moment, this fluctuation disappeared. However, Sumo secretly felt that he had obtained the ability to give birth to duplication. After redeeming this, Sumo did not stop, but searched for a genetic sample in them all. Gene sample of the space-time beast god. The space-time beast god, one of the natural beast gods, integrates the laws of time and space. Points required for redemption, 1 billion. This is the combination he had thought of for a long time. Using this duplication ability, the space-time beast god, one of the natural beast gods, was born. After reaching the star level, you can initially understand the rules. Coupled with the time and space gems in this world, Su-Mo chose the path of integrating the two laws of time and space without any hesitation. Although this is relatively the most difficult path, it is also the most powerful path. If you can't reach your strongest level by cheating, then what's the point of cheating? You must know that the time and space beast god is the incarnation of the natural integration of the two laws of time and space. In the original universe, one is born to be the master of a universe. Although after being conceived by the talent ability, he will be the same as himself, but at the planet level. But I think the other party's affinity for the two laws of time and space will definitely not change. Coupled with this kind of unique and special life in the universe, the perfect 10,081 times genetic level, even the planet level, the divine body alone may be able to compete with the universe level. And the reason for redeeming duplication ability first, it is also to be able to practice the treasure book, 9 Tribulations secret book, that can improve the genetic level. You must know that the 9 Tribulations secret code is a secret method that can break the genetic level below the world Lord level no more than 100 times. It can be imagined that it is difficult to practice, and every time the cultivation fails, the body's genes will directly collapse. Without the secret method of duplication, even if you have hundreds of lives, it will not be enough. After consuming 1 billion points again, Su-Mo looked at only 3 million points left. He shook his head helplessly. 6 billion points were almost consumed in an instant. But it's all worth it. He looked at a test tube containing a strange liquid that appeared in his hand. Is this a genetic sample of the beast god? Without any hesitation, Su-Mo directly took out the sample inside, and then activated his talent ability. Moment. Countless streams of light began to gather rapidly around the liquid. In almost less than 5 minutes, a huge streamer cocoon with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in front of him. Seeing that this cocoon is still growing, Su-Mo quickly planned to call Xingji. But as soon as he had this idea, Xingji already appeared beside him as the Star Tower artifact spirit. Naturally, any movement could not be hidden from her. The moment Su-Mo gave birth to duplication, she noticed the movement here. Xingji looked at the big cocoon in front of her with a strange expression. In an instant, she saw clearly the essence inside. Greed duplication? A natural beast god? Even though she didn't know what level of strength she had reached, she felt a little surprised. She had seen the beast god who was born to seize his body. It was the first time she had seen it conceived through the secret technique of duplication. But now is not the time to think about this. This giant cocoon has expanded to the size of a house file. If you hesitate any longer, it will touch the wall of the training room. She waved her hand. The surrounding scene changes instantly. The two of them, together with the giant cocoon, had arrived in a vast starry sky. There's plenty of room for it to grow. A few hours later, the cocoon expanded to a file size of more than 30 kilometers in diameter. It was only then that it gradually stopped expanding. The expansion was completed and the giant cocoon became stable. It's just that there is constant light flowing into it. After waiting for half an hour, the giant cocoon did not change again. Judging from the situation, it seems that this pregnancy process cannot be completed in a short time. At this moment, Su-Mo planned to return to the practice room, but he was grabbed by Xingji on the side. How did you do that? She looked at Su-Mo in surprise. Keep it secret. It was rare to make the other party feel embarrassed, so Su-Mo naturally couldn't tell the other party. Return to the training room. Su-Mo looked at the remaining 3 million points. He simply spent another 3 million points to exchange for a third-level high-grade spiritual psychokinesis weapon. 1000 machine disc. The Xingji disc is a metal disc with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. The whole body is assembled from 10,081 pocket swords. There are 3 levels of form. The first level is the sky splitting sword. It requires the psychokinesis amplitude to reach above 20 before it can be used. It can increase the amplitude of psychokinesis by 5 times, just like his current psychokinesis is 300,000 tons. When the amplitude is 40, the total impact force can reach 12 million tons. After the amplitude of the sky-splitting sword, it can reach 60 million tons. The second level, Star Shield. It requires a psychokinesis amplitude of 35 or above to practice. The last level, 1000 Machines, requires an amplitude of 80. While Suemo was studying the 1000 Machine disc, in a training hall in the center of Death Island, Raven was looking at Magneto with an unkind expression. At this time, Magneto Eric was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. As a condition of joining, Raven would beat up Magneto once a month. Without being able to use his ability, Magneto's fighting ability is far inferior to Raven's. This time, Eric, who was panting on the ground, saw a space door slowly opening not far from the two of them. A man with purple skin walked out. Behind him followed a woman. The woman wears a purple tights and a red belt, with her long black hair tied behind her head. See this? Raven stopped kicking his right foot out and looked at the two of them defensively. Who are you? After the man heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Of course I'm here to save you. Eric also stood up from the ground when he saw this. Unlike Raven and White Queen, mutants with mutated bodies can slow down the rate of aging. Even now, he still looks like he is in his 20s or 30s. He and Professor X were already aging like ordinary people. If Raven hadn't stopped just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up now. Despite this, just the action of standing up took him more than 10 seconds. Looking at Magneto's appearance, the man stepped forward. It seems that we will be disappointed this time. This time, Emma's figure walked in from outside. With her current psychic ability, she sensed the two of them the moment they appeared on the island. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Emma felt the powerful energy in the other person's body and asked cautiously. I searched in my mind for a long time. There is no information about this man, and she was no stranger to the spiritual butterfly behind the man. He is also a mutant with psychic abilities. It's just that the opponent's ability and his own focus on different directions. Psylocke's psychic ability focuses more on the materialization of mental power and can turn mental power into weapons. Saw Emma walking in. The man's eyes lit up. I can feel your power. It's so powerful. Pretend to be a ghost. Hearing the other party's inexplicable words, Emma showed an impatient look on her face. In her opinion, the man in front of her looked like a psychopath, talking to himself and answering questions incorrectly. A silver light flashed in his eyes. Psychic ability activates instantly. Psylocke, who was standing behind Apocalypse, saw this and activated his psychic ability at the same time. Although the focus is different, with her ability, she can still resist the control of the White Queen on the opposite side. Of course, this was before the White Queen practiced the secret technique given by Suemo. As soon as they made contact, Lindy's expression changed. The spiritual ability, strengthened by Apocalypse, was unable to resist the invasion of the other party's spiritual ability. It almost lasted less than half a minute. Lindy's face became dull, and Apocalypse, standing in front of her as the oldest mutant, also froze in place for the first time. In the spiritual world, he looked at the White Queen who appeared here and felt the tremendous pressure on her. He opened his mouth to explain, "We are not enemies. I am here to lead you to retake the world that was taken away by those inferior humans." Listening to the other party's inexplicable words, the White Queen looked at him like an idiot. "You'd better explain these words to my boss." After saying that, silver threads wrapped around each other's Apocalypse. Seeing the other party's eyes, Tianchi felt that his majesty was being despised. He shouted angrily at the moment, "You stupid mutant. It seems that my majesty has been forgotten by people over the years." The words are not finished yet. His body was tied up by those silver silk threads. Apocalypse was not flustered. "You know nothing about my power." After saying that, his body expanded rapidly, trying to break free from the shackles of these threads. The White Queen heard these familiar words. The last one said this. If it weren't for keeping it useful, the ashes would have been scattered. However, Tianqi, who has lived for thousands of years, is obviously not just relying on bragging. As his body grew stronger, the silk threads wrapped around his body gradually fell apart. When Emma saw this scene, she also showed a slightly surprised expression on her face. After practicing the magic secrets taught to her silently for more than a year, she can be regarded as the well-deserved #1 in spiritual ability. Even Professor X, she was confident that she could control him within 3 minutes. But the mutant in front of him was able to break free from his control. However, judging from the opponent's way of breaking free, his skills are far behind his own, and he just relies on his strong mental power. Seeing this, Emma also showed a serious look on her face. However, compared to her, Apocalypse on the opposite side was even more shocked. As the first mutant, he has seen countless mutants with psychic abilities over the years. He also has the ability to do this. However, his ability focuses on mind reading and consciousness transfer. Despite this, he is no less capable of manipulating other people's consciousness than any mutant who specializes in this aspect. But this was the first time he felt threatened by a mutant with psychic abilities. Looking at the overwhelming number of threads heading towards him again, he also had the intention of retreating. His consciousness is trapped here, but his body is still outside. There are people from the other side all around outside. But the other party has trapped himself in the consciousness space. If he does not expel the other party, he will have no way to regain control of his body. Thinking of this, his eyes moved. He directly detonated part of his mental power and expelled the White Queen from the Sea of Consciousness at the cost of mental damage. After Tianqi came back to his senses, he activated the teleportation ability without any hesitation. A portal opened, and he jumped in. White Queen's expression changed. She looked at where the other party disappeared and sighed. The training time is still too short. Facing the opponent's mental power, several times her own, she still couldn't completely suppress it. Looking at Ling Dai, who was still stunned in place, Emma gave instructions to the 2 staff members behind her. Put an ability suppression collar on her and wait until the boss comes back to make plans. The 2 people behind him heard the words, nodded quickly, and stepped forward to put a black collar on her. By the way, put on her hands and feet. This person's abilities are a bit unusual. The White Queen, who was just about to walk out of the door, gave her instructions again before turning and leaving. The White Queen didn't know that Apocalypse had the ability to strengthen other mutants, but from the recent contact, she noticed this. Not a while, the 2 men, who were covered in mutant restraint collars, were thrown into a nearby room and locked up. Raven and Eric were the only 2 people left in the hall again. Raven looked at the gray-haired Eric and had no intention of taking action anymore. He turned around and walked outside. One day later, Su-Mo retreated from the Star Tower. After more than 10 days of practice, he has been able to master the first level of the 1,000 machine discs skillfully. The second level can also be displayed. In a flash, his figure had appeared over the sea a few kilometers away from the island. Looking at a file-sized island of about 1 square kilometer not far away, the 1,000 machine disc appeared next to him. With him, psychokinesis rushed inside. The Qianji pan was quickly divided into 10,081 small swords, and then these small swords were reassembled. Finally, it turned into a giant sword more than 3 meters long. Under the full force of psychokinesis, the patterns on the surface of the giant sword were instantly activated and disappeared in a flash. 2 seconds passed. There was a violent roar from the island in the distance. Under Sumo's gaze, the island was completely blown to pieces. Then it fell within a radius of 5 kilometers and slowly sank. This movement instantly alarmed the people on Death Island. However, with the comfort of the White Queen, the people on the island gradually calmed down. To be able to exert such great power without being noticed by herself, the White Queen is almost certain that this movement was caused by Su-Mo. Su-Mo didn't expect it to be so powerful. There are 2 ways to attack the first layer of Sky Splitting Sword: impact and penetration. The 2 methods each focus on different aspects. The impact was just the way he was. The moment the giant sword comes into contact with an object, the small swords combined on it will stand up like fish scales toward the front, increase the resistance on the giant's sword and the island, and dissipate the spiritual energy on it towards the surroundings. Causes huge amounts of impact. Basically, this case focuses more on group destruction ability. The other type is penetration. The entire sword body remains streamlined, and the power is concentrated on a point at the tip of the sword. Single target attack power reaches maximum. However, when encountering a larger target, it will cause penetrating damage. He nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, Su-Mo appeared in the White Queen's room on the island. You made such a big noise as soon as you came back. Emma held the wine glass, looked at Su-Mo across from him, and made a lazy sound in her mouth. By the way, a man and a woman broke into the island yesterday. With that said, White Queen handed a piece of information to Su-Mo. The woman is a mutant Psylocke who lived at the same time as us. She was previously working for Caliban, a mutant intelligence dealer. I don't know why she ended up here with someone else. The other one is also a mutant, but I can't find any information about him. And the opponent's power is so powerful that even I can't keep him. Hearing this, Su-Mo opened the document in his hand and looked inside. Look at the blue face in the photo above. Apocalypse, Egypt, in one of the pyramid's ruins. Tianchi looked suspicious of life. At this time, there was still a feeling of weakness in his sea of consciousness from time to time, being trapped beneath the pyramids for thousands of years. Because of the entry of several archaeologists, he was able to see the light of day again. I originally thought that I would reorganize the 4 knights and stage the scene of the return of the king, but I didn't expect that before the 4 knights were gathered, they fell directly here and became a prisoner. The dignified ancestor of mutants, almost invincible among mutants. Among the mutants existing in this world now, the only one who can reliably suppress him seems to be the White Queen, who has practiced the secret magic of magic. Unfortunately, after he came out, he found the White Queen first. You can't blame him for his bad luck. You can only blame him for his bad luck. However, he was not discouraged. Since he knew that the opponent's psychic ability was strong, he could naturally respond to this aspect. In a laboratory on Death Island, Su-Mo looked at Psylocke, who was being controlled by several collars. Wearing purple clothes similar to ninja uniforms really makes men unable to help but take a second look at the first sight. Su-Mo didn't have anything to ask about her. Originally, according to the development of the story in X-Men, Apocalypse should have been excavated by a group of archaeological teams after the timeline was restarted. After that, they found Storm, Psylocke, Angel, and Lao Wan, and reorganized the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, intent on regaining control of the world. But now it seems that the other party ran out for some reason at this time. And after absorbing Psylocke, he came to look for Magneto. It's a pity that I was scared away by White Queen. He directly took out a slave chip, took a drop of Psylocke's blood, and poured it on it. After the chip absorbed the blood, it turned into a stream of light and sank into Spirit Butterfly's eyebrow body. Slave chip, machinery technology, after integration, it will be completely controlled, retain all original memories, and be completely loyal to the master from the heart. The points required for redemption, 1,000 points. Watching the slave chip integrate into her body, Su-Mo waved his hand behind him. 2 laboratory staff came forward and took off the ability suppression collar from her body. Ling Dai stood up, moved his hands and feet, and bowed to Su-Mo respectfully. Owner, seeing this scene, White Queen Emma, who was following Su-Mo, had a look of shock on her face. She could feel from the other party's eyes that Ling Dai truly surrendered to Su-Mo. This is obviously the effect of the chip just now. Su-Mo asked the other party. Sure enough, it was no different from what I guessed. After waving to his men to take away Psylocke and make arrangements, Su-Mo and the White Queen returned to the room. As soon as he walked in, the White Queen sat directly on his lap and asked impatiently, "What did you integrate for her just now?" Su-Mo felt the softness on his legs and said casually, "Slave chip." Emma nodded. She can understand what it is just by hearing the name. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. There were so many strange things on Sumo's body. After hesitating for a moment, she asked softly, "Then why don't you install something like that on me? You know, the entire power is under my control now. Do you just believe in me?" Sumo chuckled lightly when he saw the other party's serious expression. "Because I have opened the channels to your heart, of course I will believe you. Of course, the main reason is that compared to Sumo, they are too weak. Coupled with his own restraint on spiritual ability, the other party poses no threat to him at all." After hearing this, White Queen's face flashed with emotion. "In this case, boss, do you want to explore people's hearts again?" 2 hours later, Sumo walked out of the room and saw Annie standing not far away with a somewhat unhappy face. "I knew it wasn't that simple between you two," and muttered, but she didn't say much. Having been Sumo's girlfriend for several years, this is not the first time this has happened. Besides, these were all explained clearly in advance when the two became boyfriend and girlfriend, and she has long been used to it. Sumo didn't explain, but asked, "When did you come back?" It's not appropriate to say anything now, so the best way is to change the topic. "The day before yesterday, I just heard they said you're coming back, so I came here specifically to find you." Annie replied with a smile. Although he was in seclusion, Sumo would come out every month or so. After all, under 20-fold acceleration, almost a year has passed in 1 month outside, and he always has to come out to communicate with others. After Annie figured out his pattern, during this period, I often went to see Wanda and stayed for nearly a month each time. The relationship between the two is also improving day by day. Back in the villa, Sumo helped the other party identify the owner of a black god suit, and excitedly kept changing the style of her coat in the room. After a moment, the familiar Catwoman tight leather outfit appeared on her body, and 2 more cat ear headdresses appeared on her head. He bent over and leaned on the sofa, his waist bent into an astonishing arc. Then he took off the cat-eared blindfold on his head and looked at Sumo beside him. "My dear, do you want to experience the joy of Batman again?" Xavier Academy for Young Talents. Located on a private estate on Staten Island, New York. The estate covers more than 300 acres. Except for the main building complex in the center, the surrounding area is like a garden with green grass and greenery. At the easternmost location, there is an artificial lake with an area of tens of thousands square meters. As the bell rang, boys and girls of different ages walked out of the classroom, building holding books, and walked towards the shade of the lake. At this time, a space door appeared in the open space in front of the building. Then a man wearing a helmet and dark purple skin walked out. It was Apocalypse who left the island of the dead. In order to prevent the influence of the White Queen's psychic ability, he specially created a helmet that can isolate the psychic ability. But he was still a little worried. Decided to find some more subordinates as helpers. The X-Men and Xavier Academy for Geniuses are not big secrets in the world. Naturally, he found this place. The students looked at the sudden appearance of Apocalypse, and there was not much surprise on their faces. After all, most of the students in this academy are mutants. There are not a few mutants with strange appearances. At this time, a male teacher noticed what was going on here and walked up. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Hearing this, Tianchi glanced at the other party. Ordinary people. Although the students at Xavier Academy for Young Geniuses are all mutants, apart from the teachers who teach them to control their own abilities, most of the remaining teachers are ordinary people hired by Professor X. After realizing that the other party was an ordinary person, Tianchi showed a look of contempt on his face. Then his eyes moved. The man in his 30s, standing in front of him, sank and fell into the soil beneath him. Only one arm is left outside, and after struggling for a moment, his arm simply lost power and fell down. When the surrounding students saw this scene, they all screamed in surprise. Then he fled in all directions. Principal's office, located on the top floor of the manor house. Professor X is sitting in a wheelchair behind his desk. He was saying something to Aurora in front of him. At this moment, the look on his face changed. As one of the most powerful mutants, he can naturally feel the emotions of these students in the academy. He steered the wheelchair to the window and looked down, just in time to face Tianchi, who was looking over. Tianchi looked excited when he saw Professor X. He could feel that the other person's ability was somewhat similar to the ability of the woman he met before. As long as he seizes the body of this mutant and relies on his huge mental power, it is not difficult to defeat the woman. Although he wears this helmet, it can prevent the opponent's ability from intruding. But in the eyes of the self-proclaimed god, relying on a helmet to defeat the woman was a humiliation for him. In the office, Aurora looked at Professor. What happened? With that said, he walked towards the window, but not before she could take a few steps. A space door appeared aside, and Tianchi's figure walked out of it. Aurora was shocked when he saw this. He turned around and came to Professor X, looking at him warily. Who are you? Tianchi turned to look at her. Someone who can let you completely release yourself. As he spoke, his eyeballs turned white, which was a sign of his ability. Aurora's expression changed as she stood in front of him. She felt that the energy in her body was growing rapidly. Under the riot of power, her body floated uncontrollably. Professor X's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Apocalypse's helmet made it impossible for him to affect the other party. Seeing that the movement around Aurora's body was getting louder and louder, he wanted to control the wheelchair to stop the opponent, but under the energy of the storm around Aurora, there was no way to get close. It wasn't until a minute later that Aurora's body fell back to the ground. Aurora came back to his senses with a look of shock on his face. In just over a minute, she felt that her ability was at least twice as strong as before. He looked at the other person with horrified eyes. Who are you anyway? This world originally belonged to us mutants. It was those humans who took it away. I will lead you to take it back. Hear this. Professor X on the side controlled the wheelchair and stepped forward. No, this world belongs to all humans. Tianchi ignored him, but his eyes moved. Professor X's wheelchair flew directly under his control. Then a space door opened from behind Tianchi. Follow me. After saying something to Aurora, he controlled Professor X's wheelchair and walked towards the space door with him. However, Tianchi obviously overestimated his own appeal. A bolt of lightning struck in front of him, stopping him. Tianchi was stunned and turned to look at Aurora behind him. The current Aurora is obviously not the young girl who was strengthened by him and let him do his bidding after days of future past. Put the professor down. Aurora's body floated again, and lightning flashed around him. A lightning barrier was also placed between Apocalypse and the portal. When Tianchi saw this, his face showed a look of embarrassment and anger. Well, it seems that after many years, you mutants have become humans' lackeys. It's time for you to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire wall of the room turned into pieces and flew towards Aurora, knocking her out. This time, Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman also got the news and came to the room. Seeing Tianchi, the only person they didn't recognize, and the professor held hostage by him, they understood the situation in front of them in a few moments. Wolverine Logan clenched his hands into fists. Adamantium's claw blade stretched out from between his fingers and rushed forward with Colossus without any hesitation. But before they could get close, they were hit by a pile of gravel and flew out. The ice released by Iceman was also blocked by the protective shield around Apocalypse. Being provoked one after another, Tianchi also became angry. The humiliation of the defeat at White Queen came over him instantly. Welcome, the wrath of God. He waved his hands. The entire building began to gradually become deserted. Shashua then transformed into flying towards the surroundings. Shashua seemed to turn into a sharp blade, slicing across the neck of Wolverine, who jumped up again. Wolverine's jumping body fell back to the ground. After letting out a ho-ho sound in his mouth because his trachea was cut, the wound on his neck healed quickly. Fortunately, after the scene just now, all the students in the college had escaped. After a while, the entire building turned into flying sand under Apocalypse's ability. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine stood on the periphery with no way to get close to the center. But the flying sand quickly flew towards them. After several dodges, all of them were wrapped in flying sand, leaving only one head exposed. After that, the figures of several people flew towards the center. The yellow sand in the sky gradually calmed down. ***hole. Put us down quickly. Wolverine Logan yelled at Apocalypse. Don't worry, you will, but only after you become my loyal slave. His plan is very simple. After seizing Professor X's ability, he will rely on his psychic ability to control them. After saying that, he and a few people were about to enter the portal. At this time, a purple spark flashed next to him, and another portal opened next to him. It looks a bit lively. Sumo stepped out of the portal. Now that we know that Death Island has been targeted by Apocalypse who came out, how could Sumo leave the other party alone? If a prepared opponent comes to their door while they are away, they may not be able to deal with the White Queen on the island. The only one that can affect it is the White Queen, who can easily find a way to counter it. After all, he knew that Apocalypse had the ability to create a helmet that was immune to psychic abilities. It is not difficult to find the other party. Apart from the ruins of the pyramids in Egypt where he changed his body, the most likely place for the other party to come is Xavier Academy. Sure enough, I saw this scene as soon as I came over. Looking at the helmet on the other person's head, Sumo had an expression that was indeed true. Professor, go quickly and find Daniel the Guardian. With the ability to read other people's memories, Professor X naturally knows that there is a group of magicians in the world. He also personally visited Daniel, the keeper of the New York Temple, and saw the magic of magic. At this time, he saw this familiar appearance. Although the color of the portal was a little different, he didn't understand the mystery and still attributed the two to the same person. Although I have never met the mage in front of me, generally speaking, magic becomes more sophisticated as you get older. No matter how you look at it, the 20-year-old young man in front of you cannot be a great mage. That's why he shouted out. Tianchi heard the sound and turned his head to look over. After seeing Sumo, he instantly realized that the other person was not one of their mutants. A lowly, ordinary human? You are not even qualified to be my slave. After saying that, Apocalypse controlled the yellow sand on the ground and drew towards Sumo's neck. Seeing that the yellow sand was about to touch the other party still stayed in place. The look on Professor X's face changed. Oops. According to the current situation, the mage on the opposite side obviously cannot escape. Tianchi also showed a hint of contempt on his face. When I saw the other party's calm appearance, I thought he was some great person, but I didn't expect it to be a waste. Thinking of this, Tianchi turned around and was about to enter the space door behind him. But when he turned around, he suddenly saw Sumo standing in front of him. I was shocked. When did the other party come over? You must know that the abilities he obtained include dynamic vision abilities. Even he didn't see the other party's movements. He had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly retreated towards the rear. But it's obviously too late. Before he could see Sumo's movements clearly, the opponent's fist had already arrived. Fortunately, at the last moment, he put up a purple protective shield. Sumo's fist hit the protective shield, which shattered instantly. And then his fist hit his shoulder with a huge force of 10,000 tons. Boom! Tianchi's body fell directly from the air under Sumo's blow. A large crater with a diameter of several tens of meters was made on the ground. This is because Sumo only used 1/3 of his strength. If the force of 300,000 tons were exerted, he might be able to beat the opponent to death with one punch. Only 1/3 of the force, 100,000 tons of huge force, was weakened by the protective shield, still knocked Tianchi unconscious. After falling into the pit, Sumo lifted up Tianchi, who had fainted, with one hand. At this time, Tianchi looked a little miserable. His whole chest collapsed, and it seemed that all the internal organs and bones in his body had been shattered. If it were not connected by the skin, the opponent might have been broken into two parts. The armor on his body didn't know where it flew after it shattered. Fortunately, the other party has super self-healing ability. Otherwise, this could kill the other person. So unbeatable. Sumo looked at the other party's body, which was already in tatters, and muttered. In his opinion, as the ancestor of mutants, Apocalypse, who possesses more than a dozen mutant abilities, cannot beat him, but he needs to support him for a while longer. Unexpectedly, he was instantly knocked down by a casual blow. In fact, it's not his fault. After all, Apocalypse's ability seems to be ridiculously strong, and he can easily control Sha Shua to form a huge amount of pyramids. But these are special abilities like Magneto. It has nothing to do with whether you're physically strong or not, or whether you can resist being beaten. Just like Magneto, under the control of magnetism, he can move the Golden Gate Bridge of hundreds of thousands of tons, but if he relies on his body, he will be beaten if he touches Mystique Raven. An Apocalypse, who has super speed and super strength, is already very powerful. This physical quality can probably rival Hulk head-to-head. Being able to survive under his power is already a sign that the opponent is strong enough. It's not that the opponent is too weak, but that he is too powerful. After all, in the early stages of the devouring method, frontal combat is what it's best at. On the side, Professor, there are really craters on the ground. Why do you blame the other party for not resisting the beating? Even Wolverine, who always had a bad mouth, didn't speak when he heard the other party's pretentious words. He was not sure whether he could withstand the opponent's punch. Professor X stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He seemed to remember Guardian Daniel saying that mages like them were not good at close combat. Is this called not good at close combat? When the legendary dragon comes, I'm afraid it's going to have to be bitten by a few big mouths. Su Mo took out a slave chip and stained Tianqi's body with a trace of blood. The opponent's recovery speed doesn't seem to be slow. After a while, his chest gradually expanded again. Seeing the chip turn into a stream of light and enter the center of the other person's eyebrows, Su Mo dropped the hand holding his neck and turned to look at Professor X behind him. Professor X noticed the other party's gaze. He quickly controlled the wheelchair under him and walked up. "Thank you, sir, for your help. Say hello to Guardian Daniel for me." After hearing what the other party said, Su Mo had a puzzled look on his face. Just now, he heard Professor Daniel, Guardian, New York Temple. Thinking of the portal he had cast, Su Mo understood instantly. The other party should be the mages who regard themselves as Kamatage. But it's understandable when you think about it. After all, to a layman, there is almost no difference between his space gate and Kamatage's apart from the color. Thinking of this, Su Mo did not deny it. He glanced at the messy scene around him. "It seems that you will need to be busy for a while, so I won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, he carried Apocalypse and walked into the portal. New York, a private yacht harbor. The car that Su Mo and Tony were riding in slowly stopped. Seeing a short-haired woman waiting beside the yacht, Su Mo's face changed. This person is none other than Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Notice the way Su Mo looked at Natasha Romanoff. Tony introduced proudly. "This is my new assistant, how about it? But as someone who's been here, I advise you not to have any ideas about the other party." Having said this, the expression on Tony's face changed, as if he recalled some bad memories. "Assistant." A smile appeared on Su Mo's face. "It looks like the plot of Iron Man 2 has already begun." Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up when she saw Su Mo walking out of the car. For more than a year, Su Mo seemed to have disappeared, and he could not be found anywhere. After hearing about the Stark Group's mission, she took the initiative to take it on, just to see if she could find any trace of Su Mo. Unexpectedly, I actually saw each other here. Under Tony's leadership, Su Mo and the two walked toward a luxury yacht docked at the port. When passing by Natasha Romanoff, Tony opened his mouth and introduced both parties. Su Mo knew better. At this time, Nick Fury had already planned to establish the Avengers. The main reason why Natasha Romanoff hid her identity and worked for Stark Group was to examine Tony and see if he had the potential to become an Avenger. There is no malicious intent. Therefore, he had no intention of revealing the other party's identity. As the hands held by the two gradually let go, Natasha Romanoff asked proactively, "I wonder if I have the honor to have dinner with you tonight?" After hearing this, Tony shouted out before Su Mo could say anything. What? Ms. Natasha Romanoff, I have made an appointment with you 3 times, but you have not agreed. You actually took the initiative to make an appointment." Tony was doubtful about life for a while. You must know that no matter whether he faced various movie stars or models before, he relied on his super ability to be invincible. The only one who failed was the newly recruited assistant. After several invitations, the other party did not agree. How am I worse than him? I was making circuit boards at the age of 4, engines at the age of 6, and I got 2 doctorates at the age of 17. Tony, whose self-confidence was hit, stared at Natasha Romanoff and kept talking. Natasha Romanoff heard this and looked at him calmly. Do you have to tell me? Hearing the other party's calm words, Tony's words stopped abruptly and he put his hands down. All right, I wish you a pleasant evening, but we don't have time right now. After saying that, he couldn't help but pick up Suemo and walk towards the yacht. Seeing the other party's shocked look, Suemo almost laughed out loud. Until the yacht leaves the port, Tony still had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. I think there must be something wrong with the other person's aesthetics. Although he had to admit in his heart that there were some differences between him and Suemo in terms of appearance. But verbally, it is absolutely impossible for him to admit it. Yeah. Suemo held a glass of champagne with a playful look on his face. I wonder if you've ever heard of a sentence. What words? Tony picked up the glass and took a sip. Lies never hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. Tony, wait until the yacht slowly sails to the high seas. Tony looked at the boatload of bikinis and felt much better. The two were sitting on the sightseeing deck on the top of the yacht. All around, a dozen supermodels in their 20s were laughing and laughing in bikinis. Yachts are naturally more suitable for bikinis. These models seemed to be chatting and having fun, but they were intentionally or unintentionally showing their figures to the eyes of the two people. You know, they are two of the richest people in the United States. They don't expect to be their girlfriends, as long as they can have a night of communication with either of them. Even one of them can save them a few years of detours. If you get noticed by one of them, keep in touch for a while. I'm afraid I won't have to worry about money in this life. Suemo and Tony were enjoying the beautiful scenery and chatting. By the way, I'm going to Morocco for an F1 race next month. Do you want to go with me? Tony asked casually. Not interested, Suemo shook his head. But it is very clear in my heart. This should be the game where he was attacked. Although he knew that the other party would be safe and sound in the end, as a good friend, he still kindly reminded him. This kind of racing seems a bit dangerous. I think it would be better for you to wear the armor when the time comes. Hearing this, Tony looked stunned. Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about whether it is allowed in the competition. Do you think I can't even drive a racing car? Tony felt that Suemo was questioning his ability. The other party was questioning his professionalism. You know, he can control even a battle armor that is several times more complex than a racing car like an arm. A mere racing car is not a problem for him. See the other person's excitement. Suemo shook his head. Okay, since you insist, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about something else. After hearing what Suemo said, Tony sat down again. If I remember correctly, the beneficiary of your will is Pepper, right? Hearing this, Tony showed a vigilant look on his face. Why are you asking? It's nothing. I just think that if something unexpected happened to you, you would be so happy marrying Pepper. More than just spending your money. Stop. When Tony heard this, he quickly stopped Suemo. All right. He spread his hands. You succeeded in impressing me. You do have some unique talents when it comes to persuading people. Hearing this, Suemo smiled softly. Can I understand that you are complimenting me? Certainly. Throughout the morning, the yacht floated on the high seas. According to the plan, the yacht will stay at sea for a whole day. In addition to a dozen young models on board, there were only a few crew members driving the yacht. I don't know if Tony meant it. Apart from the two of them, there was no male on board, including the crew. After noon, there was not a single figure on the deck. According to the old rules, we will have fun on the boat in the morning and return to port in the evening. As for the afternoon, of course it's seafood time. The life of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. New York, in a Western restaurant in Manhattan. I told you, that's a thank you gift for protecting, and you don't have to do anything extra. Suemo stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth and said casually, Of course not. Natasha Romanoff looked serious. I go to protect Annie, but SHIELD pays me a salary. These are completely different things. Besides, the gift you gave me is too precious. The more she practices the secret technique that Sumo taught her, the more powerful she becomes. Now, with her strength, it feels effortless to deal with the 10 previous ones. As an agent, this undoubtedly greatly enhances her survival ability. After hearing this, Sumo was noncommittal. The first 5 levels of the Thunder Sword he handed over to the opponent did not include the guidance technique and the cultivation method of Gene Original Energy. Of course, just relying on the above method of practicing the Thunder Sword can slowly improve one's own strength, but the extent is limited. I'm afraid if you can reach the level of a junior warrior, you are considered a person with extraordinary talent. Even if it relies on the amplitude of force, it can only be compared to the strength of an intermediate warrior at best. If you encounter a soldier who has just stepped into the intermediate level of warrior, you may not be a match. After all, the force-generating technique is a force-generating technique after all. It can be increased several times in a certain attack, but if it keeps increasing, the person's body will be the first to be unable to bear it. How could a junior warrior's physical strength withstand the fighting intensity of an intermediate warrior for a long time? Sumo took a sip of red wine and asked tentatively, "Have you ever thought about changing jobs?" Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Then a smile appeared on his face. "I guess you're not asking about this job at Stark Group. So you mean you want me to quit my job at SHIELD and work with you?" Sumo nodded. Certainly. The reason why Sumo gave her the Thunder Knife secret technique was naturally because he wanted to recruit her under his command. Although she is just an ordinary person now, but with the strength of an ordinary person, she joins the Avengers, which is full of technology and mutations. This originally explains a problem. If there is a cultivation method, the opponent's strength will definitely be the best at the same stage. If she was also injected with the Super Soldier Serum, Captain America would never be her opponent. In the same way, Black Widow, who has obtained the Spider-Man ability, can definitely brutally torture little Spider-Man. After all, the inhumane training conducted by the Red House makes them born fighting machines. Seeing Sumo's serious look, Black Widow also started thinking seriously. The main reason why she joined SHIELD was because of Hawkeye Barton, who had a more like brother-sister relationship with her and made her feel like home for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Natasha Romanoff shook her head. "Sorry, thank you very much for the invitation, but I have no plans to leave SHIELD for the time being." Regarding the other party's answer, Sumo did not show any surprise. If the other party could agree so easily, she would no longer be the Black Widow. Now he is just planting a seed in the other person's heart. She will naturally consider this after the Snake Shield Bureau is disbanded. After dinner, Sumo sent Natasha Romanoff home. After getting off the car, Natasha Romanoff looked at Sumo sitting in the cab, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Would you like to come down and do it? Is it convenient?" Sumo asked, pretending to be hesitant. "Of course. I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing inconvenient about it." Looking at the time on his watch, it was already close to 11 o'clock. Faced with this almost naked invitation, Sumo naturally had no reason to refuse. Now the other party is lurking next to Tony. Naturally, I can no longer live in SHIELD's dormitory, so I rented a small house here in Manhattan. While Sumo was looking at the neat environment in the room, Natasha Romanoff had already taken out a bottle of red wine from the side. "Would you like some more?" "Can." An hour later, 2 more bottles of red wine were consumed. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's face had a hint of red, and there was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes when she looked at Sumo. He stood up and came to Sumo's side. "During this period, I have learned a lot about your previous deeds. Why? Are you interested in me?" Sumo looked at her with a playful look. Natasha Romanoff smiled softly. "There's indeed a trace, but it's just a trace." As she said that, she reached out and brushed Sumo's face. How could Sumo allow the other party's provocation and directly pull her to sit on his lap? "It doesn't matter. After tonight, it won't be just a little bit." Sleepless night. It wasn't until the sun slowly rose that the two fell asleep deeply. But I didn't sleep for long. A cell phone ringtone rang nearby. Sumo answered the call in a daze. "Ooh, Sumo." Tony's exclamation came over the phone. The top floor of Stark Tower. Tony glanced at the number on his phone in disbelief. I made a mistake. It was indeed Natasha Romanoff's number. Suddenly, Tony understood. Sumo and Natasha Romanoff should be together, and listening to each other's voices, it was obvious that they were woken up from their sleep. Tony knew what happened last night without even thinking about it. Originally, he wanted to call and ask why Natasha Romanoff hadn't come to work at this time, but he didn't expect that this would be the case after he got through. He could already imagine in his mind how crazy the two people opposite him were last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be sleeping now. Thinking of this, the envy and jealousy in Tony's heart almost overflowed from his mouth. Sue, you're simply going too far. You still have shares in the company. How can you affect the company's employees from going to work because of personal matters? This is seriously interfering with the normal operation of the company. Tony hasn't finished speaking yet, and heard the beep hang-up sound on the other side. He was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. Other side, Sumo hung up the phone and looked at Natasha Romanoff, who had been woken up. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's face looked exhausted. She took the phone and looked at it. Sure enough, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. From last night to now, she only slept for less than 2 hours. If it weren't for her strengthened body after years of training and practicing Thunder Knife, she might have fainted by now. Looking at Sumo beside him, he was full of energy after waking up. Natasha Romanoff was angry. Her unwillingness to admit defeat made her stand up and pin Sumo down. "What do you want to do?" Sumo looked at the other party's eyes that he forced himself to open. "Since it was you who taught me how to exert force, you must be more proficient." Seeing Sumo nodded, Natasha Romanoff had an inexplicable smile on her face. "Then you can experience it for yourself and see if my method of exerting force is correct." When Sumo left Natasha Romanoff's home, it was already after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Drive directly to the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. The New York branch of Schumer's Fox Film and Television Company is located in this building. After taking over the company, Sumo moved the company's headquarters to Los Angeles. Come to the floor where the company is located. The person at the front desk is an Asian girl, nearly 1.7 meters tall, with long silver-white hair combed into a ponytail hanging behind her head. She looks capable, but also has a hint of youthfulness and liveliness. Seeing Sumo walking in, the girl stood up. "Sir, who are you looking for?" After hearing what the other party said, Sumo went back and looked at the floor and the number outside the door. After confirming that this was the location of his company, he asked, "Are you new here?" The girl nodded when she heard this, and then looked at Sumo doubtfully. "Who are you?" "He's our boss." At this time, a voice came from inside. Avril Lavigne walked out of it wearing a smart OL outfit. It looked like he was about to go out. After hearing Avril's words, the girl quickly apologized to Sumo. "Sorry, boss." As the front desk of the company, she blocked the boss from the door, and the girl's face turned red for a moment. Sumo waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. You did a good job and did your duty." After saying that, he walked inside. Avril, who was about to go out, naturally followed him back to the office. Along the way, the employees who saw him greeted him one after another. Enter the office. Sumo sat down on the office chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and sighed. It seems that there are many new faces in the company during this time. Avril said angrily after hearing this. "You haven't been to the company for nearly 2 years. Except for the front desk, everyone has been working for at least more than a year. Has it been this long?" Hearing this, Sumo also showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. It seems that after awakening the system, Sumo almost never came to the company, and Avril took care of everything. Although he rarely came to the company after the company got on the right track, he always came several times a year. Wherever it is like now, it is more thorough than Tony's throwing away. It's no wonder that Avril's words contained a hint of resentment. Avril and Sumo are college classmates. After graduation, Avril came to the company and served as Sumo's assistant. He is very meticulous in his work, but in private, The two seemed like good friends, occasionally making harmless jokes. This is also the reason why Su-Mo can safely hand over the company to the other party. While the two were chatting, the front desk guy at the door just knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss, there's a man outside who calls himself Daniel looking for you." "Daniel? Why does this name seem inexplicably familiar?" Etc. Su-Mo suddenly recalled that this was not the mage Professor X mentioned. 80% of the opponents are from Kamal Taj. After all, it seems that except for black magic masters like myself, all the magicians in this world are from Karmataj. After a few minutes, in the company's reception room, Su-Mo met this mage named Daniel, a bald black man. The strong man was wearing a gray sleeveless cloth, exposing his two strong arms. Looking at the other party's strong biceps, Su-Mo couldn't connect the other party with the mage. After all, when most people hear the word mage, they think of a gentle old man with a white beard. It seems that the mages in this world all look strong. This may also be related to the attributes of mages in this world. After all, this is a dimension under the command of Emperor Wei Shan. All they practice is white magic. They're not good at attacking, and all they use are auxiliary means. These mages are forced to step forward and shake fists with others during fights. Even the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, is no exception. Only the later Doctor Strange is relatively better. This may also be the reason why the opponent is a halfway monk and has unqualified fighting skills. Of course, this is just Sumo's guess, but he feels that this possibility is very high. Who likes to jump up and down when you can wave and destroy enemies while talking and laughing? The strong black man sat down opposite Su-Mo and stretched out his hand. Daniel, from a New York temple, is a guardian of the temple. Su-Mo reached out and shook the other person's hand. Su-Mo had no impression of this person. After all, his memory of the movie had become blurry over the past few years. He is not surprised that the other party can find him. When he went to Xavier Academy, he didn't cover his face. With Professor X's ability, it is not difficult to find out their identity. Professor X is my best friend. Thank you for helping Professor X last time. Daniel opened his mouth to thank him. You're welcome. It was just a drop-in last time. Su-Mo waved his hand indifferently and said straight to the point. The guards of the dignified temple are not here to express their gratitude, right? Su-Mo could also guess a little bit about the other party's purpose. It's nothing more than a matter of using black magic on your own, since the other party can get accurate information about himself from Professor. Certainly, Daniel smiled. I am here to invite you to visit Kamatage on the orders of the Supreme Master. Oh, Su-Mo glanced at the other party in surprise. According to the character of the Ancient One mage, the other party should not use other people's mouth to convey news. Originally, it was just a matter of space gate. There is no need to rely on other people's words to invite myself to Kamatage. Su-Mo asked with a smile on his face. The Ancient One mage invited me, but he actually needs you, the guardian of the temple, to send a special message. Facing his doubts, a trace of imperceptible panic flashed in Daniel's eyes. However, the other party quickly suppressed this panic. Of course not. I just want to thank you in person. Yeah. Su-Mo had a look of amusement on his face. The panic in the other person's eyes just now was easily captured by him. He was almost certain that the other party was lying. Okay, then I will go to Kamatage with you. Su-Mo changed his voice and directly agreed to the other party's invitation. He planned to go and see what the other party had planned. With his current strength, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if the Ancient One mage takes action personally, it is impossible to keep him. Even if Emperor Wei Shan comes, he has nothing to fear. In other words, he was eager for the other party to take action. As long as he hides in the Star Tower, the other party may take action against the Star Tower without knowing the reality. In this case, Xingji cannot sit idly by. If that happens, maybe I can get 2 more books of Emperor Wei Shan, the kind made from the materials of Emperor Navishan. Besides, he also wanted to see the magical holy land of Kamatage. Hearing Su-Mo's agreement, Daniel showed a look of excitement on his face. After the other party's suspicious words came out, he thought Suemo would refuse. Unexpectedly, despite doubting the authenticity of the matter, the other party still agreed to his invitation. "This way, please." Daniel showed the hanging ring in his hand and then made a circle in the air. A space door appeared in the room. Suemo didn't hesitate and followed the other person directly in. A few minutes later, a secretary in black stockings walked into the room carrying coffee and looked at the empty room. "Where are the people?" Across the space door, Suemo found himself in a courtyard with an ancient Huxiao architectural style. The building stands on top of a mountain. There are clusters of such buildings around. Facing a building courtyard slightly lower than here, a man wearing a cloth robe is practicing magic. Golden magic circles formed and disappeared one after another in front of them. At this time, a figure came out from behind. "Master Daniel, is there a guest?" Suemo turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a bald woman wearing a yellow robe. She also held a small wooden fan in her hand. At this time, the other party was looking at the two of them with a smile. Obviously, this person is the Supreme Mage, Ancient One. Daniel heard this. He quickly saluted Ancient One. Then he stood next to Ancient One, looked at Suemo, and said, "Mage Ancient One, this person is a practitioner of black magic." Ancient One waved his hand towards him, indicating that he didn't need to say any more. As the Supreme Mage, how could Daniel's actions be hidden from her? Otherwise, she wouldn't be waiting for the two of them here. "Master Daniel, I want to talk to him alone." When the other party heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then saluted to Ancient One, stared at Suemo fiercely, turned around, and walked back. But how could Suemo let the other party leave so easily? As soon as his figure flashes, he must teach the other party a lesson. Although coming here is also my original intention, it does not mean that I will let the other party deceive me like this and remain indifferent, etc. Ancient One stretched out his hand to stop him, with an apologetic expression on his face. "I apologize to you on his behalf. If an apology is useful, what else should the police do?" Suemo remained unmoved and disappeared directly from the spot. Seeing this, the Ancient One Mage shook his head and did not stop him. After all, it was indeed Daniel's fault in this matter. Daniel, who had walked some distance away, naturally heard the conversation between the two and understood that Suemo wanted to deal with him. Then he turned around and assumed a fighting posture, and a golden circle like a magic circle appeared in each of his hands. However, this was of no use to Suemo. Before he could react, Sumo's fist had already hit his abdomen. Daniel's figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had hit the mountain wall hundreds of meters away, and his entire body was embedded in the mountain wall. A trace of visceral blood spurted out of his mouth. Then Daniel fainted directly. Seeing his miserable appearance, the Ancient One Mage waved his hand, and the other person's body flew out of the mountain wall and then disappeared into a room in the distance. "Your anger should have subsided by now," Suemo nodded. Originally, he thought that the Ancient One would stop him. Although the fault originally lay with the other party, Daniel was a member of the Magic Temple after all. As the Supreme Mage, it would not be surprising at all to protect his subordinate Suemo, but he didn't expect that the other party would let him vent his anger. All I can say is that he is indeed the Supreme Mage. Since Ancient One gave him face, he didn't do anything too extreme. The punch he just put on an ordinary person should have been knocked out long ago. However, with the opponent's strong body and magical treatment, he could recover in 3 or 4 years at most and return his role as the guardian of the New York Sanctuary. It was just in time to catch up with Cassius, who defected to Durham and rebelled and was killed by Colligius. Perfect. After a few minutes, Suemo and the Ancient One Mage sat opposite each other in a room, handed the tea in his hand to Suemo. "Taste it. It's from your hometown." "Thanks." Suemo took it and took a bite. For him, who doesn't drink tea, it seems to be no different from a tea drink costing a few yuan a bottle. More than a year ago, Sithorn's aura appeared on the earth. It must have something to do with you. The Ancient One Mage put down the teapot in his hand and asked without raising his head. Suemo nodded. Only then did he know that the last time Sid Horn appeared with the Book of Darkness, he had been sensed by the Ancient One Mage. Now it seems that you are not affected by the other party's black magic. Su-Mo glanced at the other party. Master, you are the same. When the Ancient One heard this, his hand shook and the tea in the cup spilled out. You know, in order to maintain her life and resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension, she had to draw energy from the Dark Dimension. Strictly speaking, there is not much difference between her and Su-Mo. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Ancient One took a deep breath. His expression became calm again. Although I noticed that you are extraordinary, I didn't expect that you even knew this. Can the mage observe my past and future? Su-Mo asked in surprise. He had asked the system before. According to the system, under the influence of eternity, all traces of his past on the timeline have been completely erased. Logically speaking, it is impossible for anyone to observe his past. Cannot. The Ancient One Mage shook his head. But that's exactly the point. After hearing this, Su-Mo finally understood. Really, with the Time Stone, the Ancient One Mage can observe anyone's past and future. But he was the only one who couldn't see through it. This just shows that he is unusual. I wonder why the Master asked me to come to Kamatage. Oh, Ancient One pretended to have a puzzled look on his face. Don't you already know the truth? Daniel tricked you here. The corners of Su-Mo's mouth slightly raised. Master, you should know that I'm the boss of a film and television company. With your acting skills, you're not even as good as the supporting actors signed by our company. The Ancient One, who can see through the timeline, knows that Daniel will deceive him. So if he wanted to stop it, it would be easy. Although he couldn't see his reaction afterwards, he knew after thinking about it that he wouldn't let Daniel go easily. The other party took the risk of killing Daniel and allowed the other party to deceive him. He did not think that the other party did it unintentionally. When Ancient One heard this, a smile appeared on his face. You're much smarter than I thought. I do have something to ask for your help with. Tell me and listen. The Ancient One poured tea into their teacups. I relied on the Time Stone to observe that in a few years, this world will usher in the invasion of the Dark Dimension. But because the end of my life will come before then, I have no way to check the future situation through gems. If I don't deal with it well, it may lead to the direct destruction of this world. Having said this, Ancient One looked at Su-Mo seriously. So I think if you have the ability, you can stop it. Hearing this, Su-Mo looked stunned. You mean there's no way to observe what happens after you die? Hearing this, the Ancient One looked at Su-Mo helplessly. His focus seemed to be somewhat different. That's right, the observation ability of the Time Stone is not unlimited. With it, you can only observe things related to yourself. Theoretically, as long as you want to observe someone, that person is already related to you, which seems to be omnipotent, but in fact, there is no way to observe what happens after your death. Because everything that happens after that has nothing to do with me. Mage, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing. I also live in this world, so I can't let this world be destroyed. The Ancient One Mage shook his head. No, protecting this world is the responsibility of all the Supreme Mages. Since you agree, I will naturally pay the corresponding reward. Tell me, do you have anything you want? Ancient One looked at Su-Mo seriously. Hearing this, Su-Mo looked stunned. Why did he feel that something was wrong? Ancient One seemed to be in a hurry to deliver something. However, Su-Mo didn't bother to care about what the other party had planned. With his strength, no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. Anything is okay? Su-Mo's eyes moved, and he confirmed with the other party. Come and see. I need the Time Stone. Since you have decided to follow the path of the law of time and space in the future, you must get the space and time gems yourself. These two gems should be of great help to me in understanding the laws. Hearing this, Ancient One did not hesitate at all. Since you don't agree. Su-Mo's face suddenly changed after he finished speaking. What did you say? He suspected that he had heard wrongly. As the core of Kama-Taja's magic and Eye of Agamotto, the other party agreed to hand it over to him so easily, seeing Su-Mo's disbelief. The Ancient One Mage coughed lightly. But it will take a few years. As compensation, you can come in and out of Kamatage at will and browse all the magic books in the library. Hearing this, Su-Imo stared thoughtfully at the Ancient One mage opposite. The other party doesn't want to run away and then use himself to top the tank. You must know that in the original plot, she died hastily and then passed the position of the Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. The dignified Supreme Mage was thrown to death. No one would believe it if I told you. You don't plan to use this trick on yourself now. After all, even the time gem, the core of the artifact, was given away casually, which had to make Su-Imo doubt the other party's purpose. It should be impossible. What he practices is black magic. If it is announced, at least half of the magicians of Carmitage will object. Ancient One should take this into consideration. But after thinking for a moment, Su-Imo felt relieved. No matter what her purpose is, as long as the time stone falls into her hands in the end. Even if the other party really has such a plan, the worst-case scenario is that he will pass the position directly. If it doesn't work, he will imitate the other party and fake his death to escape. Thinking of this, Su-Imo nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Anyway, there is no way to understand the rules yet. Except for those monsters, if you want to initially understand the law, you must at least reach the cosmic level. Not to mention the two superior laws of time and space. Seeing that Su-Imo agreed, Master Ancient One seemed to have a look of relief on his face. She stood up from her seat. Come on, I'll take you to the library. Soon, under the leadership of the Ancient One mage, the two came to a building located at the very back of Kamatage. This is Kamal Taj's library, which contains all of Kamal Taj's books. As he walked into the room, the Ancient One mage explained. The room looks a little dark. There are rows of bookshelves on both sides, and every book on the bookshelf is wrapped with a lock. In the middle is a wooden table. At this time, there was a somewhat obese, middle-aged Asian man sitting behind the desk, holding a book and reading carefully. Such obvious characteristics. Su-Imo could naturally guess that this person should be the librarian Wang. Hearing the sound at the door, Wang raised his head and looked toward the door. When he saw the Ancient One mage walking in, he quickly stood up from his seat and saluted. Your Majesty, the Supreme Mage. Ancient One nodded, pointed at Su-Imo behind, and introduced. This is Su-Imo. From now on, he can borrow and read all the books in the library at will. After Wang heard this, he looked at Su-Imo curiously and nodded. He naturally had no reason to refute the Supreme Mage's decision. Su-Imo came to the bookshelf and randomly pulled out a book from it. This book is called the Book of Kamustro, and many of the powerful magics recorded in it come from the book of Emperor Weishan. The Ancient One mage explained on the side. Su-Imo was very familiar with this name. In Doctor Strange 1, Casillas communicated with Domu in the Dark Dimension through the magic recorded on this page, which led to Domu's invasion. I opened it casually and looked through it. There is eventime magic cast by the Eye of Agamotto. Su-Imo became interested when he saw the mirror space magic recorded on a certain page. This magic can be said to be the coolest magic among all magics. It can generate a scene space. In the scene space, the caster of magic can control the terrain and rules inside at will. Of course, limited to some simple rules. For example, the direction of gravity, etc. After reading the content on this page, Su-Imo closed the book. A slight wave of his right hand. The cosmic energy in his body is released as he swings. Then he was pulled into a scene space together with the Ancient One mage and Wang on the side. This space looks no different from the library outside, but Su-Imo can control the gravity and terrain of this space at will. The Ancient One mage was already stunned on the spot. Which mage is he a disciple of? Wang Yi asked the Ancient One mage next to him with a surprised look on his face. In his opinion, the opponent has been able to skillfully release the mirror space and has obviously reached the level of a great mage and is considered to be one of the top people in Kamatage. After half a day, the Ancient One mage recovered from the shock. This must be the first time he has used this kind of magic. What? How is that possible? The surprise on Wang's face turned into shock. Even disciples like Modu and the others of the Ancient One cast this kind of magic after a long period of practice. The person in front of me was able to perform it successfully in one go. No wonder he was brought here personally by the Supreme Mage Ancient One. The magic talent is simply ridiculously strong. Ancient One shook his head. That's not the most important thing. Didn't you notice that the other party doesn't have a hanging ring in his hand? After hearing the advice from the Ancient One Mage, Wang finally reacted. How is this possible? As we all know, to perform magic, you need to borrow mana from Emperor Weishan. The hanging ring is equivalent to a certificate for borrowing mana. Only with the hanging ring can magic be exerted. Only a being like the Supreme Mage Ancient One, who is regarded as the spokesperson of Emperor Weishan in this world and is already well known by Emperor Weishan, can cast magic without the help of a hanging ring. But this is obviously not the case for the person in front of him. Ancient One knew that the other party could borrow mana from Sithorn, but the mana borrowed from it obviously could not cast the magic in the book of Weishan Emperor. How did the other party do it? At this moment, even the Ancient One Mage, who had strong chi-raising skills, was shocked by this unconventional thing. Suemo naturally understood what the two of them were thinking. After all, it is the consensus of all mages in this world that to perform magic you need to borrow mana from the Mephisto dimension. However, Suemo is an exception. The cosmic energy in his body is naturally also a type of energy. And it's not like Wei Shandy and Sithorn have mutually exclusive energies. Can be used to cast any magic. Of course, white magic and black magic are also included. The reason why Suemo doesn't use this kind of energy when he performs black magic is naturally because he has borrowed unlimited magic power and can use it without paying any price. He would be stupid to consume the energy in his body. But using white magic, Suemo obviously didn't intend to borrow magic power from Emperor Weishan. Whenever you borrow energy, you have to pay a price. How did you do that? Wang came to his senses and asked with a shocked look on his face. But then I realized that it seemed inappropriate to ask other people's secrets directly. So I said sarcastically, "Of course, if you don't want to say it, just pretend I didn't ask." At this time, there was a squeak sound and the door opened. Two figures walked in from outside the door. After entering, the two of them saluted Ancient One. "Teacher." Hearing the names of the two people, Suemo immediately guessed that they should be the two disciples of the Ancient One Mage, Modu and Cassius. The two of them have black and white skin, making it easy to tell them apart. After the salute, the two of them placed their hostile gazes on Suemo at the same time. Is this person the person Daniel mentioned who practices black magic? How can such a person be allowed to enter Kamatage? Shut up. Ancient One stopped the two of them. The last Daniel who spoke like this was almost useless, but he didn't expect these two people to dare to come up and provoke him. Power does not distinguish between good and evil, only talents. As long as you can keep your heart, no power will make any difference. Ancient One spoke to the two and explained. Teacher, seeing that the two were still trying to defend themselves, Ancient One waved his hand to stop them. Okay, you can go out. I will naturally make my own judgment. She had already seen the scene where Suemo took action just now. Without the help of the eye of Agamotto, she had no confidence that she could stop the opponent. In order to avoid adding two more people to the ward, Ancient One directly drove them away. Turning his head, Ancient One saw Suemo staring playfully at Cassius, who was walking out of the room, and his expression changed. After watching the two people walk out of the room, Suemo looked back. Just now he was considering whether to abolish these two people directly. After all, these two people will be a disaster later. However, considering that the two of them have not done anything bad yet, if they're killed, they will probably not be able to gain points. In addition, Ancient One has been promising benefits to itself from the beginning to the end, and we get along quite harmoniously, so we have to give the other party some face. Beating the opponent's only two disciples to death in person was a bit excessive no matter how you looked at it. Never mind. It would be better to wait until they do evil before getting rid of them. In this way, if he can gain points, the Ancient One Mage will not complain, but will thank himself and Cassius and the others will be able to live a few more years. Triple win. The two people who walked out of the library were completely unaware that they had just walked through the gate of hell. Suemo also had some doubts in her heart. Judging from the fact that Ancient One could observe the timeline, she shouldn't have known that Cassius was a rebel. Why not deal with the other party in advance? Unable to figure it out, Suemo simply gave it up. He shook the book in his hand towards Ancient One. This book can be borrowed, right? Random. The Ancient One mage chuckled. But I hope you can remember your promise. After saying that, she turned around and walked outside. After getting the other party's consent, Suemo was not polite and started choosing among them. Although the Ancient One mage allowed him to borrow it, he didn't go too far. He just borrowed dozens of books and then stopped. After Suemo left, Wong looked at the bookshelf that was almost a third empty, with an ugly expression on his face. What the other party took away were some books recording profound magic. Island of the Dead. In the main building of the center, Suemo walked in from outside. The laboratory for mutant research is in this building, so the corridors in the building are usually very busy with people coming and going, but today there was not a single soul in sight. A look of confusion flashed across his face. Then psychokinesis spread like a tide in all directions. There was a look on his face. He ducked into the large experimental site on the underground floor. All the researchers in the building, as well as the mutants, are gathered here. See White Queen and Apocalypse standing in the center of the crowd. Suemo understood instantly. After bringing Tianchi back, Suemo handed him over to the White Queen and the others. After a few days of recovery, it was obvious that Tianchi had recovered from the dying state of being about to be broken into two parts. At this time, Apocalypse, who has returned to normal, is helping Huo-Rin strengthen his abilities. The surrounding researchers were standing in front of each instrument, observing the data on the screen. White Queen noticed Suemo appearing in the corner and walked up quickly. "Wait, why do you look younger?" Suemo looked at the White Queen in front of him and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Although her appearance has not changed much over the years due to her mutant ability, she still looks like a young woman in her mid-20s. But now when I see the other person, the skin on his face is already full of collagen, almost restored to the state of 18 or 19 years old. Hearing this, Emma's face showed excitement. This black bald ability is simply created for mutants. In just half an hour, my ability improved by more than a third. Because of the enhancement of ability, I became what I am now. All body-enhanced mutants do indeed age much slower than ordinary people. Just like White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven, and Psylocke. They all look like they are less than 30 years old. Now that the body has been strengthened again, it will naturally become younger. No woman desires eternal youth, not even someone like the White Queen. Listening to her tone, restoring her youthfulness would excite her more than greatly improving her ability. After the last mutant was strengthened, Apocalypse also came to Suemo and spoke respectfully. "Owner." After the White Queen learned about the slave chip, she was not surprised by this situation. Well done." Suemo nodded. Then he turned to ask Emma, "Why haven't you seen Annie and Eric?" "Oh, Annie went back to New York to visit her family after you left. Eric said that he had a daughter with the same ability as him, so I asked him to bring her here." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes moved. This Emma is indeed quite dark. Not only does she control Lao Wan, but she also wants to bring her daughter over to make her a slave. But it seems that he is the one who benefits from all this. Thinking about it this way, he could only praise him. Well done. After sending the others away, Emma took Suemo and walked upstairs. "Where are you taking me to?" Looking at the look on the other person's face, Suemo asked knowingly. Emma glanced at him coquettishly. At this time, shouldn't you applaud me for returning to youth? A few days later, in the Star Tower, Suemo closed the book in his hand. As time accelerated, he had read all the books he had borrowed. Of course, it will take some time to fully master these magics. These magics were indeed as he imagined, and they did not improve his strength too much. In the past few days, he had to check on the duplication pregnancy every day. Judging from these observations, the giant cocoon has not changed much. Thinking about it, how could an incarnation of innate laws like the beast god be born so easily? Duplication cannot be conceived for the time being, and its strength cannot be raised to star level for the time being. Then you can only rely on external forces to improve your overall strength. It's like exchanging various technological weapons, such as laser cannons and spaceships. A C9 level laser cannon can completely destroy a city with one strike. Of course, Sumo could also do it through some tricks. But this laser cannon is not used to hit fixed targets, but moving targets. After locking on the target, the energy it emits is at the speed of light. There is basically no possibility of dodge. The most appropriate way is to cultivate a plant life. In terms of combat effectiveness, plant life almost crushes ordinary cultivators of the same level. A more powerful plant life can even fight against 100. Moreover, as long as there are sufficient resources, a plant life can be cultivated to the universe level or even the universe level in a short time. Of course, in this case, the point spent would probably be an astronomical number. Open the Properties panel and check it out. The current points are about 870,000. During this period of time, relying on the Special Operations team, I obtained about 300,000 to 400,000 points. Earning points isn't too slow, but compared to what he wanted to exchange, it was just a drop in the bucket. If nothing else, it is the cheapest laser cannon. A C9 level laser cannon requires more than 3 million points to redeem. If you just rely on the members of the special team to earn points, it will probably take 2 to 3 months. Therefore, he decided to start his second dream walk. Sitting in the practice room, as his figure slowly floated up, almost instantly, the soul came to the spectacular tree of time again. From the outside, one cannot know what kind of world is inside. Sumo simply looked for a branch that was thicker than the previous world and plunged in. According to the degree of stoutness, this kind of world should have supernatural power. After a daze, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in a cramped and dark space. Looking at the clothes hanging next to him, Sumo looked stunned. Wardrobe. Before he could react, he heard a woman's voice coming from outside. "Dear, why are you back?" Hearing the conversation, Sumo reacted instantly. A scene about being caught having an affair? The most important thing is, am I the adulterer? Damn it. Sumo's face was covered with black lines. What's wrong with the cells in these parallel universes? The one last time had S*X with someone else's girlfriend, but this time he went even further and hooked up with someone else's wife. What the hell, they're not serious people, not like me. After recalling his actions over the past 20 years, Sumo had to accept the fact. Well, I don't seem to be a good person either. After understanding his current situation, Sumo immediately decided to leave first. For now, it is better to understand your identity and basic situation first. The woman in the room should know some information about herself in this world. But it would obviously be inappropriate to go out and inquire like this. It would be better to avoid the limelight first and come back to ask after her husband leaves later. After making this decision, Sumo immediately opened the space door and left. It was only then that he thought of a question. This closet is full of clothes, and there is simply not enough space to open the portal. If you want to open it, you must at least move the clothes out of the way. Thinking of this, Sumo moved the hanging clothes away and activated psychokinesis to explore outside. After this inspection, his face instantly became a little ugly. At this time, a man was standing in front of the closet with his hands on the handle of the closet. Obviously, the other party will open the cabinet door in the next moment. A blonde woman wearing only purple pajamas, holding a baseball bat in her hand, stood behind the man. The next moment, the woman swung the baseball bat in her hand and hit the man on the neck. The man who was about to open the cabinet door stopped and fainted. Holy shit! Seeing the woman's movements, Sumo's eyelids jumped. This guy doesn't look like a good person. Not only was she having an affair, but she was also thinking about murdering her husband. After the woman knocked the man unconscious, she quickly opened the cupboard door. He shouted towards Sumo, who was stunned inside. "Come out quickly." Only then did Sumo come back to his senses and walked out of the cabinet. He looked the woman's appearance up and down. I have to say that although my peers in these worlds are not good people, their vision is first-rate. This young woman is the same as Alyssa in the previous world. Just looking at the appearance alone is above 90%. A golden shawl, long hair, with big eyes, a high-nose bridge, fair skin, and a height of nearly 1.7 meters, combined with a slightly plump figure, he is indeed very attractive. After coming out, the woman has no nonsense. Take his clothes out of the closet and hand them to him. Okay, you leave quickly, otherwise it will be bad when he wakes up and is seen by him. Sumo sighed as he listened to the other party urging him to leave. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a black energy shot out of his hand and entered the mind of the man on the ground. Before leaving, always ask for your address. The United States does not have such a thing as an ID card like in Dacia. If he didn't find someone to ask clearly, he wouldn't even be sure whether his name was Sumo. The moment the woman's eyes met Sumo's, her face became dull. What's my name? Sumo. Half an hour later, Sumo walked out of the house. From the woman's mouth, he has also learned about his basic situation. Unexpectedly, he lives opposite this house. When he got the news, Sumo was also surprised. The rabbit hasn't even eaten the grass beside its nest yet. Yet this boy has the audacity to seduce the young neighbor woman. If he was discovered by a man, he might empty the magazine at him one day. And he also learned the identity of this body. An orphan college student who just graduated last week. The institution where I graduated is not far from here, Pennsylvania State University. That's right, it's the university where Wanda is studying. After confirming his identity, Sumo returned to his home. There is no rush to understand the situation in this world. He first returned to the world he was in and checked a watch next to him. Based on a last experience, he first had to determine the time difference between the two worlds. If time flows much slower in this world than in his original world, he can only give up this world. Otherwise, before he can collect enough points in this world, Thanos' snap fingers in his original world will be marked, which will be a bit outweighed by the gain. Fine. After comparison, the time flow rate of the two worlds is 1-to-1. Only then did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, he immediately started searching on the internet. I look forward to looking for information about this world on the internet. But the result obviously disappointed him. Just like the last world, there is no special information on the internet. It looks like this is an ordinary world like his last life. While he was deep in thought, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Take out your phone. The name shown above is Jason. When the phone was connected, a young man's voice came from over there. Sue. Carl said that he found an abandoned town on the internet. It is said that various strange events have happened in the town. We all decided to go exploring in this town during our graduation trip. Do you want to come with us? A weird town. Sumo's eyes moved. That's right. I heard him say the name of the town is... What Ridge? At this point, Jason's voice on the opposite side became vague, and it seemed that he was asking others for the name of the town. After a while, his voice returned to normal. Yes, that place is called Silent Hill. How about it? Doesn't it sound cool? Silent Hill. Sumo instantly grasped the key words in this sentence. Hearing this familiar name, he also understood the nature of this world. Hey, Sue, are you listening? Are you going or not? Jason's shout from the other side woke him up. Go, of course. Okay, let's meet at the school gate tomorrow, that's it. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Is there a world of weird and evil spirits? Sumo showed an interested look on his face. Isn't this a perfect fit for my profession as a mage? That night, Sumo ordered a takeaway, and after taking care of dinner, he planned to rest directly. This body is just an ordinary person after all. I spent a lot of energy at the neighbor's house during the day, and now my body can no longer bear it. Just when he was drowsy, a scream from outside woke him up. Before he could go out to check, a crying voice came from outside the door. Sue, open the door quickly. Listening to the voice, it was the young woman who lived opposite. Opening the door, the other party was also wearing only a pair of pajamas. She seemed to be panting violently after running violently. After seeing Sumo, she threw herself into his arms. Tears flowed from his face like a bursting bank. Seeing this scene, Sumo felt dizzy. It couldn't be that there was a conflict between the couple because of what happened during the day. If this was the case, he really didn't know how to deal with it. This is all a mess left by the original owner. However, things have to be solved, and they can't continue like this. What happened? He asked the woman. At this time, he remembered that he had been asking for information about himself during the day, and he didn't know the woman's name at this time. Under his questioning, the woman gradually calmed down. But what the woman said next caused his brain to shut down. Paul is dead. What? Hearing this, Sumo looked stunned. Did you kill him? This was the first thought that came to Sumo's mind. Of course not. The woman quickly denied it. Then a look of horror appeared on her face. Half an hour later, outside the villa opposite, there were several police cars parked. A group of awakened neighbors gathered outside the cordon. After a while, several police officers came out of the house carrying a bulging body bag. Sumo and the blonde woman were sitting in a police car nearby, and a police officer was taking notes for the two of them. Finally, the woman was taken back by the police to assist in the investigation. After all, the man died in a home with only the two of them, and the woman was a serious suspect. Through chatting before, Sumo also found out the woman's name. Bellica. Looking at the police car gradually disappearing from sight, Sumo fell into deep thought. Before the police arrived, Sumo had already checked outside the villa. Combining Bellica's description, Sumo also figured out the ins and outs of the matter. The man died of excessive bleeding caused by 3 huge scratches on his chest. According to Bellica, after she was awakened by a sound at night, she went out and saw the other party lying on the floor in the living room, and the clothes on his chest were soaked with blood. She suspected that the murderer was still hiding in the room, so she ran out of the house. Strange thing is, she escaped from the room without encountering any obstruction. But Sumo had some guesses. Outside the house, while exploring through psychokinesis, Sumo found that the man had a hint of gray energy. The nature seems to be that of legendary resentment, combined with the existence of Silent Hill. He easily deduced that the man probably died of a supernatural event. Wraith. The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly. After learning that there was a place called Silent Hill in this world, Sumo searched for relevant information on the internet. Although there is no news about supernatural events, but he had seen one statistic. Across the United States, as many as 3 million people die from accidents every year. This is obviously not normal. Even in his Marvel world, which has various powerful villains with various abilities, the number of people who die due to accidents every year is only more than 500,000. This is a world with fully 6 times that number of deaths, plus death from disease and normal causes. The total number of deaths each year exceeds 5 million. Judging from the data, the number of deaths has increased year by year. The number of these weird, evil spirits is also growing exponentially. Now, the number of deaths in the United States every year has exceeded the number of births. If this continues, I am afraid that in 100 years or so, this country will become a world of evil spirits. But in Sumo's opinion, the more evil spirits in this world, the better. The more evil spirits there are, the more points he can gain. Of course, it is best to keep the number of evil spirits and humans in a balanced state. This way you can earn a steady stream of points. After figuring everything out, Sumo returned home and slept peacefully. Judging from Bellica's ability to escape from the room safely and the disappearance of resentment in the house, this resentful spirit should have a purpose for revenge. It will not affect others. Of course, even if the other party was an evil spirit that killed people randomly and indiscriminately, Sumo wouldn't be worried at all. You know, Sidhorn is in charge of the underworld. Although there is naturally a huge amount of gap between myself and Sidhorn. But with the Book of Darkness in hand, if he could still be hurt by these evil spirits, he might as well just hit him to death. Early the next morning, Sumo drove his second-hand Ford pickup truck and drove towards the school gate. 5 minutes later, his car arrived at its destination. At this time, there were already 2 cars waiting here. A Lexus, and the last one is a Ferrari supercar. I saw his car stopped. A man with glasses, less than 1.8 meters tall, got out of the Lexus. He walked up with a smile on his face. Hey, Sue, you finally figured it out. You don't have to worry about finding a job. Suemo chuckled when he heard this. It can be seen from the decoration and supplies in the room yesterday and the second-hand Ford the first drove. In this world, my economic situation is not very good. Apparently, according to the original plan of the original owner, he did not choose to go on a graduation trip with them, but found a job. However, as the other party approached, the look on his face changed. He actually felt a sense of resentment from the other party. This is a sign of being targeted by evil spirits. At the moment, Sumo's thoughts spread towards the surroundings. As expected, the two people in the Lexus and the two in the Ferrari all had this aura about them. Have evil spirits spread to this extent in this world? From yesterday to now, fully 6 of the people I met have been targeted by evil spirits. This probability is too high. You can tell the person in front of you from his voice. It was Jason who talked to him on the phone last night. After waiting for a few more minutes, the last car arrived, a red Subaru. After everyone arrived, the motorcade officially set off. Jason chose to sit in Sumo's car. Along the way, the two of them chatted. It can be seen that Jason is very excited and has no idea what kind of world he will face next. Suemo also indirectly learned all the information about their team from his mouth. There are 7 people in the team in total, except for Suemo himself, Jason, and Carl driving the Lexus. The other person in Carl's car was his sister Lena. On top of the Ferrari supercar is their classmate Dinah and her wealthy boyfriend Blake. There was a girl in the last car. Julie is also their classmate. A few hours later, the death squad stopped at a lonely gas station on the highway. While refueling, they also need to go to the supermarket to purchase some supplies. After all, the Silent Hill they were going to was a remote, abandoned town. And according to the plan, we will stay in the town for a few days, so we still need to prepare some necessary food and water. Park your car in front of the supermarket. Several people got out of the car one after another. Carl is nearly 1.9 meters tall. Looking at the strong muscles on his body, you can tell that he is usually a fitness enthusiast. Contrary to him, his sister Lena looked to be 18 or 19 years old, only about 1 meter 6 tall, and her figure is also thin. The two of them stood together, unable to believe that they, the Beauty and the Beast, could be brothers and sisters. Dinah is a girl with fair skin and a height of nearly 1.8 meters. Her black boyfriend Blake has dreadlocks. Both of them looked angry. It is estimated that there was a conflict over something before. But Suemo quickly noticed that Blake with dreadlocks. There seemed to be a trace of anger in the eyes looking at him. Did the two of them have a date? Suemo muttered secretly, planning to ask Jason sideways after getting in the car. The last Julie has long black hair and 3-dimensional facial features, especially the full and slightly raised lips, which adds a unique beauty to her. I learned from Jason that Julie was not only the most attractive woman in their class, still a top student. Throughout college, there were countless suitors. However, there are no rumors about having a boyfriend. Judging from Jason's praise of her between the lines, it is obvious that he is also one of her many admirers. However, his taciturn character meant that he could only fantasize about it in private. Suemo summed it up. The Beauty and the Beast brother and sister, the black couple, the school beauty, plus him and Jason, are all the members of this death-seeking team. After Lena got off the car, she ran to Suemo and the others. Sue, why didn't you answer my phone call yesterday? I was probably taking a shower and didn't hear it. Suemo casually found an excuse to excuse himself. When he returned home and checked his cell phone, he naturally saw a missed call named Lena. However, judging by the time, the original owner should have been hiding in the neighbor's closet at that time, so there was no time to talk to her. After he traveled through time, it was naturally impossible for him to call her back without knowing his identity. I heard the reason Suemo made up. Lena naturally didn't believe it. Just when she was about to say something more, her brother Carl came over. Okay, Lena, stop making trouble and go buy some necessities. We have to set off quickly. We must reach the last town leading to Silent Hill before night. After speaking, he nodded towards Suemo, mentioned Lena, and walked towards the supermarket. Seeing this, Sue Mo and Jason walked into the supermarket like them. But Sue Mo discovered the situation. The school beauty, Julie, hardly communicated with other people from beginning to end. Even when they gathered in the morning, she just said hello to Carl. Thinking of this, Sue Mo turned to ask Jason on the side. Is Julie offered to join the team? Certainly. The other party has always been very interested in this kind of supernatural adventure. Following Jason's description, Sue Mo also understood. Carl can also be considered one of Julie's suitors. And the reason why he proposed this expedition to Silent Hill was because he hoped to attract Julie's attention and attract her, thereby creating opportunities for contact with her. Speaking of this, Jason's words still had a sour tone. Good guy, what a classic. In order to get closer to a woman who likes supernatural adventures, I took a few close friends and my sister to die. Sue Mo could imagine it. If he hadn't traveled through time. When this team enters Silent Hill, I'm afraid no one will survive. But what's going on with everyone's resentment? Among the current people, only Julie does not have such resentment. On the way here, he also made some indirect inquiries. Have any of you ever done this before? Go to an old house or a haunted house? Jason said there was no such activity. Sue Mo, who couldn't figure out, didn't think much about it. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the light lasted for less than 2 seconds. When the light disappeared, the grievances of Jason and Carl brother and sister had been transferred to himself. In this way, the self with the deepest resentment will obviously become the first target of evil spirits. All he needs is that the other party comes to his door obediently. Entering the supermarket, several people quickly selected a large bag of food. Sue Mo is no exception. However, when swiping the cards, Sue Mo discovered to his embarrassment that all the cards showed insufficient balances. Although I know that the original owner's financial situation is not very good, I didn't expect it to get to this point. Seeing the balance in the card, Sue Mo was also speechless. This money is probably only enough for lunch at most. No wonder the original owner didn't plan to go on an adventure with them. I'm afraid he would starve to death in the small town if he spent this little money. But I have to admire the original owner. Dunama was in this situation. Instead of quickly getting some money, she still had time to seduce the young woman next door. The key is to hook up with the young neighbor woman. There's still some means. Looking at the cashier girl who was holding her credit card and looking at him innocently, Sue Mo also felt a little embarrassed on his face. After years of living a privileged life, he has gradually neglected money matters. After all, given his position of wealth in the Marvel Universe, he hasn't experienced the feeling of spending money for a long time. In desperation, he could only reach into his backpack. Outsiders looked like he was reaching into his backpack, but in fact his hand had already passed through the space door and appeared in a hidden compartment behind a bookcase in the home of an American congressman. By the time he took it back, there was already a wad of banknotes worth more than $100,000 in his hand. The reason why we know where this congressman hides his money is because this congressman also exists in the Marvel world. Moreover, Sue Mo had dealt with the other party because of matters related to the film and television company. He also learned the location of the vault from the other party's wife. As for why the other party's wife told him, it is not convenient to go into details. When he was searching for information on the internet last night, he accidentally saw the information about this congressman. He also gave it a try with the intention of giving a try. Unexpectedly, peers in this world also have the same habit. I wonder if his wife in this world also has a mole on the root of her thigh. Sue Mo thought randomly in boredom. Put the banknotes into your backpack and pull out a few. He handed it to the cashier in front of him. The checkout was delayed for a while, and when Sue Mo came out, the other people were already waiting outside. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Carl, the captain, spoke directly. Set off. Then everyone walked toward their cars. But when Sue Mo walked to the car, he found that the coquettishly dressed girl Dinah, sitting in the Ferrari, was following him. Seeing Sue Mo's eyes looking over, Dinah said, I want to ride in your car. The other people who were about to return to the car also noticed the situation here. Her boyfriend Blake's face became even more ugly. He walked forward and looked at Sue Mo with a gloomy look. Are you Sue? In fact, no one in their team is very familiar with Blake. It was only because the other party was Dinah's boyfriend, and because Dinah wanted to participate in this expedition that he came with her. He didn't believe in those mysterious things at all. Sumo saw the other person's face, as if he had cuckolded him, etc. Thinking of this, Sumo's heart suddenly jumped. That can't really be the case, right? To be honest, judging from what he did to the two world peers, it is really possible. At this time, Dinah, who was standing behind her, stepped forward directly. Stand in front of Sumo. What do you want to do? Sumo sighed secretly when he saw Dinah's actions. From the current point of view, there is at least a 60% chance that it is really what I think. Blake saw this. The anger on his face was even more visible to the naked eye. It seems I didn't accuse you wrongly. You really have a relationship with the other person. What nonsense are you talking about? Dinah retorted with an angry expression. I'm talking nonsense. Then why did you call his name just after you fell asleep in the car? In anger, Blake shouted directly. Hearing this, everyone including Sumo looked stunned. After hearing this, Dinah's face changed, as if she was angry from embarrassment. That's right, we are related. Not only did we sleep, but we slept together more than once. In my heart, you can't even compare to him. So what? Also, the two of us break up from now on, and there will be no relationship between us in the future. After saying that, she stopped talking nonsense and sat directly in the back seat of Sumo's car. After Blake heard it, he couldn't accept it for a while. We've been dating for more than a month, and you didn't even let me touch your hands, and you actually... After Carl heard this, he walked up quickly. Blake, you may have some misunderstanding. What Dinah said was angry. She was Sue's girlfriend before. Maybe it's just that the memory left by him was too deep for her. Hearing this, Sumo glanced at Carl in shock. Brother, if you don't know how to persuade people, don't force them to do so. He also understood that the reason why the original owner did not come to join this team was not just because of money. Even a man wouldn't be able to accept seeing his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend showing affection in front of them. Sure enough, after hearing this, Blake's face became even more angry. In anger, he clenched his fist and rushed towards Sumo. Sumo was not in the habit of being beaten while standing. Although I don't know the truth, he is really just lying down. Kicked the opponent to the ground with one kick. Sumo didn't go up to make up for it. After all, he was not sure whether he was wronged or not until the matter was clarified. After everyone's persuasion, Blake angrily returned to the car. When this happened, he didn't intend to stay anymore, but drove away directly, watching the other party's car disappear from sight. Sumo knew that the other party probably had a grudge against him, and judging from the car he drove, there should be some influence in his family. But Sumo was not worried at all. Instead, he hid his resentment. Judging from the intensity of resentment on the other side, if nothing unexpected happens, he will no longer be able to see the sun tomorrow. Seeing this, no one said much. Only Julie glanced at Dinah before returning to the car. Jason, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wisely returned to Carl's car. The space in this car was left to Sumo and Dinah. After the car started again, Sumo glanced at Dinah in the passenger seat. The strange thing is that Dinah looks calm now. Not only was there no anger in his eyes, Sumo even saw a hint of joy in them. Seeing this, he looked stunned. For a moment, my brain was unable to react. Dinah noticed Sumo's expression and a sickly smile appeared on her face. An inexplicable sentence popped out of his mouth. Do you know who Blake's father is? Without waiting for Sumo to answer, she continued speaking. His father is a member of the #1 gang in the United States, and his status is not low. Hearing this, Sumo reacted suddenly. Everything you did before was an act. Dinah heard Sumo's words. A bright smile appeared on his face. You are still as smart as ever, but I can't figure it out. Why don't you deny it, but cooperate with my performance like this? Having said this, Dinah's doubtful eyes fell on Sumo's face. Sumo sighed. Only when he said this did he understand. No matter where there was any cheating, it was all this woman's plan. The fact is that after the two broke up, Dinah resented him for something. He specifically found the son of a gangster like Blake to be his boyfriend. After that, things became simple. He pretended to reveal various flaws to make Blake suspicious, and Sumo put a hat on him. I'm afraid no man can endure this situation, especially for someone like Blake who grew up in a mafia family. Blake will naturally use every means to retaliate against Sumo. I have to say, this woman is quite ruthless. And if the other party hadn't confessed, without the memory of his original body, he might have been deceived by the other party. Sumo smiled and shook his head. Why do you do this? Hearing this, a crazy smile appeared on Dinah's face. Of course I want you to die. It's only my job to get rid of others. Why are you the first to get rid of me? Sumo was surprised when he heard this. Is that why? This woman is a psychopath. Thinking of this, Sumo looked at the other person with a caring look. Dinah, who originally expected to see Sumo's anger and fear, saw Sumo's dull expression, and a surge of anger surged up. She did not hesitate to spend a lot of time and make false promises with that N********* scar, just to get revenge on him and see his regretful look. Whenever this happens, she will gain unprecedented satisfaction. Sumo's indifference and look as if he was mentally retarded successfully irritated her. Dinah looked at Sumo fiercely. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. The reason why your parents don't have pensions, why your house was taken back, and all the part-time jobs you were looking for were fired, is because I found someone to do these things. How are you? Are you angry? Are you angry? After saying that, Dinah looked at Sumo proudly. Expect to see an angry look on the other person's face. Sumo still controlled the car calmly. He glanced at the other person out of the corner of his eye. It seems like you're really free. Sumo seemed to have just heard Jason say that Dinah's father seemed to be a state legislator. With the power of the other party, it is not difficult to do what she said. Impossible. Aren't you supposed to be very angry? I am the son of a high-ranking member of the biggest gang who has made you miserable and impoverished. Sumo did not answer, but turned to look at her. If you say this, aren't you afraid that I will kill you right now? If you mess with the gang, I might not be able to survive. It's just right to have you as a backup. Do you dare? Dinah looked at Sumo with a proud face. Now that I know this, as long as you are careful and hide, you can survive. Those gangsters will not find you so easily. And if you kill me, you will be wanted by the government. No matter where you hide, you will die. After hearing the other party's answer, Sumo suddenly understood. The other party's purpose is not to kill him, but to make him live in fear of fleeing from now on. I have to say that this woman is not only very idle, but also vicious enough. Thinking of this, the corner of Sumo's lips raised slightly. That's a good analysis, but you still don't seem to understand me well enough. At this point, Sumo paused, looking out of the car. At this time, the car was passing through a cliffside path with a height of dozens of meters. Below the cliff is a rapid river. Do you think we could survive if we fell from here? Upon hearing this, the look on Dinah's face changed. What are you going to do? She's a little crazy and a little paranoid, but that doesn't mean she isn't afraid of death. Sumo's words, combined with the crazy smile on his face, made her hair stand on end. Of course, I'll take you to see the little goldfish. After saying that, Sumo slammed the steering wheel in his hand. The car turned and sped towards the cliff at an angle. Seeing this scene, Dinah looked stunned, and her expression became completely panicked. No, don't. I can ask Blake to let you go. Don't do this. Sumo didn't pay attention to the other party's plan. Seeing that the right front wheel of the car had left the ground, Dinah's pupils shrank, and then she let out a harsh scream. Hold the handle above the window tightly with both hands. The car shook. The entire right side of the car turned around on the cliff on the roadside and returned to the ground. Of course, Sumo achieved this with the help of psychokinesis. This is also the reason why he dares to play like this. After all, even with the psychokinesis he can display, lifting the car won't be a problem. Stab! After a sharp brake sound, the car stopped on the road, turning to look at Dinah on the side. At this time, her hair was disheveled and her eyes were dull. It seems that I haven't recovered from the exciting project just now. There was a dripping sound from under the passenger seat. Sumo followed the sound and found a large water stain on Dinah's jeans. At this time, there were still water drops dripping from the water stain location. There was already a small pool of liquid under the seat. What a bad luck. I have to wash the car later. Wow. It was only then that Dinah came back to her senses, and tears flowed out of her eyes like a bursting dam. Shut up. Sumo gave a low drink. Dinah was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and the voice in her mouth stopped abruptly. Get out of the car and take off your pants. After hearing this, Dinah hurriedly got out of the car and then took off her pants. Obviously, Sumo's actions just now completely frightened her. As the daughter of a city council member, she has been pampered since she was a child and is used to bossing around. No one has ever dared to scold her loudly, which leads to her blindly confident character. Otherwise, no one with any brain would tell what happened before in a car with only two people. Now that she has seen Sumo's ferocity, she is as obedient as a chicken. He glanced at the pants in his hand. Dinah whispered, I only have this piece of clothing now. Can you let me put it in a bag? The clothes she carried before were all placed on the Ferrari. Her original intention was to buy it after arriving at the last town leading to Silent Hill, but it was obviously too late now. She can't go out like this. After all, her last piece of clothing was transparent. A few minutes later, the car was back on the road. However, the moment he started the car, Sumo transferred the resentment in his body to Dinah's body and temporarily blocked it with dark energy. Because Sumo deliberately left his car behind, the two cars in front didn't notice what was going on here. Wait until it gets dark. Everyone finally arrived at the last town leading to Silent Hill. Silent Hill is located in a very remote location. Even the nearest town, there's still more than 2 hours drive away. Everyone's plan is to rest one night in a hotel in this small town and then head to Silent Hill early tomorrow morning. The car stopped in front of the only hotel in the town. With no choice but to do so, Dinah put on her jeans again. After several people registered, Dinah endured the strange looks from everyone, got up, and ran towards the supermarket not far away. Because the town is a bit remote, the hotel's empty rooms are enough for one person. Carl, the team leader, also walked out of the hotel after checking in. Before going out, he also picked up Lena, who was pestering Sumo. Julie looked at the map on the wall and studied it. Only Sumo and Jason took the keys to their respective rooms and walked upstairs. The hotel has only 3 floors in total. The two of them had rooms on the 2nd floor and one on the 3rd floor. After reaching the 2nd floor, Jason patted Sumo. Sue, do you want to go out for a walk later? I just applied for a gun license. I just saw a gun store not far away. I plan to buy a weapon for self-defense. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes behind the frame. After all, there is no man who doesn't like this kind of thing. I won't go, but remember to buy more bullets. Maybe you will need them tomorrow. After giving instructions to the other party, Sumo returned directly to the room. However, the other party reminded him that he should also prepare some weapons. It's hard to tell about the inner world, but it seems that the monsters in the outer world can be dealt with guns. His mental strength is now limited by his body and cannot last long. Prepare some weapons to be prepared. At dinner, everyone gathered together again. Carl opened his mouth to explain the information about Silent Hill collected in the town today. I asked many residents in the town today, and they all kept silent about Silent Hill. But I still got some useful information. What news? Jason asked. Carl glanced at Julie vaguely and noticed that the other party was also staring at him seriously, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. After clearing his throat, he spoke. There was a fire in this town decades ago. Within a month after the fire, dozens of small-town residents disappeared one after another. Disappear? When Julie heard this, her eyes showed a thoughtful look. That's right. Carl nodded. It's the kind of disappearance where you can't even find the body. Sumo was moved in his heart. He knew this very well. It seemed that these people were involved in burning the little girl to death, and then they were all pulled into the outside world by the little girl, who gained power. He had watched this movie earlier and had almost forgotten the plot. I just remember that there seems to be a different world inside and a different world inside. It seems to be somewhat similar to the mirror space in White Magic. Dinah had already changed her clothes at this time. After arriving in the town, she had been in a trance, but her eyes were vaguely looking at Sue and Mo from time to time. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. After running around for a day, everyone was a little tired. Sue and Mo had just finished taking a shower when he heard a knock on the door from outside. After opening the door, Dinah stood outside the door wearing a windbreaker. At this time, all the heavy makeup on his face had been washed away and light makeup was put on his face. Looking at it this way, the other party is no less inferior to Julie. No wonder he is being targeted by his counterpart. "May I come inside?" Dinah's attitude turned out to be unusually docile. Seeing the other party's expression, Sue Mo was a little surprised, but he still nodded. After getting Sue Mo's permission, she stepped in. Sue Mo, who had just closed the door and turned around, saw that Dinah had taken off the windbreaker she was wearing a very attractive black silk-made outfit underneath. Seeing the other party dressed like this, Sue Mo was stunned. What else is this woman trying to do? Before he could react, Dinah had already thrown herself into his arms. "What are you doing?" Sue Mo pushed the other person away with a look of disgust on his face. When Dana saw this, she quickly explained, "Don't worry, I haven't even let Blake touch my hands." "So, what? Didn't you still want me to die during the day?" Sue Mo was unmoved at all. Hearing this, Dana showed a look of aftertaste on her face. "But I think you look so handsome during the day. How about we get back together? I can promise you anything." Look at the expression on the other person's face. Sue Mo looked stunned. Has this woman awakened any special attributes? Seeing Sue Mo's stunned expression, Dana secretly stuffed something into Sue Mo's hand and then looked at him expectantly. Sue Mo lowered his head and glanced at the necessary items for horse riding in his hand. A slap in the face. "You are so perverted." 2 hours later, Sue Mo sat on the sofa in front of the window. Dinah is cleaning up the battlefield obediently. Sue Mo had to admit that this woman was indeed interesting. Why not stay and raise it for a while? Thinking of this, Sue Mo waved to the other party, and Dinah quickly walked up. A black energy shot out from Sue Mo's eyebrows, gradually forming a devil's contract in midair. "Sign it." After explaining the signing method, Sue Mo said calmly to Dinah. Dinah was already stunned by the scene in front of her. What is this?" "After you sign it, you will be my servant from now on, and everything about you, including your life, will be under my control." Sue Mo opened his mouth to explain. Then he stared straight at the other person. If she refused to sign this contract, Sue Mo could only let her fend for herself. But judging from the resentment in her body, she should have left very uneasily. Unexpectedly, Dinah's eyes lit up after hearing this. "I signed." After saying that, Dinah couldn't wait to reach out and touch the contract, seeing that the other party is afraid that he will regret it if it is too late. Sue Mo had some doubts as to whether he had not explained clearly just now. "In this way, I will be yours from now on." Dinah had a look of excitement on her face. Seeing the other party's performance, Sue Mo stroked his forehead. Sure enough, the other party's abnormality began to develop in a strange direction. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole town fell into silence. In a small town in such a remote place, there is originally a lack of entertainment at night, and the people here are somewhat influenced by Silent Hill. This causes the residents of the town to go to bed early at night. On the second floor of the hotel, in Sue Mo's room, Sue Mo slowly took back the dark energy that enveloped Dinah's resentment. When I absorbed the resentment from several people, I found that the concentration of resentment in them was not the same. He guessed that this concentration should determine the order in which the resentful spirits would attack them. Among all people, Black has the highest concentration in his body. In addition, Sue Mo has hidden the resentment in the rest of the people, and tonight, 99% of the time, that resentful spirit will find Black when he returns. Maybe the other party is already dead, as Sue Mo took away the energy that blocked his resentment. After a while, the lights in the entire room began to flicker. The sound of Zila Zila also began to echo in the room. Sue Mo's eyes narrowed. The evil spirits are coming. Look at the abnormality in the room. Exhausted, Dinah sat up from the bed with difficulty. There was a trace of fear on his face. What's going on? Suemo pushed her back into bed again and looked at the TV opposite the bed with a hint of purple light in his eyes. Lie inside and don't move. Upon hearing Sumo's order, excitement flashed across Dinah's eyes. Even the fear in her heart was temporarily suppressed, and she nodded hurriedly. After saying that, he shrank back into the quilt and stared at Suemo with burning eyes. Suemo turned around and glanced at him. Damn, what a pervert. Then Sumo's eyes fell on the TV again. He could see clearly. The room has been gradually invaded by a wave of resentment, and the source of the resentment is the TV opposite the bed. This is an old-fashioned big-head TV. Among the hotels in this remote town, it is pretty good to have this kind of hotel. As the resentment gradually gathered in the TV, the screen of the closed TV suddenly lit up, and a snowflake appeared on the screen. No, why does this scene look so familiar? After a while, the snowflakes on the TV disappeared. Suemo looked at a dry well that appeared on the screen and was stunned. Midnight Ring, Sadako? This picture is so classic and so memorable. As a result, Suemo recognized him immediately when he saw it. Only then did Suemo realize that Silent Hill, which he was familiar with, was not the only one in this world. The pictures on the TV began to change continuously. Suemo didn't have the slightest fear. He walked directly to the TV and unplugged the plug from the wall. Really, the TV screen was not affected and was still playing those images. Give this to Tony, he will be ecstatic, right? Suemo secretly thought. The last time the two of them chatted on the yacht, they heard each other say that he was researching renewable energy. He calls it an arc reactor. Sadako's thing can power a TV when there is no power source, and it can obviously also be used as an energy source. With many thoughts in his mind, Suemo sat sideways on the table next to the TV, waiting for Sadako's arrival with peace of mind. Dinah, who was sitting on the bed, saw all this with a look of surprise on her face. The TV, which was out of power, was still playing. This was obviously beyond her knowledge. But seeing Sumo's calm look, she felt relieved. After the magical contract that the other party made before, she also realized that the other party was not an ordinary person and should be able to cope with this situation. Less than 2 minutes passed. The constantly beating picture on the TV stopped and switched to the dry well again. Then, a pair of dirty hands stretched out from the dry well. Dinah, who was paying full attention to the TV screen, was startled, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from making a sound. After all, the master's orders are absolute. Suemo naturally noticed the scene in the picture and stood up. In a moment, a dirty figure wearing a white dress with disheveled hair climbed out of the well and crawled towards the screen. As the TV screen gradually faded in a blur, Sadako's upper body crawled out of the TV. At this time, Sadako suddenly saw a pair of feet appearing in her sight. Slowly raising her head, Sadako's eyes slowly looked upward along her legs. Finally, I saw Sumo's handsome face. I saw Suemo giving her a standard smile, showing 8 neat white teeth. The smile in Sadako's eyes made a chill rise in her heart. Before she could react, Sumo's right hand with a hint of purple light directly grabbed her long hair and pulled it out of the TV. Sadako's body was instantly restrained by a black energy, making it impossible for her to move at all. The severe pain coming from her head made Sadako let out a pitiful cry. Although Sumo's body has only been strengthened by psychokinesis for 1 day, his strength is no less than that of a trained special soldier. He pulled the other person's hair and lifted him up. Suemo aimed a combination of punches at her face. Sadako, who had almost no feeling of pain, felt the fists emitting purple light hitting her body. Every blow made her want to go crazy. After a full 5 minutes of violent beating, Suemo stopped panting. He reached out and summoned a purple rope, tied the other party up, and hung him from the ceiling. Dinah on the bed watched the whole process in her eyes, the light in her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Fighting evil spirits is as easy as a father beating his son. After hanging Sadako up, Sumo watched the fierce struggle with his hands around his neck. At this time, he also saw the other party's appearance clearly. First of all, the other party has a European and American face. So obviously, this is the American version of Sadako. Secondly, this Sadako is also very handsome. A purple whip gradually formed in Sumo's hand, and then he looked at Sadako hanging in the air. Are you going to cooperate proactively or passively? Half an hour later, seeing Sadako disappearing in front of him, Sumo waved his hand, and the rope in the air disappeared. This Sadako is able to communicate, but it seems that her brain is not very good. However, within half an hour, Sumo also got some information from the other party. First of all, the other party's name is Morgan, not Sadako. And from what she said, it can be inferred that if she kills her body, she will not disappear. This is just one of her numerous duplications. Sumo had expected this. According to the plot, anyone who has watched the videotape will be visited by her at 10 o'clock in the evening 7 days later. If enough people watch the videotape, won't she be busy to death? Therefore, the other party is likely to have the ability of duplication. Sumo guessed that only by destroying her body would she truly disappear. But it's a pity that no matter how Sumo pressed, the other party refused to explain the location of her body. She didn't speak until Sumo was beaten to death. But Sumo didn't panic at all. Since they were targeted by this Sadako, Jason and the others had obviously seen the videotape before. It's not easy to find the other party, but with the videotape in hand, it is too easy to want the other party to come to you. Turning to look at Dinah, I don't know if Sadako originally canceled it intentionally or because of some rules. In Sumo's perception, the resentment in Dinah's body dissipated directly. Dinah saw Sumo looking over. There was a look of longing in his eyes. "Master, I want that too. Which one do you want?" After hearing this, Dinah licked her lips and pointed at the purple whip held by Sumo. Damn it! An evil fire rose from Sumo's lower abdomen. The next morning, a group of people gathered in front of the hotel. Carl glanced over. Only 5 figures were found. "Where's Dinah? Why didn't she come down?" Sumo shook his head. "She stayed at the hotel waiting for us." Originally, Sumo had no intention of letting her follow him. In addition, the other party is currently lying on the bed and has no way to get off, so naturally there is no way to follow him. In Sumo's opinion, the other party is typically good and fun-loving. After hearing Sumo's words, Carl didn't say anything more. From the sound that lasted all night, they also understood what was going on. After all, it is a wooden building, so the sound insulation effect is really poor. A few minutes later, the 3 cars started and drove towards Silent Hill. Without Dinah, Jason returned to the passenger seat of Sumo's car. Of course, the car had been sent to the store for washing yesterday. "You and Dinah are reconciled again." Sumo shook his head. "No, and you." Jason was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he swallowed the words that came to his lips. But there was a look of envy on his face. There are so many women, but he has never even held a woman's hand, which is really a bit sad. More than an hour later, the convoy drove slowly into the mountains. After turning into a turnoff marked with the Silent Hill sign, in less than 10 minutes, the outline of a small town appeared in Sumo's sight. As the car approached, the appearance of the town also appeared in their eyes. The streets of the town looked very neat, unlike the expected abandoned town. The sun shines on the mottled walls of the building. It gives the town a sense of age. These houses look like they have been there for decades at least. Seeing this quiet and empty street, Jason's face showed a hint of excitement. "Wow, that looks good. In the next few days, we will be the masters of this town." Hearing his words, Sumo glanced at him. "I hope you can still maintain this happy mood later." Soon, 3 cars stopped in front of a building on the edge of the town. Judging from the faint traces on the sign above the door, it turned out to be a hotel. The 2 Carl brothers and sisters in front got out of the car. "How about we use this place as our base?" According to the plan, they would stay in this abandoned town for a few days. During this period, they would sleep in the car at night. Parking in this open space near the outside of the town is obviously a good choice. Julie got out of the car, looked at the surrounding environment, and nodded. Suemo did not refuse. In his opinion, it didn't matter where they stopped, they wouldn't stay here for long anyway. Next, everyone picked up a backpack, filled it with some food and water, and planned to explore the town. Julie, who was walking in front, hesitated for a while, took out a few small bottles from her backpack, and handed them to everyone. Keep them all away. They can save lives at critical moments. Carl took the small bottle, opened it, and smelled it. What's in here? Holy water. After Julie squeezed these two words out of her mouth, she walked along the road towards the inside of the town without looking back. Carl and Jason put the thing away solemnly. They didn't care at all what was inside. There's only one thought in my mind. This is what Julie gave them. Although everyone has it, it does not prevent them from treating it as a treasure and keeping it with them. Lena put the small bottle in her hand into her pocket without caring and murmured, "Sure enough, it's just like the rumors, a little goddess." Suemo played with the holy water in his hand and glanced at Julie's back. Obviously, the other party should know something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have prepared such a thing. Suemo could feel that this holy water contained a faint energy. This energy seems to be somewhat similar to the power of Emperor Weishan. It should have some effect on some low-level monsters, but the file size of the effect is hard to say. As soon as he entered Silent Hill, Suemo felt that there was a layer of hidden space here. In Silent Hill, there's a place similar to a mirror space. This mirror space is a world based on a small town. There are two states of space, known as the surface world and the inner world. The world outside is a world shrouded in heavy fog all year round. This world is relatively safe, with only a few weak monsters. These monsters cannot even be stopped by firearms, so they are considered weaklings. After a period of time, the outer world transforms into the inner world. In the state of the other world, the fog in the space will disappear, and a large number of monsters will appear at the same time. These monsters are transformed by the fear of humans who enter them. The two worlds alternate like day and night. Although Suemo felt the existence of a space and was confident that he could easily enter the space, he did not do so. As far as he knew, the inner and outer world of Silent Hill was created by the combination of the hatred of the little girl Alessa and the evil spirit. If he acted too high profile, the evil spirit would probably choose to escape. So what he has to do is try not to alert the enemy. For this purpose, he also specially prepared some thermal weapons. The huge backpack behind him was already filled with various firearms. These weapons were all borrowed by him through the space gate in the morning. Jason looked at the huge amounts of backpack behind Suemo with a look of surprise on his face. "Sue, did you bring all the food out?" "There's no need at all. We will come back in the evening. We just need to bring lunch." As he spoke, he shook his light backpack, looking at how empty his backpack was. Suemo opened his backpack. "In that case, please help me share some of the burden." As he spoke, he took out 2 boxes of bullets and several grenades from his backpack and stuffed them into the opponent's backpack. Jason stared at Suemo's actions in stunned silence. "Wait a minute. We are here for adventure, not counterterrorism. Do you need to bring so many weapons?" "Okay, stop talking nonsense and memorize it." Suemo zipped up his backpack, picked up the backpack, and left. When Jason heard this, he could only shake his head. After thinking for a while, he put the pistol he bought yesterday on his body, and then chased Suemo. A few people were wandering around the town aimlessly. Julie frowned slightly and stared at what looked like a compass in her hand. Lena, who was following behind, held a camera in her hand and stopped to take photos excitedly from time to time. She looked like she was on a sightseeing trip. Carl looked at the surrounding environment cautiously. Judging from the attitude of the residents of the town where they lived towards Silent Hill, he always felt that there was something abnormal about this town. Suemo and Jason walked behind silently. Soon, everyone came to an abandoned building that seemed to be a school. Julie took a look at the building in front of her and walked directly in. The others followed closely behind. To step through the door, Suemo felt a familiar wave, which was very similar to the feeling he had when he entered the mirror space before. Sure enough, he saw that the air inside the building was filled with white mist. A smile appeared on his face. "Finally couldn't help but pull us into the surface world." Suemo took a few steps back. returned to the outside of the building. Jason, who followed Sue Mo into the building, looked at Sue Mo's strange movements. He also walked out. "How did you—" Before he finished speaking, the look on his face changed drastically. "No, how is this possible?" Jason looked at the scene outside with a shocked expression. The scene where the sun was shining just now has disappeared, replaced by the outline of a building shrouded in darkness and mist. In the sky, pieces like snowflakes fell down. Jason reached out and caught a piece. Only then did I realize that this thing looked like ashes floating into the sky after burning items. It was clearly sunny just now. No, I must have not slept well last night, and I was hallucinating. He muttered something to himself. Then he returned to the room and walked out again with his eyes closed. "Open your eyes." There was still a fog with visibility less than 10 meters in front of him. Sue Mo looked at the other party's disbelieving expression and patted him on the shoulder. Then he walked towards the room. In fact, Sue Mo thought about whether to persuade them not to come to Silent Hill. But after thinking about it, he rejected this decision. What reasons do you use to persuade others? Before seeing the facts, it is impossible for these people to believe that there are weird existences in this world. There is almost a 10 to 10 probability that they will not listen to their own advice. Instead, he became dissatisfied with himself because of his own obstruction. Why bother yourself so much? In the end, Sue Mo chose to respect the fate of others. Returned to the building again. Julie and Carl both looked at the foggy room with surprised expressions. Then Jason ran in with the shock on his face, still not gone. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Hear his shout. Carl and Julie both had doubts on their faces. "What happened?" Jason recounted the situation outside. After hearing this, several people's expressions changed, and then they walked out of the door. Looking at the foggy and misty scene outside, Carolina and Jason had the same expressions. Only Julie showed a solemn look on her face. "Oops." After hearing this, Carl came back to his senses and looked at her seriously. "Julie, do you know something?" Julie didn't answer, but spoke. "Let's get out of here first." After saying that, the leader was about to run towards where the car was parked. But at this time, a sound of footsteps and roars came from the mist, and they got closer and closer. After a while, 3 shambling figures gradually came out of the fog. After seeing these figures clearly, except for Sue Mo and Julie, everyone else let out a cry of terror. There are no faces or arms on the deformed bodies of these figures, and the entire body seems to be wrapped in a thick film. The body twists unnaturally when walking. "Run!" Julie hurriedly shouted to several people, then reached out and took out a shotgun from her backpack. After hearing this, several people reacted and followed closely behind. Julie was about to shoot. There was another figure who moved faster than her. The first time he heard the sound, Sue Mo calmly took out a pistol from his backpack. Glock 17 pistol. The moment the monster appeared, Sue Mo pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 After a few shots, the 3 monsters fell to the ground, and a stream of green blood spurted out from the muzzles of their bodies. However, Sue Mo, who had foreseen all this in advance, had already dodged away. The few people who had just turned around and ran out 2 steps were startled when they heard the gunshots coming from behind. They turned and looked behind them, only to find that the 3 monsters had been killed by Sue Mo. Seeing this scene, Julie looked at Sue Mo again. It seemed that Sue Mo had not been left with much impression in her mind during her years as a classmate. Unexpectedly, the other party reacted much faster than her when encountering this kind of situation. And when he saw this kind of monster, he didn't show any panic on his face. Could this person be traveling with her? Julie silently guessed in her heart. The other 3 looked at the corpses of the 3 monsters on the ground with fear. After confirming that they were really eliminated, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone looked at Sue Mo holding a gun with one hand in amazement. "Sue, when did you become so courageous?" Jason had a look of disbelief on his face. He clearly remembered that the last time they went to the haunted house together, he was the one who helped Sue Mo out of it. "People always change," Sue Mo answered. Lena rushed up like a little girl and gave Sue Mo a big hug. It's a pity that Suemo has no experience at all through such thick clothes. Follow me. Suemo said something and walked towards the church in the center of the town. Jason and Lena saw this and followed without any hesitation. Julie hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed after seeing Suemo's calm expression. When Carl saw that he was the only one left, he quickly followed him. Do you know something? Julie, who was following Suemo, asked. Suemo glanced at her. Before asking questions, would you like to introduce yourself first? Judging from the previous situation, Julie obviously knew that such an unexpected situation would occur here. Otherwise, she would not carry something like holy water with her. After hearing Suemo's words, Julie asked tentatively, "Are you a ghost hunter too?" Suemo's expression changed. What is a ghost hunter? Julie was stunned when she heard this. Isn't it? After hesitating for a moment, Julie began to explain. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that this place is not as simple as an ordinary evil spirit. It can create such a world. She can't imagine how powerful that evil spirit can be. If someone doesn't understand the situation and acts recklessly, all of them may be killed here. It's better to explain it to them in advance. As Julie told her story, Suemo and others gradually understood. According to her, she is a ghost hunter. Because of the frequent supernatural events in this world, the government has established a special secret organization to fight against these evil spirits. But as more and more supernatural incidents occur, officials are already stretched beyond their capabilities. A secret organization was then established. This organization publishes supernatural events that occur in various places in the form of rewards. And the commission is not low. This also led to the birth of the special profession of ghost hunter. These people specialize in taking on this kind of mission. Of course, huge commissions represent huge amounts of danger. An accidental opportunity led Julie to step into this industry. 2 months ago, she accepted the mission here in Silent Hill. This mission is one of the missions with the highest rewards on the mission list. She had been investigating things about the town for the past 2 months, but she didn't get many clues. By chance, Carl learned that she was looking for information about this town. Then came this event. After Julie learned about it, she hinted to him several times not to come to this small town. But after knowing that the other party was interested in this place, how could Carl give up this opportunity so easily? Although he agreed to her on the surface, he organized the expedition in private. After Julie learned about it, she had no choice but to come with her. After all, the incident started because of her, and she couldn't help but watch them come and die. With her, there would still be some security. Listen to Julie's narration. Carl froze on the spot. After Suemo listened, his eyes glanced at Julie. No trace of energy was found from the other party. A surprised look appeared on his face at that moment. You ghost hunter, deal with evil spirits? Just rely on the holy water you just took out? It's not that Suemo looks down on her. Ordinary people just rely on the kind of holy water that has a slight threat to evil spirits. Unless they encounter the kind of evil spirits that can only scare people. Otherwise, the effect is almost useless. Of course, more than that. Of course, I have my own methods. At this point, Julie explained expressionlessly. Each ghost hunter has his or her own special method of exorcism, which is usually kept secret and not easily shared with others. Suemo nodded. From your words, it sounds like you are quite powerful in your field. Dare to take one of the highest-paying tasks. And it seems that the other party doesn't seem to be the big-hearted and brainless type. Suemo reasoned reasonably. Well enough. Julie opened her mouth to answer, but the flash of confidence in her eyes betrayed her. Although the town is in a remote location, it covers a large area. After running for a long time, they finally reached the center of the town. Look in this direction. Julie couldn't help but ask, where exactly are we going? Before Suemo could answer, the sound of air raid sirens suddenly sounded, echoing in the silent town. As the sirens sound, the surrounding scenery began to undergo huge amounts of changes. First, the surrounding fog began to gradually fade and disappear, and then under the gaze of Suemo and others, the walls of all the buildings began to fall off, revealing the red walls underneath that looked like they were soaked in blood. The ground also turns reddish-brown. Even the sky turned into a scene like burning clouds. The entire world changed from a foggy town to a blood-red world in almost a few seconds. See this scene. Except for Sue and Mo, everyone had a look of uneasiness on their faces. Even Julie looked around with a solemn expression. This is the most terrifying evil spirit I have ever seen. It actually has the ability to create the world. This is not world creation. Sue and Mo looked at a street intersection not far away and spoke calmly. He just finished speaking. A group of spider monsters with human heads ran out from the street he was staring at. Seeing these monsters, several people's expressions changed. They all retreated towards the rear. Only Lena stood there, looking at the group of human-faced spiders with a horrified look on her face, her lips trembling unconsciously. At the same time, my legs felt like they were filled with lead and couldn't control their movements. Growing up, her biggest fear was spiders. Carl took 2 steps back, only to find Lena standing there blankly. He glanced at the spiders in horror, then hurriedly walked to Lena, pulled her up, and ran towards the back. Karina was so frightened by the huge amounts of fear that her legs could not run normally. After taking 2 steps, his legs weakened and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, Sue, Mo, and Julie on the side had already pointed their guns at these monsters. Intensive gunfire rang out. Julie looked at the monster shot by the shotgun, with small wounds showing white smoke appearing on its body. But these wounds healed almost in the blink of an eye. The bullets in the gun are soaked in holy water and can cause huge amounts of damage to evil spirits. But now it seems that it is not very effective against these spiders. Turning to look at Sue and Mo. The pistol in Sue Mo's hand rang one after another. As long as the spider in the direction of his gun was hit by a bullet, it would melt into a pool of blood in a few breaths and slowly seep into the ground. How was that possible? Seeing this scene, Julie's face was stunned. The power of this pistol is also a bit exaggerated. At this distance, in terms of power, his Remington shotgun is at least 7 or 8 times more powerful than his pistol. But the damage caused to ghosts is completely different. It can only show that the opponent's bullets are not ordinary bullets. Suemo didn't notice Julie's expression, but shot one by one. In less than 20 seconds, all the human-faced spiders had disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. His bullets are certainly not ordinary bullets. He had already tried it with the first shot. Ordinary bullets cannot cause damage to these monsters. Then he injected a trace of black magic energy into the bullet. Sure enough, these spiders have no way of resisting energy-laden bullets. After the bullets were fired into their bodies, the energy inside spread out, directly turning these spiders into a pool of blood. At this time, Lena also stood up with Carl's help. I saw the looks of several people looking over. Carl explained. Actually, Lena is not that timid, but because she was bitten by a poisonous spider when she was very young, she was hospitalized for half a month and almost died. So, she has always been very afraid of spiders. Hearing this, Sumo's heart moved. So, these spiders are monsters that have absorbed Lena's fear and manifested themselves? If he remembered correctly, Silent Hill also had another characteristic, which was that it could materialize the fear in the hearts of the people inside. Just like Lena, deep down in her heart, what she fears most is spiders. So in Silent Hill, she relied on creating an atmosphere or frightening other monsters to make her fearful. And Silent Hill will absorb the fear in her heart, and then embody the spider monster she is most afraid of. Thinking of this, Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. I had an idea in my mind. He opened the system panel and checked it. After killing these spiders, there are points rewards. Although each one is 100 or 200 points, this shows that his idea is indeed feasible. Seeing that Lena had gradually recovered, Suemo quickly shouted, "Hurry and go to the church in the center of the town. That place is relatively safe." After all, these monsters have no way to enter the church. Although the people inside are not good people, with guns in hand, they can naturally frighten each other easily. At this time, different monsters rushed out from various intersections on the street. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed towards the center of the town. There were gunshots and explosions one after another. Relying on the cover of Sue Mo and Julie, everyone shuttled through the streets at high speed. A few minutes later, the church appeared in their sight. The church stands on a vacant lot in the center of the town, surrounded by several dead trees. The church looks a bit scary. At this time, the entrance of the church is located. A triangular-headed monster holding a big knife seems to be waiting for everyone to arrive. Seeing this monster, Julie's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and took out a leather package more than 30 centimeters in diameter from her backpack. While running, she opened the leather package. A sacred breath spreads around. Sue Mo, who was about to take action to deal with the triangular head, felt this aura and had a look of surprise on his face. Is this her trump card? What appeared in Julie's hand was a small silver hand crossbow. The aura exuding from the hand crossbow is the same as that of the holy water. The breath above seems to be naturally restrained by the breath of these resentful spirits. After holding the hand crossbow in her hand, Julie took out a short arrow without hesitation and installed it on it. Pull the trigger towards the triangular head in the distance. The short arrow, made of ordinary material, has been contaminated with a sacred power after being shot. The triangular head, guarding the door, raised the sword in his right hand and held it across his chest. After the crossbow arrow with divine power was shot above, there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The crossbow arrow was bounced away. However, the sacred power from above has been poured into the broadsword. From the point where it came into contact with the crossbow arrow, the broadsword gradually turned into ashes as if it was decaying. Fortunately, the triangle head reacted quickly enough and threw the big knife in his hand directly. Otherwise, even it will suffer some damage. Seeing that the big knife in his hand was destroyed, the triangular head let out a roar from his skull. He rushed towards the crowd with his bare hands. Julie mounted the crossbow again and fired. The shortcoming of the triangular-headed figure's strong body was revealed. With his speed, he couldn't dodge these crossbow arrows. 2 crossbow arrows hit it in succession. 2 huge amounts of wounds exploded in his body. However, although this wound looks very miserable, it is not fatal. And as he ran, the triangle head was already close to everyone. Sue Mo, who was watching the battle on the side, roughly estimated the power of this weapon. To deal with some ordinary evil spirits, 1 arrow could basically solve the battle. Even for someone like Sadako, I'm afraid she would still be injured if she was hit by 2 more arrows. However, against a monster like Triangle Head, which has the whole world as its backing, the damage caused is very limited. At least there is no way to get rid of the opponent in a short time. Seeing this, Sue Mo no longer hesitated. After all, the monsters behind him are almost catching up. He directly raised the pistol and pressed the trigger. A bullet carrying 10 times the energy of the previous one was shot out and instantly engulfed the triangle head's body. The triangle-headed body was stunned first. Subsequently, boom, huge amounts of explosions were heard. In a moment, a huge amount of metal triangular head fell from the sky and rolled twice in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the metal head on the ground and then turned to look at Sue Mo. Is this a pistol? Jason swallowed and muttered. This power is probably no more than that of a rocket launcher. Julie also had some doubts about life at this time. The holy silver crossbow in her hand was something she finally got with great effort and good luck. Relying on this thing, she has become one of the top 10 ghost hunters in just 2 years. But what she was so proud of was no match for the opponent's pistol. Although she knew that the opponent's pistol should be modified, she was still a little unbelievable. You must know that it is a truth recognized among these hunters. Those powerful treasures used to deal with evil spirits are all ancient treasures. This is also true. These top-ranked ghost hunters are able to achieve this level by relying on an item in their hands that has great destructive power against evil spirits. As for the means to deal with these evil spirits, there are almost none. But Sumo's pistol is obviously a modern product. In this way, it means that the other party has a way to deal with evil spirits. Since you could transform the first one, you can transform the second one. If we can purchase such a weapon from the opponent, we should be more than 60% sure of dealing with that extremely powerful evil spirit. Thinking of this, she looked at Su Mo with a strange light in her eyes. Su Mo ignored the looks of several people and walked directly towards the door of the church. The other people saw this and quickly followed. Stepping up to the steps of the church door, Su Mo stretched out his hand and pushed it. The door had been locked from the inside. It is impossible for people in the room not to know what is happening outside. How could they not hear the gunfire so close? However, these people still had no intention of opening the door, which was obviously intentional. Thinking of this, Su Mo activated psychokinesis and explored the room. In the church, with hundreds of people, there were more than a dozen people standing at the door, blocking the door tightly. A middle-aged woman with short hair was standing behind them, giving instructions. "Block it. We must keep them out. They are all the incarnations of the devil. Once we let them in, none of us will be spared." With her seductive words, more and more people came forward and worked together to block the door. The rest of the people stood behind and cheered. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman showed a satisfied smile on her face. She is Chris Beller, the bishop of the cult in this church, Alessa's aunt, and she is also the culprit who ordered Alessa to be burned alive, which led to the situation in Silent Hill. Just after she saw the scene outside through the window, she felt a sense of crisis, because they were all pulled into this world by Alessa in a hurry. This resulted in them not having any thermal weapons in their hands. In this way, the number of people determines whether the combat effectiveness is strong or not. And she, who has bewitched almost all the residents, is undoubtedly the leader in this inner and outer world. But if these people with guns are allowed to come in, the result will be uncertain. After all, although these people were bewitched by her words, they did not obey her orders. Under the threat of life, she was not sure how many people would still stand on her side. Therefore, the best result is to let them all die in the hands of monsters outside. Everything in the church clearly falls into Su Mo's psychokinesis perception. The people in this church are all small-town residents who participated in the incident of burning Alessa to death, and none of them are good people. Su Mo was not polite to them either. "Turn around and go to the window on the side." A shot shattered the glass on the window. He took out a grenade from his backpack, pulled the tab, and threw it in. Several people standing behind, Su Mo looked at his silky little combo. There was a look of surprise on their faces. They sighed secretly in their hearts. Su Mo privately designated this as a bit of a side job. In the church, Bella, who was staring at her followers with satisfaction, only heard a gunshot, and then a spherical object hit the ground with a thud, and then rolled to her feet. After seeing what the ball looked like clearly, Bella's expression changed drastically. His body fell backwards in a panic. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions sounded in the church. After the explosion, the whole church was in chaos. The people hiding behind screamed and looked for cover. As for the group of people blocking the door, the closest ones had already fallen into a pool of blood. The rest were all scratched by shrapnel or shot into their bodies, and bursts of screams came from their mouths. Chris Barrow was lucky, but one of his feet was blown off by a grenade. He was not killed on the spot. All the people standing behind the door had fallen to the ground. Su Mo used psychokinesis to control the door to open, and then stepped in. Julie walked in right behind Su Mo. Looking at the wounded lying on the ground, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Are there people in here?" After the others came in, they also looked surprised. They always thought that there was no one in this room, and if there was anyone, it should be some monster. I didn't expect there to be so many humans hidden here. However, they showed no mercy to these people. They kicked the door hard outside just now, but they didn't even open it. Why on earth do they know it? You can guess it from the positions of these people lying at the door. At this time, the screams of the wounded people who were walking a certain distance away from Su Mo were obviously a few higher pitches than the others. There is no other reason. Su Mo's position has been deliberately adjusted along the way. The locations of their wounds are all chosen. Seeing Su Mo's actions, the other people were not polite either. Slowly walked to Bella, who was lying on the ground, covering her legs and screaming. Sumo squatted down. You are right about something. After I come in, none of you will be spared. Bella looked at the gentle smile on Sumo's face, fell to the ground with a look of horror, and crawled backwards. Devil. He is the devil. Kill him. The strange thing was that none of the residents who usually obeyed her words rushed towards Sumo as she expected. They're not stupid. The pistol was still in Sumo's hand. What was the difference between rushing forward and dying? Seeing this, Sumo stood up from the ground, and the smile on his face became even bigger. He took 2 steps to catch up with the crawling Bella, raised his right foot, and stepped on the opponent's broken leg. Where is Alessa? Hearing Sumo's question, Bella's expression changed. She even forgot about the pain in her leg and looked at him in shock. Did you come here for that devil? What's your relationship with her? Hearing this, Sumo gained some strength on his feet. This is not something you should care about. Just tell me where she is. A scream came from her mouth, and Bella quickly begged for mercy. I said. After hearing this, Sumo took his foot off the opponent's leg. Seeing Sumo's fierce appearance, everyone in the church trembled suddenly and lowered their eyes, afraid of being noticed by him. Even Jason and the others who came in with Sumo felt as if they were meeting this friend for the first time. There are even more speculations in my mind. Could it be that Sumo's private part-time job is that of a terrorist? At this time, Sumo was not paying attention. 7 or 8 injured figures lying on the ground suddenly rose from the ground. He rushed towards Sumo. At the same time, more than a dozen figures from the crowd outside rushed up at the same time. Careful! A roar came from Jason's mouth. He raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand and was about to shoot at one of the figures. Click sound. The expected gunfire did not ring out. Only then did he remember that the magazine had been empty just as it was outside. Jason was stunned for a moment, then threw away the gun in his hand and rushed towards a figure. Julie and Carl on the side were not slow to react either. They all stepped forward to stop these people. After all, they were able to come here alive thanks to Sumo. However, they didn't wait for a few of them to take action. Sumo, who has psychokinesis, reacts faster than them. He had already noticed it when these people's bodies just started to move. The shrapnel that scattered and shot into the bodies of this group of people all flew out under the pull of psychokinesis. Following the uniform screams, dozens of large or small shrapnel were already floating in the air. Then these shrapnel shot directly towards the eyebrows of those people. For a moment, all the figures who rushed up softened and fell to the ground. From the time they took action to the time the eyebrows were shot, the whole process only took 3 seconds. Julie and the others still didn't react at all. Jason, who was the fastest, had even pounced on a limp figure, crushed the opponent's body directly beneath him. Feeling that the other party had no resistance, he let go of his arms in surprise and turned the man whose back was facing him over. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered it. An irregular blood hole had appeared between the man's eyebrows. Because it was so fast, most people didn't even see what was happening. I saw these people rushing towards Sumo, and after taking 2 steps, they fell directly to the ground. After all, under Sumo's control, the speed of small shrapnel was almost as fast as a bullet. At that moment, these people quietly retreated towards the rear. In their eyes, Sumo was simply like a devil. Only those who have shrapnel in their bodies can vaguely guess what is going on. Julie looked at the people covering the wounds with thoughtful eyes. At this moment, the air raid siren sounded again. Sumo and others looked outside. The red color of the entire town slowly faded, and the various monsters surrounding it also disappeared. The town regained its previous pale color and was shrouded in mist. Seeing this, Sumo glanced at the crowd, and then pointed at 2 relatively stronger men. You 2 come out. After the 2 men heard this, their expressions changed drastically. With a pop sound, he knelt on the ground. It's none of our business. It's all instigated by this temptress, and has nothing to do with us. That's right, it's all this vicious woman's fault. They have so many people that we can't resist. The 2 began to scramble to put all the blame on Bella. Shut up, everyone. Sumo gave a low drink. After the 2 heard this, They knelt on the ground in silence, not daring to make another sound. Seeing that the two of them were quiet, Suemo pointed at Bella lying on the ground and spoke. "You two lift her up and follow me." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Suemo was not looking for trouble with them. He quickly stepped forward and lifted Bella up. Suemo turned to look at Julie and the others. "You can stay in this church with peace of mind. It is safe here. Just be careful of these people. Where are you going?" After hearing Suemo's instructions, Julie stepped forward and asked. "Of course, it's to completely solve the problems in this town." After saying that, Suemo walked towards the outside of the church. The two people named by Suemo carried Bella and followed him obediently. After hearing this, Julie followed without any hesitation. "I'll go with you." "No need." Suemo directly rejected the other party's proposal. But Julie walked directly behind him and said firmly, "Although my strength is not as good as yours, I can still be of some use." "Me too." Jason heard this and walked out quickly. He shook the loaded pistol. "Although I may not be able to help you, I can help you keep an eye on these two people and prevent them from escaping." Carl, who was standing behind, hesitated for a moment and glanced at Lena next to him. In the end, he still didn't stand up, and pulled back Lena, who wanted to follow and join in the fun. "What are you doing?" After being lifted up from the ground by Carl, Lena turned her head and glared. "What are you going to do? Causing trouble." Hearing Carl's words, Lena curled her lips angrily. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Carl said was right. She had been protected from the beginning to the end before she came here. If she really followed, they would have to worry about protecting her, which would have no effect other than causing chaos. Carl stepped forward. He said with an apologetic look, "Sorry, Sue, I can't go with you." Suemo waved his hand with a speechless expression on his face. "What are you doing? It's like you're going to be buried with me." "Just stay in the church honestly. I don't need you to help me at all." Although the words are a bit unpleasant, these people are really just a burden to follow. But in the end, both Julie and Jason insisted on following him. "Forget it. It doesn't matter." Suemo sighed secretly. "Just follow it." At that moment, several people walked into the fog. Half an hour later, under Bella's guidance, everyone stood in front of the gate of a hospital. After entering the hospital, Bella, whose face had turned very pale due to bleeding, pointed to a door opening in the lobby on the first floor. "The devil you're looking for is in room 115 on the second floor of the basement." After hearing this, Jason behind Suemo stepped forward and opened the rusty door. It looks like an elevator inside. The strange thing is that for some unknown reason, the elevator is still powered on and ready for use. Suemo was not surprised. He had already verified it in the hotel yesterday. There is no science at all about evil spirits. Several people entered the elevator one after another. Seeing that she was also going to be taken down, Bella showed panic on her face. "What are you doing? I don't want to go to that place. Let me down." As she spoke, her body began to struggle violently. She was very aware of Alessa's hatred for her. It was under her instruction that Alessa was almost burned to death. Although she survived, the extensive burns on her body made her live in pain all day long. It can be said that the person whom Alessa hates the most, she ranks second, and absolutely no one dares to rank first. If she entered Alessa's territory, I'm afraid it would be a luxury for her to die simply. Suemo didn't speak, and the two men carrying her were unhappy. Originally carried her all the way, the two of them were so tired that they could hardly stand still. The other party's struggle would undoubtedly increase their effort level by several steps. One man couldn't help it, raised his hand and slapped her twice. Be honest. These two slaps made Bella's face look angry. It turned out that these people were as docile as rabbits in front of her, but now they dared to hit her. It was outrageous. At that moment, she struggled even more fiercely. After the man hit her, he looked at Suemo carefully. When I saw him, I didn't stop him, nor did I show any unpleasant expression. I felt confident at that moment. Feel the other person's body struggling. He freed his right hand, raised his hand, and spoke a dozen mouths in a row. He hit Bella until she started to roll her eyes before stopping. After losing too much blood, coupled with these nearly 20 mouths, Bella became completely honest. The reason why Su-Mo brought the other party down with him, mainly because he was afraid that Alessa wouldn't see him. This is the mirror space she created. If she doesn't want to see her, it will not be easy to find her unless she destroys this space. At least with Su-Mo's attainments in magic, there was no way to get the other party out except destroying the space. After all, he had only been exposed to the magic of mirror space for a few days. Knowledge of this space is limited, but under the circumstances that this space is useful to him, if this space is destroyed, he is not sure whether Alessa can still use it. It sounds like a mirror space, but this space is different from the mirror space in many ways. In this way, the only way for the other party to see him is Bella in front of him. Alessa's hatred for Bella is not the slightest bit, although this space is based on Alessa. But it's not completely under Alessa's control. Only the inner world is under her control, the outer world is not. This is also the reason why these people dare to wander around the town wantonly when the state of the world is being expressed. But before entering the other world, these people will hide in the church. The church in this world is also a place beyond her control. As long as the other person is in the church, she has no way to hurt him. This also led to the fact that although she hated Bella extremely in her heart and dragged them into this world, she never had the chance to take revenge. I'm afraid Alessa was eager for Mo to take Bella underground with her into a space completely under her control. There was a clang sound. The old elevator stopped at the second floor. Several people walked out of the elevator. Jason held the schematic diagram of the second-story structure removed from the first-floor wall in his hand and took the lead in walking in one direction. It was pitch black on the second underground floor. Fortunately, Su-Mo was prepared, and everyone held huge amounts of flashlights in their hands. Under 4 or 5 flashlights. The entire corridor was illuminated as bright as day. After passing a corner, Jason looked at the scene in front of him, a little stunned. It's so big. What's so big? When Julie heard this, she also looked in the direction of his gaze. Looking at the faceless nurses wearing ultra-short nurse skirts crowded in the corridor, her face changed. At this time, Su-Mo also saw these famous long-legged nurses. I have to say, very long and very white. These faceless nurses felt the light source here, let out a cry one after another, and sprinted in this direction. Seeing this, Su-Mo stopped Julie, who was about to shoot with the holy silver crossbow. Glancing at the nurse who rushed over, he waved his right hand gently. A series of ropes glowing purple stretched out from both sides of the wall, each wrapping around the neck of a nurse. As the rope tightens, these faceless nurses were all hung by ropes from the walls on both sides of the corridor. See this scene. The other 5 people, even the dying Bella, stared wide-eyed. What is this? Julie stared at this scene dumbfounded. The previous firearms can still be explained, but the one in front of me is a bit magical. I'll explain it after we get out. After hearing this, they didn't ask any more questions. The current location is indeed not a good place to explain. Su-Mo didn't stop. If he remembered correctly, the end of this corridor should be the room where Alessa was. As he walked away, Jason, who had regained consciousness, quickly followed him. When passing by those faceless nurses, he looked at their faces. It looked like it had been burned, and the entire face had become one. It looked so ugly. But he looked down. These legs are pretty good. After saying that, he directly reached out and touched it, and then chased after a few people in the distance. The end of the corridor. Su-Mo looked at the number plate hanging on the door of the ward in front of him, number 115. This is it. Without hesitation, he reached out and pushed the door open. A burst of bright light shot out from the ward. After his eyes adjusted, Su-Mo looked towards the room. The room is very bright and looks like an ordinary ward in a hospital. In the middle of the ward is a hospital bed completely wrapped in white curtains. In the corner, a female nurse wearing a red top and a white skirt with her hips facing away from the door seemed to have not heard the sound of the door opening. Her hands were still on the cabinet, and she was busy with something. Seeing this scene, Su-Mo was convinced. It seemed that he had made the right bet. With Bella in hand, Alessa did not avoid it. He looked toward the location behind the hospital bed. After a moment, a little girl wearing a purple dress and disheveled hair walked out from behind the curtain in that position. "Who are you?" The little girl looked at Su Mo and asked warily. Su Mo looked at Alessa across from him, and through the energy fluctuations on her body, Su Mo easily guessed that the other party was the combination of the evil spirit and Alessa's evil thoughts, and was also the source of Silent Hill. A smile appeared on his face. "You'll find out later." Now that the other party has appeared, Su Mo has no need to hide anymore. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows and hit Alessa without her reacting. A black energy directly enveloped Alessa. Alessa's expression changed. What's going on? She felt as if she had become an ordinary person, and her connection with the world was instantly cut off. Looking at Su Mo warily, she quietly backed away. When Su Mo used magic to trap the nurses, she felt a little uneasy. However, the temptation to kill Bella with her own hands was too great for her. It has been 3 or 4 years since Bella and the others were brought into this world, but she has never had the chance to kill them. If she misses this opportunity, she doesn't know how long it will take. Unexpectedly, Su Mo used her idea to let her in. Some gray energy continued to overflow from Alessa's body, trying to get rid of the black energy surrounding him. However, after several attempts, they all ended in failure. She looked at Su Mo opposite him angrily. "What is your purpose?" During this process, Su Mo just let the other party struggle. He knew very well that it was impossible for the other party to break free from the shackles of dark energy. Ignoring the other party's questions, Su Mo's eyes glowed purple. He raised his right hand and waved it gently a few times, and a mysterious rune pattern gradually formed in front of him. The moment the runes were generated, Su Mo waved his right hand lightly towards Alessa in the distance. The rune pattern in front of him suddenly shot into Alessa's eyebrows. Dark shackles. Among black magic, there is a spell that can directly enslave evil spirits. Unlike the devil's contract signed with humans, this spell can be forcibly cast on evil spirits, similar to the effect of Soul Mark. Let the opponent completely surrender to the caster while retaining his consciousness. Of course, this type of spell is only effective against evil spirits in this kind of soul state. Alessa let out a scream. Countless black energy overflowed from her body. In a moment, her body was slowly floating under the black energy. When Julie and Jason, who were standing behind Su Mo, saw this scene, their expressions changed. They could naturally guess that the Alessa in front of them might be the big boss of the world of Silent Hill, and the source of this situation here. After all, Bale kept mumbling words like devil along the way. But looking at the situation in front of me, why does Su Mo look like the big boss behind the scenes? However, the two of them were just thinking randomly and did not doubt Su Mo's thoughts. At this time, the screams in Alessa's mouth had disappeared. The body also slowly fell from midair. At this time, her eyeballs had turned completely black like ink. She walked forward slowly and bowed to Su Mo. "Owner," Su Mo nodded. A smile appeared on his lips. "Next, let me help you completely control this space." When Su Mo first got the news about Silent Hill in this world, his idea was very simple, which was to clean up the evil spirits and bad guys here and harvest a wave of points. But in this world, after seeing that this world can rely on people's fears to manifest monsters, and that these monsters can also gain points after killing them, he changed his mind. If there is a steady stream of human beings entering the other world, doesn't it mean that there is a steady stream of monsters for him to harvest? In this way, this will become a stable source of points. The prerequisite for achieving all this is to conquer Alessa and let her completely control the world. Now that Alessa has become her own, all that's left is to help her take full control of the world. This is not difficult for him. Su Mo's eyebrows flashed, and the Dark God book appeared in front of him. A huge amount of black energy beam shot out from inside and injected into Alessa's body. Alessa's skirt and hair moved automatically without any wind, and her body slowly floated as the energy continued to be injected. Then the ground shook violently. Julie, Jason, and the two men carrying Bella standing behind, Sue and Mo, all tilted their bodies and almost fell to the ground. In the end, they had no choice but to lean against the wall of the room to stabilize themselves. After that, the amplitude of the room floor vibration became larger and larger. When a certain limit is reached, the entire ward slowly moves from underground to upward. Before long, the room was exposed to the fog of the outside world. At this time, the energy output of the Dark God book in front of Sue and Mo also stopped. Alessa's figure slowly floated into the sky of the town. Endless dark energy shot out from her body and began to gradually erode the world. With the erosion of dark energy, the town began to transform into black. Energy erodes extremely quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the entire town, except for the church in the middle, was under Alessa's control. In fact, it can be regarded as being controlled by Sue and Mo in disguise. These dark energies in Sid Horn have perverted properties. It is to recognize the main characteristics. All the dark energy borrowed from his body has the highest control authority on his side. Of course, the exception is those who are converted by Xing-Ji and absorbed into the Dark God book. After these energies are absorbed by others, they will still be controlled by the original owner. Just like a backdoor left in the program, the highest authority is still the original owner. Like this, relying on the dark energy Sue and Mo gave her, Alessa completely took control of this small world. But in essence, it is dark energy that controls the world, and she indirectly controls the world by controlling dark energy. This also means that as long as Sue and Mo wants, she can take away her control at any time. Even the undead transformed by the Lich in the zombie world are the same. In essence, these undead survive by relying on the energy in Sue Mo's dark book, and Sue and Mo can naturally control them at will. In a small town, when Alessa controlled the dark energy and invaded the church, changes occur suddenly. An evil energy emerged from the church, blocking the dark energy from outside. With the emergence of this energy, a voice sounded in the town. "Who dares to intrude on my followers?" As soon as he finished speaking, this evil energy formed a shadow in the sky above the church. The shadow looks like the head of some kind of monster. Bella, who was lying on the ground, looked happy when she saw this scene, forced herself to sit up, and knelt down towards the shadow in the sky of the church. "My lord, you finally show up." Originally, when she saw Alessa calling Sue and Mo master, she was already in despair. Judging from what she did to Alessa, it was obviously impossible for the other party to let her go. However, the appearance of the god she believed in gave her hope of living again. Can these evil spirits and humans fight against gods? Obviously impossible. The truth was as he expected. As this phantom appeared, Alessa showed a labored expression on her face. Obviously, even with the energy that Sue and Mo instilled in her, she was still no match for this evil god's projection. When Sue and Mo saw this, he moved and appeared in the sky near the church. He had long expected that this church should be protected by some evil god. Otherwise, how could he be protected from the attacks of the monsters controlled by Alessa while hiding in the church? He slowly flew in front of the phantom. How dare a little evil god be so arrogant? Sue and Mo couldn't feel any pressure from the other party. While in the church, he already knew the name of this evil god, Samuel. He knows more or less all the evil gods with names in this world. There is obviously no name for this evil god among them. Obviously, this is just a little-known role. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark God book reappeared and appeared directly on the head of the evil god's shadow. A black light shot out from the book. It was like a cage, shrouding the shadow of the evil god in it. The evil god phantom seemed to feel a great threat and began to struggle violently, trying to break free from this cage. But obviously, everything is in vain. For a moment, the cage began to shrink. No, in less than half a minute, the phantom of the evil god was crushed to pieces with a scream. The cage carried the remaining energy and submerged it into the book of darkness. As the shadow of the evil god disappeared, The dark energy controlled by Alessa enveloped the church almost instantly. At this point, the entire space and the inner and outer worlds were completely under Alessa's control. On the ground, Bella looked at the scene of the evil god being crushed to pieces with a look of disbelief on her face. How is that possible? If it's fake, it must be fake. Ha ha. After the hope of appearing was shattered again, Bella, who received a series of blows in a short period of time, went crazy. Alessa and Sue-Mo landed aside at the same time. After taking control of the entire world, Alessa showed a cruel smile on her face. This means that none of the people she pulled into the world can escape. She glanced at the crazy Bella beside her with resentment, and then respectfully came to Sue-Mo. Master, this person. Leave it to you. Sue-Mo didn't wait for her to finish, and spoke directly. Sue-Mo, who knew the story between them, naturally understood how deep the hatred between the two was. Besides, Bella's only original role for him was to lure Alessa. Now that the goal has been achieved, she is useless. At this time, the world has returned to the foggy state of the outside world. After taking complete control of the world, Alessa can freely control the world to switch between the inside and outside. Hearing Sue-Mo's words, an excited smile appeared on her face. Then pieces of wire flew out from the hospital behind, entangled Bella, and pulled her directly into the underground of the hospital. Of course, she didn't let go of the two men who were carrying Bella. These people were all the residents of the town who participated in burning her to death. It would be too cheap to kill them directly now. Alessa was prepared to let these people die in pain after she had tortured them enough. Sue-Mo waved his hand towards her, indicating that she should resolve her own matters first. Now the whole world is under his control. All that's left is to think about how to allow a large number of humans to enter this small town. His vision was to build it into a place similar to a haunted house. Relying on authenticity, I think it will soon attract a large number of tourists here. However, this is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. It can only be done slowly, step by step. At this time, Julie and Jason, who were standing far behind and had remained stunned throughout the entire process, also came back to their senses and walked up. Oh my God, it's incredible! Jason looked at Sue-Mo with excitement. Don't tell me that you are the legendary outsider who hides in the city. This is called half-pig eating mouse, right? Is this what you say in Huxia dialect? Julie on the other side looked calmer, but the light in her eyes gave her away. If I read it correctly, we're flying in the sky just now. Also, that book is a legendary magic book. Are you a legendary magician? Sue-Mo heard this and nodded silently. Since they had already thought of the reasons for him, he had no reason to refute. Sue-Mo didn't wait for the two of them to ask any more questions. Okay, things here are over. It's time for us to go back. Of course, if you want to experience a different life here for a few more days, I can help you arrange it. After hearing Sue-Mo's words, the two of them waved their hands at the same time. Just kidding, although they know that Sue-Mo is here and they don't have to worry about these monsters harming them. No one wants to face this kind of thing all day long. After all, these monsters almost all have one thing in common, which is that they look a little disgusting. I've watched too much, and I'm afraid I can't even eat dinner. Seeing this, Sue-Mo chuckled, with a slight wave of his hand. The surrounding scene changed rapidly. The fog that shrouded the entire town gradually disappeared, and the clouds in the dark sky quickly dispersed. The afternoon sun shone on them, as if they had gone from hell to heaven in an instant. At this time, they have returned to the real world. By the way, Carl and the others. Jason yelled sharply. Don't worry, they will be here soon. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, as soon as they returned to where the car was parked, Carl and his sister ran back from the direction of the church. Great, you all came out safely. Seeing the three people waiting by the car, Carl showed a smile on his face. Seeing that the two of them came back safe and sound, Jason also breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Sue-Mo. Should we leave now, or you guys should eat something first and take a rest? We'll be ready to set off in about 3 hours. After speaking, Sue-Mo stepped forward and said to Carl, Lend it to your sister. Hearing this, Carl's face darkened. However, Sumo's next words made him feel relieved. Lena seems to be majoring in photography. Let her help me take a video. On the way here, Sumo often got information from Jason, and he also learned about this matter from Jason. Of course, but you need to ask for her opinion. Carl said speechlessly. Lena, behind him, naturally heard the conversation between the two. When she heard the first sentence, she was still a little happy, but after knowing that she was just going to shoot a video, the look on her face instantly fell. But the look on her face quickly recovered, and she revealed a smile. Of course, I'll get the equipment from the car. When she went out for fun, she naturally brought all the professional photography equipment. However, because these things were too heavy, she originally planned to step on them first and then take the equipment over to take pictures. Since it is planned to turn this place into an attraction similar to a haunted house, necessary publicity is definitely indispensable. He planned to simply shoot a video and post it online. I believe that as long as the first batch of tourists come here, it is inevitable that this place will become popular. After all, no other haunted house can have real ghosts as NPCs like him. After eating something simply, Sumo took Lena into the other world again. At first, when Lena saw the reappearance of the world, especially the triangular head standing not far from her, she was naturally startled. However, after Sumo's explanation and watching Triangle Head dance a ballet for her on the spot under Sumo's order, the fear in her heart immediately dissipated. The next step was much smoother. These monsters are much more obedient than celebrities. It's not a problem to let them show off their arms or something. For more than 2 hours, Lena shot a promotional video that lasted nearly 20 minutes. It contains various monsters in Silent Hill, including acid monsters, triangle heads, butchers, scarabs, faceless nurses. Coupled with the weird atmosphere in Silent Hill, is comparable to a horror movie. Of course, the biggest part in the video is the faceless nurse. After all, the figure of this thing is so eye-catching. If you cover your head, you will look like a world-famous model. Wait until the two of them come out of the other world. It was almost dusk, but there was enough time for them to return to the nearby town before dark. The same as when Tathagata came. Jason sat in Sumo's passenger seat. Sumo hesitated to speak several times when he saw the other party. What do you want to say? Just say it. Hearing Sumo's words, Jason showed a look of embarrassment on his face. No, it's nothing. I just want to ask, are all the monsters in that world under your control now? Sumo nodded. That's right. There is nothing to hide. They can guess it by just guessing. When Jason heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face, and then he gritted his teeth and spoke. Well, can I buy a nurse like before from you? Stab. Hearing this, their car trembled, and Sumo almost crashed the car into the mountain wall nearby. Jason held on to the handle on the side to steady himself. Seeing the strange look in Sumo's direction, he quickly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, you also know that I plan to join my dad's biotechnology company after graduation. I just want to buy it for research. How could Sumo believe his lies? I remember you told me just yesterday that you didn't plan to join your father's company and wanted to start your own business. Am I remembering it wrong? Being exposed by Sumo to his face, Jason's face turned red. I changed my mind again, okay. He still retorted harshly. Seeing the other party's determined attitude, Sumo sighed. Sure enough, birds of a feather flock together. Being able to become good friends with the original owner is somewhat abnormal. In the end, Sumo did not agree. Although this thing is the incarnation of Alessa's resentment, you can have it as much as you want, but God knows if Jason will suddenly die after coming into contact with this thing. Giving it to him is equivalent to harming him. Return to the hotel. In the room, Dinah was still lying on the bed as when she left in the morning. She had too much fun last night, and it was only at this time that her body recovered a little. Seeing Sumo coming in, she suddenly got off the bed and hung directly on Sumo, completely ignoring the happy couple. My dear, you are back. Next, under Dinah's service, Sumo took a comfortable hot bath. Just when the two were planning to play a police and thief game at Dinah's suggestion, a knock on the door came from outside. Sumo pushed Dinah, who was in police uniform, away from him, walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was Julie, who had just returned with him. If you have time, can we go out and talk?" Sue-Mo, who originally wanted to reject the other party, thought of the upcoming plan of Silent Hill, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. If Silent Hill is really completed, it will always need a manager. We can't let Alessa manage it as a child. As for the Julie in front of me, she was often exposed to these evil spirits and the like, so she was considered a good choice. In a private room, in a cafe not far from the hotel, Sue-Mo took a sip of the coffee in his hand. "If you have anything to do, tell me." Julie looked at Sue-Mo with burning eyes, and then spoke after a moment. "I want to learn magic from you." Hearing this, Sue-Mo did not show any surprise. He could probably guess that the reason the other party asked him to go out at night was probably related to his ability. If it were him, what if he encountered the legendary sword fairy appearing in front of him before traveling through time? He will also be eager to become his disciple. Sue-Mo looked at the other person up and down. "Why should I teach you magic? Give me a reason." When Julie heard this, her expression did not change at all. She was not like those big-breasted and brainless women, so she naturally understood that the other party would not teach her magic for no reason. I can be your woman, the one who doesn't have to be responsible." Before coming, she had naturally known Sue-Mo. When he was in school, he was semi-invisible. The only thing that attracted attention was that he had a fair and beautiful girlfriend like Dinah. However, the two soon broke up. From the information she investigated about Sue-Mo, he only summarized one piece of information. The other party is very lustful. Knowing this information, Julie hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. The worst-case scenario is to use yourself as a condition. She still has some confidence in her appearance and figure. Moreover, she has never had a boyfriend since she was a child, and it is still an original and unopened condition. This should be enough to impress the other person. After saying this, she looked at Sue-Mo seriously. Unexpectedly, Sue-Mo was not as happy as she imagined. Instead, he spoke calmly. "This is not enough." Here's Sue-Mo's words of rejection. Julie hurriedly explained. "Don't worry, I haven't been touched yet." Sue-Mo raised his hand to stop the other party. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and a devil's contract appeared in midair between the two of them. Please read the above content first. If you agree, you can start learning magic after signing this contract. After saying that, Sue-Mo ignored the other party and concentrated on tasting the coffee in his hand. Julie looked up at the paper-like contract made of black light. The content above appeared clearly in her eyes. Unconditional obedience. Life is in your hands. As Ying finished reading the above content, Julie's face became increasingly ugly. To put it simply, this contract is almost equivalent to a contract of sale. As long as she signs this contract, everything about her will be under the control of the other party. Sue-Mo could kill her with just one thought. For a moment, she frowned and fell into deep thought. Sue-Mo ignored the other party's expression and continued to focus on tasting the coffee. He was in no hurry. Although the other party is very suitable to be the manager of Silent Hill, it doesn't mean that she has to be the one. As long as Sue-Mo thinks about it, it's not like she can't find someone more suitable than her. It just takes some time. And in fact, the content of the contract is completely decided by Sue-Mo. All those harsh contents were added by him himself. Of course, he can also lend mana to the other party without any conditions. But why did he do that? Although this mana does not cost anything for me and is inexhaustible, I am not a philanthropist, so I have no reason to lend mana to others for no reason. Moreover, since he wants the other party to help him manage Silent Hill, then the other party must be someone he absolutely trusts. He never hesitated to judge others with the utmost malice. Pinning your hopes on the other person's character? Sorry, he can't do it. Only after he can completely control the other party can he trust the other party. He no longer believed in character in his previous life. After more than 10 minutes, Sue-Mo had already refilled 2 cups of coffee. After all, there's a little policewoman in black stockings to deal with tonight, so drink a few more drinks to refresh yourself. Just when Sue-Mo was about to ask for a third drink, Julie opposite finally raised her head. with a trace of anger in her eyes. I sign. Look at the other person's expression. Sumo shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the contract in front of him disappeared. I don't really want to sign it now that you're acting like this. It's like I'm forcing you to sign it. After saying that, Sumo stood up and was about to leave. This contract does not have the ability to forcefully change the other party's mind like the soul mark. To put it simply, the difference between the two is that after the soul seal is cast, the other party will identify with the master from the heart, which is equivalent to completely changing the other party's thinking. And this contract is just equivalent to putting a collar around the other person's neck. You can force the other party to do something, but it does not affect the other party from cursing you in their heart. Therefore, seeing the other party's look of being forced and helpless, Sumo felt the need to give the other party a beating. Let the other party understand that she begged him to sign this contract, not that he forced her to sign it. There is an essential difference between the two. From a psychological point of view, in the former case, the other party will be grateful to me, and in the latter case, although there is a contract, the other party will definitely hate me to some extent. Seeing this scene, Julie looked stunned. Only then did she realize her mistake. This matter was originally because I wanted something from the other person, but just now I had a trace of resentment towards the other person in my heart. Julie, who realized her mistake, quickly stood up. He looked at Sumo with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I apologize for my behavior just now. Seeing the look in the other person's eyes, Sumo understood that his purpose of beating the other person had been achieved. Besides, originally he had no intention of leaving. Although he could find someone more suitable than her, he had no intention of searching slowly. However, he didn't forgive the other party just like that. The contract reappeared in front of the two of them. But now a new condition has been added above. With the help of the contract, Sumo can directly control the other party's body. In other words, he can put her into any shape like a puppet. Julie also noticed this new addition. But this time she didn't hesitate and signed the contract directly. As the contract was divided into two parts and buried in their eyebrows, the above contents officially came into effect. Julie quickly closed her eyes and felt it. Why don't I feel anything? How do you want to feel like this? As soon as Sumo finished speaking, Julie made a standing horse in Sumo's direction. It's a pity that the other party is not wearing a skirt, and there is nothing interesting about it. Julie blushed. Feeling that she had regained control of her body, she quickly lowered her legs from her face. But this also made her realize that the contents of the contract were not false. Thinking of this, she quickly raised her head and looked at Sumo with burning eyes. When will you teach me magic? Teach. No need at all. After saying that, Sumo raised his hand and reached into an open space door. When he came out, he was already holding a thick book in his hand. After recording part of the content in the Book of Darkness, he threw it to Julie. You should study on your own for a while and see if you can learn it. Julie looked at the miraculous scene in front of her, her eyes shining. You also have the magic here? Of course, it's on the first page. Hearing this, Julie quickly opened the first page of the magic book. After reading the description about the space door, her face showed a look of ecstasy. Doesn't this mean that you can take whatever you want in this world? Sumo nodded. So to speak. Okay, now you just need to practice hard, and it won't take long before you can cast this magic. Also, don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. I will let you know if anything happens. That's all. After saying that, he stood up from his seat and turned around to go back to the hotel. I'm afraid if I don't go back, the policewoman's baton will be soaked in water, etc. When Julie saw Sumo was leaving, she hurriedly came up. He handed a business card in his hand to Sumo. This is my phone number and address. A friendly reminder, I live alone. He had just witnessed the magic of magic, and he was able to use it soon. In addition, he could tell from Sumo's words that the other party had no intention of treating him as a slave. She was in a surprisingly good mood at this time. There's also the thought of teasing the other person. Sumo took the other party's business card, glanced at it, and put it into his pocket. If you're lonely, I can ask Alessa to come over and stay with you for a few days. After saying that, he turned around and left directly. Hearing Sumo's answer, Julie looked at Sumo's back with a smile. It seems like this deal is not bad. Early the next morning, the group of people drove on the way back. The planned one-week adventure came to an end in just one day. On the road, the three cars went their separate ways. Carl drove Lena and Jason back directly. Julie also drove away directly. Sumo first went to Harrisburg, the capital of this state, and obtained the ownership of Silent Hill by relying on the power of mind catching. After all, if you want to make Silent Hill a ghost town like a haunted house, you must follow the rules. When the time comes to receive tourists, legal procedures are essential. All that's left is to transform the town. He directly handed over these matters to Dinah. After all, the other party's father is a state legislator, so it is easier for her to do many things. As for money, it was simple. Sumo directly looted all the shady money of the congressman. With these alone, more than $2 billion of wealth have been collected. This money is enough to invest in the early stages of Silent Hill's transformation. After everything was arranged, Sumo drove directly through a space gate, returned to a woods near his house, and then drove back home. Parked the car. Not long after Sumo entered the room, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, standing outside was the young woman opposite, Rebecca. At this time, the other party's face looked very pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. She was completely different from the charming young woman 3 days ago. After seeing Sumo, the other party quickly threw himself into his arms. "Help me, I don't want to die. I can't die." I don't know what frightened her in the past 2 days. At this time, she was a little incoherent, with a hint of crying in her tone. "Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly what's going on." Sumo opened his mouth to comfort the other party. However, he also had some guesses about the other party's condition at this time. He could clearly feel that there was a trace of resentment on the other party's body. Obviously, she was probably targeted by the evil spirit that killed her husband before. After returning to the living room, Sumo listened to the other party crying and telling what happened. After she was taken away by the police last time, she was released directly the next day after taking a transcript. And the senior management directly suppressed the matter. Sumo naturally understood that the higher-ups should define this case as a strange incident. However, from the night she was released, her nightmare began. She did not return home that night. After all, the man had just died at home. How dare she return home without catching the murderer? That night, in a nearby hotel, Rebecca did not fall asleep until late at night due to extreme sleepiness. After all, she had just experienced something like this, and it was normal for her to feel anxious. In a half-asleep and half-awake state, she seemed to be chased by a terrifying-looking demon. When she woke up, she thought it was a nightmare, until she saw the scratched pajamas. She clearly remembered that when she was escaping in her sleep, her clothes were torn by the sharp blade in the hands of the devil behind her. And the location of the scratch was almost exactly the same as the location of the damage on her pajamas. At this time, she thought it was the successive blows that had confused her memory. She went to the hospital for a checkup the next day, and the doctor did diagnose her as suffering from excessive mental stress and prescribed some sleeping aids to her. That afternoon, when she returned to the hotel, she took the medicine and fell asleep again. Unexpectedly, the same scene as last night appeared in her dream again. Perhaps because her will to survive was strong enough, this time she still barely managed to wake up from her dream before the other party killed her. After seeing the same wound that was injured in the dream on the back of his hand, combined with the strange way her husband died, she finally realized something was wrong. For more than a day, she had been trying not to fall asleep. She was afraid that when she fell asleep, she would be like her husband and never wake up again. During this period, she also thought about going to the police station to seek help. But thinking of this ridiculous reason, she gave up the idea. Forced to do so, she returned home today. I plan to investigate and see if I can find any clues. She knew very well that if she continued like this, she would have a mental breakdown before dying at the hands of the demon in her dream. Unexpectedly, after searching to no avail, she happened to see Sumo. At this time, she had not slept much for more than 40 hours, and her spirit had become somewhat trance-like. She could only come here to seek help from the person who was currently closest to her. After hearing her description, Sumo's eyes widened. Freddy. He immediately thought of the murderous Freddy in A Nightmare on Elm Street. Judging from the 3 scratches on Bellica's husband and Bellica's original experience, it is very likely that this evil spirit is Freddy. After all, he already knew that this world was a world of ghosts, and the ones he had already come into contact with included Silent Hill and The Grudge. Another Nightmare on Elm Street wouldn't be unusual. Thinking of this, Sumo also became interested. These evil spirits are just points to him. He placed his hand gently on Rebecca's shoulder. In his eyes, the resentment in Rebecca slowly flowed into his body. I hope this Freddy is worth more. On the way back, Sumo had already checked. After killing a large number of monsters in Silent Hill, as well as the evil Shadow, he only received a total of more than 400,000 points. 300,000 of the points were contributed by the evil god Shadow. Although these points are not small, they are nothing to Sumo, who has just spent billions of points. Moreover, just the seed of plant life costs tens of millions of points for the cheapest ones, and hundreds of millions for the expensive ones. What's more, this is not the place that requires the most points. Those treasures that can quickly cultivate plant life are the major items that consume points. As the resentment in Bellica's body disappeared, her mood gradually became calmer. You can rest here at my place tonight. Don't worry, that thing won't dare to come here again. Sumo opened his mouth to persuade. Rebecca's expression gradually calmed down, and her brain became clearer. She took a deep breath, wiped the tears on his face. She stared at Sumo seriously for a few seconds, then reached out and touched his face. Forget it, I have to leave as soon as possible. She also realized at this time that ordinary people like them had no ability to resist in the face of these evil spirits. Staying here has no effect other than possibly killing Sumo. After saying that, she stood up and left. Sumo could see through the other person's thoughts at a glance. Don't worry, I can deal with that thing. After saying that, Sumo stretched out his hand and waved lightly, and the blanket in the room flew over, wrapped him up, and flew directly back to the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Rebecca's eyes widened. There was a look of disbelief on his face. Until half an hour later, after listening to Sumo's explanation, after learning that Sumo was not an ordinary person, but a magician who could deal with these evil spirits, Rebecca fell asleep peacefully. She was so sleepy. For 3 consecutive days, she slept less than 6 hours. At this time, the sky outside had gradually darkened. There was another knock on the door. Sumo opened the door, and it was Jason standing outside. The other person is holding a paper bag in his hand. He couldn't wait to hand the paper bag in his hand to Sumo. This is the videotape we watched some time ago. Are you sure your family hasn't seen this tape? Of course. Jason nodded, with a hint of fear on his face. After coming out of Silent Hill last night, Sumo had already asked Jason. Sure enough, I learned from the other party that they had watched a strange videotape together last week. Sumo then explained Sadako's matter to him. After seeing Sumo's power in Silent Hill, he naturally did not doubt Sumo's words. At that time, I was so frightened that my hair stood on end. As soon as he returned home, he couldn't wait to send this video to Sumo. Black is dead, Jason said with a trembling voice. Yeah. Sumo didn't even raise his head. He took the videotape out of the paper bag, looked at it, and replied casually. This had long been expected by him. Are you sure nothing will happen to us who have also seen the tape? Jason asked with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Sumo raised his head. He threatened with a playful expression. Not sure. Maybe Sadako will crawl out of the TV in your bedroom tonight. Noticing the look on Sumo's face, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the other party was just joking. After his hanging heart fell to the ground, Jason asked again unwillingly. Well, if you really don't consider selling Nurse Sister, the worst I can do is introduce my sister to you. Roll. After sending Jason away, Sumo came to the living room, put the videotape into the projector. Before sitting back on the sofa, he turned off all the lights in the room. After all, this makes horror movies more atmospheric. At this time, the sky had already turned completely dark, and the room with the lights turned off was plunged into darkness. Only a trace of light from the distant TV kept the area more than 1 meter away from total darkness. After a while, a dry well appeared on the TV. What followed was another strange scene. Seeing this scene, Sue-mo was stunned. It seemed to be no different from the scene that flashed on the TV in the hotel. Yeah, it's a waste of feelings. Sue-mo didn't bother to read anymore. Instead, he took a landline phone nearby and waited for Sadako's call. The images in the videotape were not long, lasting less than 10 minutes. The scene has just finished playing. The phone in Sue-mo's hand rang. "Hi, Sadako. No, it's Ms. Morgan." Sue-mo was relieved for a moment. This was the evil spirit in the American version of The Grudge, not Sadako. However, due to habit, Sue-mo always called the other party Sadako. On the other end of the phone, when he heard Sue-mo's words, he was stunned for a moment and didn't make any sound. "Hey, Ms. Morgan, are you listening?" Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, the other party hung up the phone directly. I heard the sound of beep and beep coming from inside. Sue-mo murmured in confusion. "Remember me?" It was learned from Jason's mouth that after they answered the phone, the other party seemed to say the words 7 days before hanging up. When it was his turn, the other party didn't say a word. Obviously, the other party seems to have a normal human mind, and he can tell from the sound alone that the person here is himself. Sue-mo just wanted to give a try. See if the other party must act according to certain rules, or if they can control themselves. Even if the other party can control himself and does not intend to come over, Sue-mo still has many ways to see him. At worst, find someone else to watch this video. All you need to do is extract the resentment locked onto the other party into your own body. As the phone hangs up, a wave of resentment gradually appeared in Sue-mo's body. Do we have to follow certain rules? Feeling the resentment in his body, Sue-mo muttered. After this resentment entered the body, it began to grow slowly under Sue-mo's perception. Judging from this speed, it will reach the level when Sue-mo is extracted from Jason and the others' bodies exactly 7 days later. Wait 7 days? Sue-mo didn't have the time to wait for her. At that moment, he extracted a trace of dark energy from the Dark God book. This strand of energy, under his control, this strand of dark energy directly approached the resentment in his body. Then slowly it merged into the resentment. With the injection of this dark energy, the growth rate of resentment directly increased by thousands of times. After all, dark energy is the most pure and powerful existence among dark energy. For any evil spirit, it is a great tonic. Previously in Silent Hill, it was by infusing Alessa with dark energy to greatly increase her strength that she could fully control the entire Silent Hill. Right now, this dark energy has the same effect on these grievances. After absorbing this trace of dark energy, the resentment has become greater than the last time it was gathered in several people. In Sue-mo's opinion, the essence of Sadako's murder is to cast a curse on the other person. Let this trace of resentment appear in the other party's body. As the resentment gradually grows with the help of the host's body. After 7 days, when the resentment has grown to its maximum, she will come out to harvest and take back the resentment, used to enhance one's own strength. It's like a leaderboard. The higher the concentration of resentment in the body, the higher the ranking on the ranking list. Sadako only needs to harvest one by one from front to back according to the ranking. I should be at the top of the list of Sadako's killing orders now. Sue-mo secretly thought. After all, normally, even after 7 days, the resentment in those people's bodies would not reach this level. So, at 10 o'clock tonight, the first person Sadako should find is herself. Presumably, the remaining victims wouldn't mind jumping in line. Check his watch. It's just past 8 o'clock now. It's time to have dinner during this period so as not to be exhausted during the interrogation. There are 2 social events tonight. A Sadako, a Freddy. It's impossible not to replenish some energy. After dinner, Sue-mo sat peacefully on the sofa in the living room, thinking about how to attract more evil spirits while waiting for Sadako's arrival. As the hands of the clock on the wall point to 10 o'clock, The television opposite him turned on automatically. Suemo was happy when he saw this. Finally here. Seeing this, Suemo got up and came to the front of the TV. Same as last time. The TV first played a familiar picture. Finally, it was fixed in the scene of a dry well. As the lights in the room flickered, Sadako climbed out of the dry well again and slowly crawled towards the camera. After a while, half of Sadako's body crawled out of the TV. With her head lowered, she saw a pair of familiar shoes in her sight. Sadako looked stunned. He looked up at the owner of the shoes. Suddenly he saw Sumo's smiling face. This scene is so familiar. As a result, Sadako was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses. This smile has been deeply imprinted in her mind. "We meet again," Suemo greeted her. It wasn't until this moment that Sadako reacted. Some bad memories came to her, and she hurriedly pushed her hands to try to get back into the TV. But now it's obviously too late to retreat. Suemo reached out and grabbed the other person's hair and pulled him out of the TV. "Don't leave in a hurry. I prepared your favorite little rope whip for you." Hearing this, Sadako trembled all over again. The body struggled violently. However, in Sumo's hands, everything was in vain. In less than half a minute, she was once again suspended in the air by a magic rope emitting purple light. Looking at the whip made of the same material in Sumo's hand, a look of horror appeared in her eyes. Suemo was not in a hurry to ask the other party's body again. Instead, he was directly sentenced to death. There were screams that only Suemo could hear. Sadako's duplication turned into resentment again and dissipated directly. Suemo originally wanted to use dark shackles to directly control the opponent, but obviously, this magic had no effect on duplication. As this duplication disappears, a small part of the resentment in Sumo's body dissipated. Because most of these grievances were transformed from the dark energy controlled by Suemo. This also resulted in little change in the resentment in his body. Suemo was not in a hurry and continued to sit in front of the TV. Sure enough, almost a moment later, the TV came on again. At this time, Suemo was finally determined. Sadako plays by certain rules. Otherwise, Suemo would collapse after being tortured twice in a row. Unless the other party was a masochist, he would come back to him. Sure enough, this time Sadako had already anticipated what would happen next. During the distance, after climbing out of the dry well, she climbed extremely slowly. But it seems that under certain rules, I have to crawl forward. When she came to the TV screen, she stretched out her hand towards the outside of the TV with a worried look on her face. But the hand he just stretched out was held by Suemo. Then Sadako was pulled out again by Suemo with a look of horror on her face. Following a familiar procedure, Sadako was hung up again. Regardless of the other party's words of wanting peace talks, Suemo went directly to execution. In the next hour, Suemo repeated it 4 or 5 times tirelessly. By the last time, Sadako's eyes had become a little dull, and she seemed to have transformed into a ruthless torture machine. Only then did Suemo sit down on the sofa. Next, we can talk about the conditions. Sadako, who was prepared to be tortured again, suddenly came back to her senses when she heard these words. He couldn't wait to shout, "I promise, I will do whatever you want." As she spoke, 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. She finally got over it. Seeing the tearful expression on the other party's face, Suemo was stunned. "Are you willing to agree to anything so easily?" What he didn't know was that although these were Sadako's duplications, the feelings of these duplications could actually be transmitted to her body. More than an hour of continuous torture had completely broken her down. She only has one idea now. As long as the other person is not abusing her, she will agree to whatever the other person wants. Since you agree, your body will come over immediately. Suemo just finished speaking. The TV was turned back on, and another figure crawled out of it. This time the crawling speed was so fast that his limbs were almost waving like afterimages. Feeling the intensity of resentment on the other side is indeed not on the same level as these duplications. Suemo also didn't expect that Sadako's body would be so powerful, almost reaching the level of Alessa. He stared at the other person with a smile on his face. Since your body is so strong, you don't want to try to resist. After all, I can suppress your duplication, but I may not be your opponent. Hearing Sumo's confusing words, Sadako's head shook like a rattle. No need. It seemed that Sumo's previous behavior had left some psychological shadow on her. She looked at Sumo with a hint of fear in her eyes. At this time, the other party's appearance was not what a top evil spirit should look like. He looked like a victim who had been wronged. Hearing what the other party said, Sumo shook his head in disappointment. The other party may have some misunderstandings about themselves. It doesn't matter. As long as the contact time is long in the future, the other party will naturally understand that he is not a pervert. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the runes of dark shackles shot into the opponent's eyebrows. Feeling that the other party was completely under his control, Sumo nodded with satisfaction. By the way, do you know other evil spirits? He looked at Sadako expectantly. Also living in the weird world, it stands to reason that she should have a few evil spirits she knows. When Sadako heard this, she shook her head. No, usually if we meet, we will find a way to devour each other. Obviously, even the weird things she encountered before have been swallowed up by her. Why? Sumo sighed in disappointment. In that case, you go to Silent Hill and spend some time with Alessa for the time being. Good master. After Sadako heard this, she felt as if she had been granted amnesty, and her figure disappeared almost instantly. Looking at the position where the other party disappeared, Sumo shook his head. The reason why he didn't kill Sadako was because he planned to add her to Silent Hill. Since it is a horror park, the projects cannot be too single. What's more, the good Wushuang Mowing has completed the simulation business by himself, and there is really no one else. But there is no way. This way you can ensure you maximize your points. Even if he kills all the evil spirits in this world, he will probably only get limited points. But in this way, it is equivalent to gaining energy points continuously. Use evil spirits as tools to harvest the fear in the hearts of ordinary people. After all, these fears are like cutting leeks. After cutting them once, they can be harvested again after a while. It can be called a renewable resource. After Sadako left, Sumo returned to the room. Next up is Freddy. I hope the other person will not disappoint me. Thinking of this, Sumo closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep after a while. In this hour, his physical loss was much greater than Sadako's. The other party just needs to howl at the top of his lungs. I really need a whip after a whip. Sumo felt like he had just fallen asleep when he woke up. But at this time, he found that he was not on the bed in the bedroom, but on the floor of a boiler room. There was a burst of sinister laughter from the end of the corridor in front of me. He stood up calmly. Is this a dream? Sumo looked at his hands. He unexpectedly found that his physical strength and psychokinesis had returned to their peak state. In this world, this is obviously unrealistic. Obviously, he has been pulled into the dream by Freddy. Feeling the strong sense of power in his body, the corners of Sumo's mouth raised slightly. In dreams, all rules are expressed in your own subconscious thoughts. As long as you can subconsciously accept it, anything is possible. If a person subconsciously thinks that he is Superman, he can truly exert Superman's strength in his dreams. This is easy to say, but in fact, 99.9% of people cannot do this. After all, normal people, no matter how hypnotic ability they are, still subconsciously understand that they are just ordinary people. But Sumo is different. His strength in the Marvel world is originally like this, so in the dream, he is at the peak of planet level. At this time, the door suddenly opened. A figure slowly walked in from outside the door. While walking, the blade on the opponent's right glove scratched the wall. A harsh grinding sound echoed in the space. When Sumo saw this, he raised his eyebrows. The figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already floating in mid-air in front of Freddy. Only then did Sumo see the other party's appearance clearly. Under the black top hat, Freddy's face looked as if it had been burned by flames, looking hideous and terrifying. However, for Sumo, these could not cause any fluctuation in his heart. Freddy across from him saw, Sumo suddenly appearing in front of him, and the smile on his face froze. Before he could figure out the situation, Sumo's fist had already hit his chest. Boom! Freddy's body exploded into a pile of debris. Sumo's figure had already dodged away. Looking at Freddy, who was no longer broken into pieces, Sumo floated in the air and waited for a while. He didn't think that such a blow could kill the opponent. Sure enough, after a while, Freddy's body gradually condensed. However, the other party was still confused at this time. Unexpectedly, he had already died once before he could react. Freddy came back to his senses and looked at Sumo floating in the sky with a shocked expression. How is that possible? He couldn't help but have some doubts. Could it be that he has encountered his biggest enemy in life again? A psychopath? In the many years since he returned from hell, there is only one kind of person that he is not willing to easily mess with, and that is a mental patient. Many of these people are simply not cognitively normal. Some special ones can even be omnipotent in dreams and torture him to death. Thinking of this, he looked at Sumo in the air with caution. His demeanor was not as arrogant as it was at the beginning. Sumo saw a trace of surprise on his face when he saw the other party's body condensed again. Immortal, he muttered. But when he opened the system panel and took a look, he looked stunned. There is no other reason. Just after he killed Freddy, his points value increased by a full 10,000. Although the opponent was clearly not killed, why did the points increase? Thinking of this, Sumo's eyes fell on Freddy on the ground again. Try again. Sumo's figure flashed and disappeared again. When Freddy saw Sumo disappear, his heart suddenly lurched. Immediately afterwards, he felt that his body was falling apart again and broken into particles just like before. Sumo stood in the void blankly. In fact, his eyes fell on the system panel. Another 10,000 points added. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. There could be no bugs in the system. Then the only possibility is that Freddy is not a regenerative healing factor, but was resurrected in some way after being killed by himself. But now to Sumo, this is no longer important. The important thing is that this is great news for him. He looked at the resurrected Freddy with bright eyes. This is a huge amount of treasure. After Freddy regained consciousness again, he looked at Sumo in the sky, with a hint of fear on his face. He won't really die, but that doesn't mean he won't feel pain when his body breaks apart. He realized that this time it seemed that he was in trouble again. At that moment, he didn't hesitate to activate his ability to leave the other party's dream. The moment he activated his ability, his expression changed. He found that he could not exit the dream. Just when he wanted to try again, the familiar feeling hit him again. No. After his body condensed again, his face was full of disbelief. Although I had encountered a mentally ill person before who I couldn't resist at all, the other party couldn't stop him from leaving. What happened this time? Not only can't he defeat the opponent, he can't even leave if he wants to. Until a few minutes later, Freddy, who had been broken countless times, gave up completely. He had tried various methods, but no matter which way, she couldn't get out of this dream, coupled with the constant pain of body fragmentation. At this time, there was an angry smile with a hint of madness on his face. Come on, I am regenerative healing factor. You can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, his body turned into powder again. Sumo looked at the other party's body that was slowly condensing. You'd better never be killed. There was excitement on his face. In just a few minutes, he had already earned hundreds of thousands of points. This is so cool. If it hadn't taken a while for the other party to regroup, this number would have been several times higher. Every time Sumo waited until the opponent's body began to condense, he would already appear in front of the opponent's half-finished body. The moment the opponent's body formed, Sumo's fist also fell on Fred. With such a powerful tool for boosting points, Sumo didn't want to waste a second now. And Freddy has completely given up. Halfway through, he also tried to resist. After all, in the dream world, he can also obtain super speed and super strength. But these bodies that he thought were powerful in the past were almost no different from ants in front of the other party, and there was no way to keep him alive for even half a second. From then on, he simply gave up resistance. Because it makes no sense at all. For a whole night, Su-Mo transformed into a ruthless punching machine. Keep repeating this action, but he didn't feel bored at all. Every time he punches, he earns 10,000 points, and he can punch it forever. Until I don't know how much time passed. After Su-Mo blasted the opponent again, he waited for a long time and did not see the opponent's condensed figure. What's going on? After waiting for a full 5 minutes, the other party was not seen. Dead. Su-Mo had a look of pity on his face. In fact, he hoped that the other person would never die more than Freddy himself. But the fact is that the other party did not show up. Su-Mo sighed regretfully, opened the system panel, and took a look. In just one night, he earned nearly 30 million points from Freddy. In other words, the other party has died nearly 3,000 times. Although the other party has disappeared and there is no way to continue swiping, Su-Mo is already content. He never expected that he could get so many points from Freddy, a little evil spirit. According to his idea, it would be good to get several million points. At this time, in some unknown world, 3 massive Mephistas stood in the void. In the void in front of them, a tiny ant-like figure slowly condensed. It was Freddy, who was already somewhat numb from death. What's going on? Why am I back in hell? Freddy looked at his surroundings and exclaimed, "You loser. Do you think you don't need to consume energy to resurrect you?" The Mephista in the middle with 2 sharp horns on his head roared angrily. Resurrection? There was a look of confusion on Freddy's face. These 3 figures were the ancient Mephistas who signed a contract with him to help him return to the world. Didn't you say that mine is a regenerative healing factor? What kind of resurrection? Freddy asked after reacting. Trash. Who would have thought that you would die more than 3,000 times in one night? Mephista in the middle let out a roar. At the beginning, the 3 Mephistas signed a contract with Freddy, asking him to help them collect the power of fear and souls from the human world, and helped him condense this evil spirit body. At the time, they told Freddy that this body was immortal. In fact, what they said at the time was not wrong, but there were some discrepancies. His body was not immortal. But the 3 Mephistas relied on their strength and the trace of Freddy's soul left here to resurrect him. According to their Mephista's power, it wouldn't be a problem to resurrect him hundreds or thousands of times. It is not wrong to say that he is immortal. After all, how is it possible in the human world to kill Freddy thousands of times with his ability, even if it is a being stronger than him? He only needs to kill him a few times, and he can escape with the help of Nightmare's ability. But I never expected it. You will meet an alien like Su-Mo. In fact, if there were no points rewards in the system, even a person like Su-Mo who could easily crush Freddy would have killed him dozens of times at most until he saw that he could not be killed. You will definitely choose to give up or seal him away. No one would be bored and do nothing else all night, but keep killing him. Plus, the 3 Mephistas are usually in deep sleep. Resurrecting Freddy is a rule that automatically operates under a certain contract. Mephista does not need to control it himself. As long as Freddy dies, the contract will automatically extract energy from their bodies to resurrect the other party. Until after resurrecting Freddy nearly 3,000 times and consuming 1/10 of their energy, they were awakened. It was only then that the 3 Mephistas realized this problem and hurriedly resurrected it in this world. After all, the 3 of them are only ordinary Mephistas in hell. Not to mention Sithorn. Even Mephisto is an existence beyond their reach. If they continue to be resurrected, their foundation may be affected. Mephisto on the far right, after explaining everything clearly, sighed and looked at Freddy with doubtful eyes. What happened to you, and why did you die 3,000 times in one night? Hearing this, Freddy showed a hint of fear in his eyes. He quickly began to explain. Noon. Su-Mo was woken up by a sound. He killed Freddy in his dream all night, and he didn't fall into real sleep until dawn. After getting up, Su-Mo came to the living room. Suddenly, he saw Bellica wearing only a white shirt and busy in the kitchen. After more than 13 or 4 hours of sleep. At this time, she became the glamorous young woman again. Seeing Su-Mo walking out, a smile appeared on her face. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. A few minutes later, Su-Mo finished washing and sat at the dining table. Bellica placed breakfast on the table in front of him and then sat down opposite him. It seems you had a good sleep last night. Suemo took a sip of warm milk and said. Bellica heard this and smiled at him. Indeed, I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. I have to thank you very much for this. No, I have to thank you, Suemo said. If it weren't for Bellica, he might have missed Freddy, the real treasure boy. After breakfast, Bellica helped him tidy up the room. He came to the computer in the bedroom and uploaded the promotional video he shot yesterday directly to the internet. Although the Silent Hillside has not yet started construction, it should be publicized as soon as possible. Besides, there's actually nothing to build over there. The only thing left to do is to build a fence, then a gate, ticket office, and supporting facilities. These things are very fast to build. 1 month is completely enough. Moreover, he can start business directly while building. Anyway, as soon as you enter, you will be pulled into the surface world by Aless. The appearance of the world is completely under her control. Adding a ticket office, there is just a thought. The only thing that needs to be completed as soon as possible is the supporting restaurant and medical service station. These 2 places must be completed as soon as possible, especially the medical service station. If you want to attract people from all over the world, you must at least ensure safety. However, under strong stimulation, it is easy to be overly frightened and go into shock. It would be fine if there were too few deaths, but if there were too many, it would not be in line with the sustainable development of a ghost town. After all, these are resources that can be used repeatedly. If one dies, one will be lost. Just uploaded the video. Bellica walked in. At this time, she had already changed her clothes. High silk and stepmother skirt, young woman sexy. Suemo turned around and looked at the other party's outfit. It was obvious that the other party was prepared. Why are you dressed like this? Suemo asked knowingly, but his eyes were looking at the other person. Bellica's figure is a typical European and American woman's figure. She doesn't look fat, but she is big where she should be, which highlights her exaggerated curves. Bellica looked into Suemo's eyes with a smile on her face. Why? You don't like it? Then do you want me to change it? That's not necessary. We could try it out and then change it. Shield. What Sue did this? Nick Fury stood up from his seat in shock, staring intently at Natasha Romanoff opposite. Of course, it was right next to you. Natasha Romanoff nodded. From a moment, Suemo took her directly to the island. She knew that the other party intended to show it to S.H.I.E.L.D., so she didn't hide it from the director. Stop kidding, Natasha Romanoff. This isn't funny. Agent Hill on the side put one hand on his hip and clicked a few times on the screen in front of him, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The signal you sent half an hour before the incident was still in Florida. How could it possibly reach the Sentry Secret Service in New York in a few minutes? I don't know the specific situation. Sue just reached out and drew a circle in front of him, and a passage appeared in front of him. Saying that, Natasha Romanoff stretched out her hand and imitated Suemo's movements and made 2 gestures. I know it sounds magical, but it's true. After talking about it, Natasha Romanoff felt that her words were not convincing. I believe what you said. At this time, Nick Fury, who sat back in the chair, spoke. I once saw records about this kind of magic in a secret file. That's right. Natasha Romanoff had an excited smile on her face. At that time, the other party claimed that this was a kind of magic. It seems that I made the right choice again this time. A smile appeared on Nick Fury's face. The more powerful Suemo showed, the more S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly receive huge amounts of returns on their previous investment. In the single dormitory assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D., after reporting her work, Natasha Romanoff couldn't wait to come back here. He took out the booklet with the thunder knife, written on it from his pocket, and studied it carefully. The more she studied, the more excited she became. More than half an hour later, she came to the training room downstairs of the dormitory. Fighting training since childhood has made her control of her body almost perfect. Come to the sandbag where you usually train. Natasha Romanoff recalled the first recorded power method of thunder knife. He slowly made a fist with his right hand and hit the sandbag hard. Wrong. The moment she punched, she knew that her way of exerting force was not right. After withdrawing her fist, she kept trying according to her feeling, until 3 hours later, after throwing hundreds of punches, Natasha Romanoff almost gave up. In anger, he punched the sandbag casually. Subconsciously, he exerted force according to the method in the secret book. The two forces overlapped almost instantly. Boom! An explosion echoed in the training room. The sandbag in front of him burst apart under the huge amounts of force. Natasha Romanoff looked at her hands in disbelief. It's really done. She excitedly took out her cell phone and wanted to call Sue Mo to thank him, but then she realized that she didn't seem to have Sue Mo's phone number. I secretly made up my mind to thank him in person in a few days. Thinking of Sue Mo's previous instructions, she recited the contents of the pamphlet, then destroy it directly. Island of the Dead. Sue Mo was sitting in the training room of the Star Tower. After Annie stayed on the island for one night, she was sent home by Sue Mo. She has decided to stay on the island in the future, but before that, she has to return home to spend some time with her parents. There were not many people who died in Sue Mo's hands yesterday, but they were just ordinary people, and the total points they obtained did not exceed 50,000. These points are just a drop in the bucket for him now. However, this time the breakthrough reached the planet-level master, the god's telekinesis. He felt that the dream-walking technique should be able to be successfully used. He had already told Emma not to disturb him during this period. At that moment, the Book of Darkness appeared in front of him and slowly turned to the page of dream-walking. Sue Mo closed his eyes. The dream-walking technique that had troubled him for a long time was actually performed extremely smoothly. The moment the spell is completed, Sue Mo only felt his soul flying out of his body, and then the dark book in front of him turned into a black stream of light, entering the center of his soul's eyebrows and forming a magic mark on the center of his eyebrows. Then, the soul was sucked into a vortex. When he woke up, he was already standing in an inexplicable space. Look in front of you. The spectacular scene in the distance made him couldn't help but exclaim. At the end of the void in front of him, there was a huge amount of a sphere, and a thick, glowing line extended from the sphere. After the line extends for a certain distance, a bifurcation occurs. After these two branches extended for a certain distance, they split again. By the end, the original ray of light had split into countless lines. These lines are thick and thin, like branches split from a giant tree, gradually spreading. Sue Mo learned from the records in the Dark God book that each of these lines represents a parallel world, and the stronger the extraordinary power of the world, the thicker the lines. And those thinnest lines represent a world without extraordinary power. Look towards the lines of your own world in the branches. Like the trunk of a tree, it is particularly strong. It seems that the world I am in is the ceiling of combat power in these parallel worlds. Sue Mo sighed. From the records of dream walking, as long as you touch those lines, you can enter the parallel world corresponding to the lines. As for yourself in the parallel world, as a person who is 100% compatible with your own soul, you will naturally become the best carrier of your soul. The first time he used dream walking, Sue Mo planned to practice his skills in a world without extraordinary beings. At that moment, his illusory body flew towards the thinnest line. The moment he got close to the line, he felt a suction. The suction force was not strong, and he felt that he could easily break free at any time, but he did not resist the suction force. Instead, he followed the suction and plunged into this world. A feeling of dizziness came. When I wake up again, Sue Mo found himself lying in a room. Beside him lay a blonde girl with big waves. The special smell in the room and the wads of toilet paper on the floor indicated that a war had just occurred here. At this time, the blonde girl standing next to her stood up from the bed, showing off her figure in front of Sue Mo without caring. I have to leave quickly. Jim has asked me to go see a movie with him tonight. Who is Jim? Sue Mo muttered subconsciously. This dream-walking technique is equivalent to occupying a magpie's nest and will not absorb the other party's soul. Of course, he has no memory of this body in his mind. But judging from the name, this should be a man, going to the movies with another man. But since the other party sat in front of him, there should be no problem between the two of them. When the blonde girl heard his question An inexplicable smile flashed in her blurred eyes. Of course, Jim is my boyfriend. What? Hearing this, Sumo's face was full of questions, but he reacted instantly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the parallel world, he still inherited the legacy of Wei Wu, the prime minister. I saw Sumo's surprised expression after hearing this. At present, his stepmother has planned to trick the company he is temporarily in charge of if his father finds out about it. I'm afraid his status in his father's heart will be greatly reduced. Just as I was sorting my thoughts out, there was a knock on the door from outside. He straightened his clothes and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a woman wearing a purple dress. The woman has fair skin, delicate facial features, and a slender swan neck, which makes her look like a married young woman in her 30s. Instead, her plump figure wrapped under the purple dress added a different kind of charm to her look. I learned from my memory that this person was his stepmother, Misa Sajima. Misa Zuajima crossed her arms and walked in gracefully. Let's talk. Exit the company. No way. Sumo's peer looked at the other woman, who seemed a bit elegant even in threatening him, and categorically refused. Impossible. Then if your father knows about this loss, what will happen to you? At that time, you will lose more than just control of this branch. Misa Zuajima looked at him calmly, and it was obvious from her expression that she seemed to be convinced of him. Seeing the threatening words of the other party, the peer walked up to the other party with a gloomy face, took control of the other party's hands, and pressed them against the wall behind him. You, what are you going to do? Misa Zuajima's face showed panic for the first time. The peer opposite ignored her and pulled off the long skirt on its body. When Misa Zuajima saw this, she looked shocked and opened her mouth to call for help. But before she could make a sound, her mouth was covered by the other party's hand. Mrs. Misa, you don't want my father to see our current situation.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.